Some journeys aren't about reaching home, they're about surviving everything that tries to keep you away from it. This is a third-person retelling of the Odyssey by Homer, a timeless epic inspired by ancient Greek mythology, oral storytelling traditions, and the cultural memory of war, particularly the aftermath of the Trojan War. Composed around the 8th century BCE, this legendary tale has endured for nearly 3,000 years, shaping literature across civilizations and reaching millions through translations worldwide. Homer, one of history's most influential poets, is also known for the Iliad, another cornerstone of epic storytelling that defined heroic narrative for generations. The story has inspired numerous adaptations for screen and stage and continues to evolve, including an upcoming cinematic interpretation by Christopher Nolan, bringing new life to this ancient voyage. This retelling is presented from my own narrative perspective, not a word-for-word reading of the original text. As you listen, keep in mind the visuals you see are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match the original scenes, but they're here to help you imagine the journey, so bear with it. By the end of this story, you may find yourself reflecting on endurance, identity, and what home truly means to you. And stay with me because later, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes insights, and hidden details most people never notice. Now the sea calls, the gods are watching, and a hero is trying to return home. The story begins. The muse is summoned to tell the story once more, that restless man who wandered far after sacking Troy. He saw the cities and minds of many peoples, suffered agonies at sea, fighting for his own life and his crew's return. But he could not save them. Their own recklessness destroyed them. Fools who feasted on the sun's cattle, losing their homecoming forever. Let the story begin anywhere the goddess chooses. All others who had escaped destruction were now home, safe from war and sea. Only Odysseus remained trapped, aching for his wife and return, but held by Calypso, the stunning nymph, inside her hollow caves. Seasons turned. The year arrived when the gods agreed he would reach Ithaca. Yet even now, he had not escaped his trials. All the gods pitied him. Except Poseidon. The Earthshaker stayed enraged, refusing to let Odysseus reach his own land. But for the moment, Poseidon was far away among the Ethiopians, the most remote of peoples, split between the setting and rising of Hyperion, feasting on 100 bulls and rams. The other gods gathered inside Olympian Zeus's halls. The father of gods spoke first, thinking of Aegisthus, the fool Orestes had killed. He remarked how mortals blamed the gods for their own ruin. Aegisthus had seduced Agamemnon's wife and killed the king on his return despite clear warning. Hermes had been sent to stop him, but persuasion failed. Now Aegisthus had paid for everything at once. Athena, eyes gleaming, answered. She agreed. The man deserved his destruction, and so should anyone who does such things. But her heart burned for Odysseus. That unlucky man still endured torments far from home on an island at the sea's navel, wooded, wave-beaten, where the daughter of hard-hearted Atlas held him captive, charming him with soft words to make him forget Ithaca. Odysseus longed only to see the smoke from his own country. He wanted to die, and yet Zeus was unmoved. Was Odysseus odious to him despite all those sacrifices on the Trojan plains? Zeus, gathering dark clouds, rebuked her gently. How could he forget godlike Odysseus, whose insight surpassed all mortals? No, Poseidon was the cause. Endlessly angry over the blinding of Polyphemus, the greatest Cyclops born to the nymph Thoosa, after her scuffling with Poseidon in hollow caves. The Earthshaker would not kill Odysseus, only drive him from home. But now, let all the gods plan his return. Poseidon would yield. He could not stand against all the immortals. Athena agreed, eyes gleaming. If it pleased the gods for cunning Odysseus to return, let Hermes carry their resolve to Ogygia, to the lovely-haired nymph. She herself would go to Ithaca to stir up his son, place courage in the boy's heart, to call an assembly, and confront the courtiers who slaughtered his flocks. Then she would send Telemachus to Sparta and sandy Pylos, to learn of his father's return and earn a good reputation among men. She strapped on her golden sandals, which carried her over water and vast lands on gusts of wind. She took her thick bronze-tipped spear, long, heavy, hard, with which she splits the ranks of men she opposes. She flew down from Olympos, and stood at the outer gate of Odysseus's court in Ithaca, disguised as Mentes, leader of the Taphians. Inside, the brash courtiers played games with pebbles, sprawled on ox hides they had killed themselves. Attendants mixed wine, washed tables with sponges, set out portions of meat. Telemachus sat among them, troubled in his heart, imagining his father appearing out of nowhere to scatter the suitors and reclaim his domain. He saw Athena first, and rushed to the gate, shocked that a stranger should wait so long. He gripped her right hand, took the spear, and welcomed her warmly. He led her inside. He set the spear in a polished rack among his father's others. He guided her to a beautifully crafted chair away from the noisy suitors, so the stranger could eat undisturbed, and so he could ask about his long-absent father. A slave poured water from a golden pitcher over a silver basin. A housekeeper brought bread and delights. A carver set down platters of meat. Golden cups appeared. A server poured wine steadily. Then the lordly courtiers entered, sitting on couches and high-backed chairs. Attendants poured water over their hands. Women heaped baskets of bread. Young men filled bowls with drink. The suitors reached for the feast. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they turned to singing and dancing, the highlights of any feast. A server placed a beautiful lyre in the hands of Phemios, who sang among them against his will. He stroked the strings in prelude. Telemachus leaned close to Athena, keeping his voice low so the others would not hear, and spoke. Telemachus asked his guest not to be angered. The suitors turned to music and song without a care, devouring another man's wealth, a man whose bones might be rotting on some distant shore or tumbling in the surf. If Odysseus ever returned to Ithaca, they would all pray for speed rather than riches. But he was lost to some awful fate, and the day of his return was gone. Then he pressed the stranger. Who was he? Where from? What ship brought him? Had he just arrived? Many strangers came to this house, since Odysseus himself had wandered widely. Athena, eyes gleaming, answered as Mentes, son of Anchialos, ruler of the oar-loving Taphians. She had come with her ship and crew, sailing the wine-dark sea toward Temesane foreign tongues, trading luminous iron for copper. Her ship lay in Rithron harbor below Mount Neon. She declared them friends. Their fathers had been close, if Telemachus cared to ask Laertes, who now endured his sorrows in the country, attended only by an old woman who set out his food whenever exhaustion gripped him after dragging himself up his vineyard slope. She had come because she heard Odysseus was back among his people. But the gods were blocking his return. He was not dead, not fallen to earth, just held on an island by wild, violent men. She prophesied, not as a prophet or bird-reader, but from what the immortals put in her heart, he would not be away long, not even in iron shackles. He would figure out a way, because he always thought and schemed. Then she asked directly, was Telemachus truly Odysseus's son? The likeness in face and striking eyes was unmistakable. They had met often before the Trojan expedition. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He admitted his mother claimed him as Odysseus's son, but no man truly knew his own parentage. If only he had been the son of a fortunate man who aged among his own belongings. Instead, they said he was born to the unluckiest mortal alive. Athena, eyes gleaming, assured him the gods had not granted him a nameless lineage, not if Penelope gave birth to such a son. Then she asked about the crowd in the hall. What kind of feast was this? A wedding? No one brought a share. They were engorging themselves arrogantly. Any sensible man would be incensed. Telemachus answered frankly, the house had once been rich and untarnished while that man was still among his people. But the gods had plotted something else, making him unseen and unnoticed. He would not grieve so much if Odysseus had fallen among his troops at Troy or in the arms of his loved ones after the war. Then the Achaean army would have built him a tomb, and his son would have won enormous glory. But the Harpies had snatched him away without recognition, leaving Telemachus in torment and tears. And worse all, the finest men from the surrounding islands were courting his mother and devastating his household. She neither accepted the bitter marriage, nor ended the matter. They would destroy him soon. Outraged, Pallas Athena answered. Telemachus was at such a loss without Odysseus, who was too far away to lay hands on these shameless men. If only he would arrive right now standing at the outer gates with helmet, shield, and 2 spears, just as she had seen him once at her own house, returning from Ephyre in search of a deadly drug for his arrows. Oilos had refused him, fearing the gods, but her father gave it freely, liking him so much. If Odysseus stormed in like that, the suitors would find a quick and bitter end. But that lay in the lap of the gods. As for Telemachus, he needed to think. Tomorrow, he must call the Achaean heroes to assembly, order the suitors to disperse, and tell his mother to return to her powerful father, who would arrange the wedding and gather proper gifts. Then she offered sound advice: fit the best ship with 20 rowers, and go find news of his father. First to Pylos to question Nestor, then to Sparta to see Menelaus, the last bronze-clad Achaean to return. If he heard Odysseus was alive and returning, he could endure another year. If dead, he must return home, build a burial marker, make funeral offerings, and give his mother to another husband. Then he must plan by deception or open force to kill the suitors. He had to stop holding on to childish ways. Hadn't he heard how Orestes won his reputation by killing Aegisthus, his father's murderer? Telemachus was tall and handsome. He must be courageous, so future generations would speak well of him. She would now go to her waiting ship. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He thanked the stranger for speaking like a father to a son. He would never forget, but he urged the guest to stay wash, gratify his heart, then go to his ship with joy, carrying a beautiful treasured gift as hosts gave to friends. Athena, eyes gleaming, refused. She was eager for the road. He could offer the gift when she returned, and he would have its value in exchange. Then she flew away like a bird, having placed strength and courage in his heart and made him think of his father even more than before. He wondered, this might have been a god. He went back among the suitors, looking godlike himself. Phemios sang about the Achaeans' bitter return from Troy, the song Athena herself had imposed. In the upper room, Penelope overheard. She descended the high stairway with 2 slave women, stood beside the doorpost, held her shimmering veil over her cheeks. Tears streaming, she spoke to the singer. She knew many other charming songs, the deeds of men and gods. Stop this harsh song that tore apart her heart. It reminded her of the face she yearned for, the man whose fame reached throughout Hellas and mid-Argos. Telemachus gathered his thoughts and answered his mother sharply. Why resent the singer for giving pleasure? It was not his fault, but Zeus's. Do not blame him for singing of the Danaans' awful end. People praise the newest song to their ears. Harden your heart. Odysseus was not alone in losing his day of return. Many others died too. Go to your room. Busy yourself with loom and distaff. Order your servants. Speaking out was for men, and especially for him. The power in this house was his. Penelope went back in wonder, holding her son's sharp assertion in her heart. She cried for Odysseus, until Athena shed sweet sleep over her eyelids. The suitors erupted, craving to lie beside her. Telemachus was first to speak. He told them to enjoy the feast without disorder. The singer had a voice like the gods. But in the morning, they would all go to the assembly, where he would publicly declare that they must leave these halls. Let them pull together feasts from their own stores. But if they preferred to devour his livelihood without restitution, they could eat up, and he would call upon the gods for Zeus to execute restorative action. Then they would die inside this house without making amends. They all bit their lips, Wondering at his audacity, Antinous answered, "Surely the gods were teaching Telemachus such elevated talk, but may the son of Cronos never make him king of Ithaca, his own legacy by birth." Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He asked Antinous not to be angry. He would gladly take even that from Zeus's hand. Being a king was not the worst thing. A house grew richer, a man more respected. But there were many other lords on Ithaca. One of them might yet hold the office since Odysseus had died. He would be lord over his own house and the slaves Odysseus had taken for him. Eurymachus answered, "These things lay in the laps of the gods which XIII would be king. But Telemachus could keep his belongings and be lord over his own house. No one would take his possessions by force as long as people lived in Ithaca." Then he asked about the stranger. Where did he come from? Did he bring news of Odysseus's coming, or did he pursue some need of his own? He had stood up, then suddenly vanished without waiting to become known, though he didn't look so bad to the eye. Telemachus gathered his thoughts to answer. Telemachus answered that his father's return had come to nothing. He placed no trust in news or prophecies, no matter what fortune-teller his mother had called into the hall. The stranger was a friend from Taphos Mentes, son of Anchialos, ruler of the ore-loving Taphians. He said this, though in his heart he knew it had been the immortal goddess. The suitors turned to dancing and singing, waiting for evening. Darkness came, and each went home. Telemachus went up to his high room overlooking the courtyard. With him went Euryclea, the loving, watchful daughter of Ops Paisanorides, whom Laertes had bought for 20 oxen in her first bloom. He gave her the same respect as his faithful wife, never taking her to bed to avoid his wife's fury. Of all the slaves, she loved Telemachus most dearly, having nursed him as an infant. He opened the solid doors, sat on the bed, and took off his soft tunic. The shrewd old woman folded it, smoothed it, and hung it on a hook beside the carved bedstead. She left, pulling the door shut by its silver handle and throwing the bolt with the strap. There, covered in a wool fleece, he turned over the journey Athena had set on him all night long. Very early, as dawn spread her rosy fingers, he got up, dressed, slung his sword over his shoulder, tied his splendid sandals, and left looking like a god. He ordered attendants to call the long-haired Achaeans to assembly. They did, and the crowd gathered quickly. Gripping a bronze spear, he went to the agora, 2 dogs following. Athena shed a wonderful grace about him, and all watched in awe. He sat in his father's chair. The elders deferred. Old Odysseus rose bent and weathered. His own son had gone with godlike Odysseus to Troy, but the brutish Cyclops had killed him in his cave, making him his latest meal. 3 other sons remained, but he could not forget the lost one. In torment, tears streaming, he asked who had called the assembly the first since Odysseus left. Had someone heard of an approaching army? Or some other common concern? Whoever it was seemed fortunate. May Zeus bring him good. Odysseus's beloved son rejoiced. Paisanor, an attendant skilled in thoughtful advice, placed the staff in his hands. He told the old man that the one who called the people together was not far. It was he. Sorrow had come to him most of all. No approaching army, only his own need. Twin evils had fallen on his household. He had lost his honorable father, who had been kind as a king. But worse, the suitor's beloved sons of the finest men had overwhelmed his mother against her will. They shuddered to go to Icarios's house so the father could give her away properly. Instead, they crowded in daily, slaughtering oxen, sheep, fat goats, drinking up shimmering wine recklessly. Most was already gone, with no man like Odysseus to hold off the onslaught. He could not defend himself, too miserable, too inept. Intolerable acts had devastated his house beyond what was right. They should be ashamed, fear the neighbors and the anger of the gods. He begged by Olympian Zeus and Themis, "Desist. Leave him to his bitter grief." Unless Odysseus had maliciously wronged them and they were paying him back this way, but it would be better if they simply squandered everything. Then compensation might someday come. Now the pain inflicted on his heart was beyond cure. Enraged, he threw the staff to the ground and burst into tears. Compassion gripped the people. The suitors were silent. Antinous alone answered. He mocked Telemachus's intrepid spirit. The blame was not with the suitors, but with his mother, her shrewd mind. It was now the 3rd year, soon the 4th, that she had been frustrating them. She offered everyone hope, made promises, while her mind stayed on other things. She had plotted another scheme, setting up an enormous loom and weaving an extensive piece of finest thread. She told them to be patient until she finished a robe, a shroud for Laertes, when death struck, so Achaean women would not be outraged if he lay without one. Their eager hearts were persuaded. Every day she wove, every night, with torches beside her she unraveled it. For 3 years she swayed them, but when the 4th year came, one of her women told the suitors, and they caught her unraveling the splendid web. She finished it by force, against her will. He told Telemachus to send his mother away, let her marry whomever her father chose. If she kept tormenting them, calculating with Athena's gifts of exquisite arts and shrewd schemes, none of the ancient women, Tyro or Alcmene or Mycenae, equaled Penelope in subtlety. This, at least, she had not thought through properly. As long as she held on to this idea, she would generate great fame for herself, but for Telemachus, only yearning for his lost livelihood. The suitors would not go back to their lands until she married one of them. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He could not throw out the woman who gave him life and raised him not against her will. His father was either living elsewhere or dead. It would be hard to pay back Icarios. Her father would send troubles, and the awful Furies would be called upon as she left. Shame would come from other men. He would never say those words. If the suitors were offended, let them leave and feast in other houses, eating up their own resources. But if they preferred to waste his livelihood without compensation, they could keep destroying it. He would call upon the gods. Zeus might grant an act of revenge, and they would be destroyed within these halls. As he spoke, Zeus sent 2 eagles flying from a high mountain peak. They soared side by side on the wind. When they reached the middle of the clamorous assembly, they whirled, flapping rapidly, looking down on all the heads, envisioning death. They tore at each other's cheeks and necks with their claws, then darted off to the right, over the houses and above the city. All who saw the eagles wondered what might come. Old Halitherses Masterides, who excelled in bird knowledge and sage speech, addressed the assembly with good intentions. He declared that a great misfortune was rolling toward the suitors. Odysseus would not be away from his loved ones much longer. Even now he was somewhere near, sowing carnage and death. Long before that, they should think how to end this, or let the suitors end it themselves. He was no inexperienced speaker. He had once told Odysseus, when the Argives set off for Ilios, that after suffering many hardships and losing all his fellows, unknown to everyone, in the 20th year he would come home. Now all of it was coming to be. Eurymachus answered harshly. He told the old man to go home and prophesy to his own children. Lots of birds flitted about, and not all were momentous. Odysseus had died far away, as Halitherses himself should have died alongside him. Then he would not stir up Telemachus's anger, anticipating gifts for his household. If he deluded a younger man and fired up his rage, first it would be harder for the boy, and beyond that, he could do nothing because of all the suitors here. They would impose a grueling fine on the old man, and his sorrow would be bitter. He then suggested, Telemachus urged his mother back to her father's house to prepare for the wedding. Until then, the sons of the Achaeans would not stop their courtship. They feared no one, not Telemachus with all his talk, nor any pointless prophesying. His resources would be eaten up spitefully with no compensation as long as she delayed. They would keep striving for her preeminence. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He would plead no longer about these things. The gods and all the Achaeans already knew, but give him a fast ship and 20 shipmates. He would go to Sparta and sandy Pylos to find out about his father's return. If he heard his father was alive and returning, he would endure another year. If dead, he would return home, pile up a burial mound, offer lavish funeral offerings, and give his mother away. He sat down. Mentor, Odysseus's blameless fellow soldier, who had been entrusted with the entire household when Odysseus left, stood among them. He told the Ithacans that no king should ever be kind and gentle out of goodwill anymore. Let him be harsh and do evil, since no one remembered how Odysseus, gentle as a father, had ruled them like a god. He did not object to the suitors for risking their own heads while devouring Odysseus's resources. His indignation was for the rest, all who sat in silence while so few men overran so many. Leiocritos Euenorides answered back sharply. He accused Mentor of harsh words and wandering thoughts. Even if Odysseus himself returned, eager to drive out the suitors, his wife would hardly be pleased at his coming. He would meet a distasteful end, fighting their larger numbers. He told the people to scatter back to their own business. Let Mentor and Halitherses urge Telemachus on his way. They were old friends of the household, but Telemachus would be sitting around a long time, listening to gossip, and never follow this journey through. The assembly broke up. Everyone scattered home except the suitors, who returned to Odysseus's house. Telemachus went alone to the shore, washed his hands in the gray surf, and prayed to Athena. He reminded her that she had come as a god yesterday, telling him to cross the foggy sea to hear about his father. The Achaeans, especially the appalling suitors, were hindering all this. Athena came close, looking and sounding like Mentor. She told him he would not be mean or meaningless if his father's fine spirit was instilled in him. Such a man Odysseus was taking actions and words through to the end. His road would not be in vain. Few sons were like their fathers. Most were worse. But since he would not be mean or meaningless, and Odysseus's wit had not escaped him, there was hope. Don't think about the suitors' plans. The fools did not see the Black Death so close to them to die all in one day. His road would not be put aside for long. She was such a friend of his father that she would equip a fast ship and go with him. He should go back to the house, join the suitors, prepare supplies, wine in amphoras, barley and thick skins. She would gather a volunteer crew from the many ships in sea-girt Ithaca, find the best one, and ready her. Telemachus did not linger after hearing the goddess. Deeply troubled, he went back to the house, where the proud suitors were flaying goats and singeing pigs in the courtyard. Laughing, Antinous came to him, held out his hand, and praised his intrepid spirit. Let no more rude words enter his heart. They would all eat and drink as before. The Achaeans would bring together a ship and hand-picked oarsmen so Telemachus could go with all due speed to sandy Pylos. Telemachus answered coldly. He could not eat quietly before such arrogance. Wasn't it enough that the suitors had wasted so many of his belongings when he was a child? Now he was grown, learning, his heart surging inside him. He would find out how to bring them a horrendous death, whether by going to Pylos or right here. He was going as a passenger, since that seemed more to their advantage. He was not master of a ship or oarsman, but the journey would not be in vain. He drew his hand away casually. The suitors kept feasting, mocking him with hard words. One jeered that Telemachus was plotting murder. He would bring bodyguards from sandy Pylos or Sparta, or go to Ephyr for deadly drugs to throw into the wine bowl and kill them all. Another wondered aloud. Who knew? Maybe he would die wandering in his hollow ship, far from loved ones, exactly like Odysseus, making more trouble for them. They would split his belongings and give the house to his mother and whoever married her. Telemachus went down to his father's wide, high-ceilinged room. Gold and bronze lay in piles, clothes in chests, fragrant olive oil. Large ceramic jars of aged sweet wine stood in rows along the wall, an unmixed heavenly drink, saved in case Odysseus ever returned. Double doors were jammed tight. Euryclea, daughter of Ops Paisanorides, guarded it all night and day with sharp understanding. He called her over. He told her to draw off the finest wine into amphorae, except what she was saving for that unfortunate, Zeus-sprung Odysseus, in case he came home after escaping death. Fill 12. Top them with lids. Pour 20 full measures of ground barley meal into well-stitched leather skins. Keep it to herself. In the evening, when his mother thought of bed and went upstairs, he would gather everything. He was going to Sparta and sandy Pylos to ask about his father's return. His beloved nurse cried out and moaned. How had this idea come into his mind? He was an only child, so well loved. Odysseus had died far away. When Telemachus left, these men would think up awful things, how he would die through their trickery, and they would divide everything. Stay here. No need to wander and suffer hardships on the restless sea. Telemachus told her to take heart. This plan was not without the aid of the gods, but swear to tell none of this to his dear mother before the 11th or 12th day, or until she missed him, or heard he had gone, so she would not harm her lovely skin by crying. The old woman swore a great oath before the gods. Then she drew off the wine and poured the barley. Telemachus rejoined the suitors in the hall. Athena, eyes gleaming, had another idea. Looking like Telemachus, she went through the whole city, encouraging every man to gather at the swift ship that evening. She asked Nomon, Broneos' splendid son, for a fast ship, and he promised it sincerely. The sun set, casting shadows over every road. She drew the ship into the sea, installed all the gear, moored it at the harbor's mouth. A good crew gathered around, each heart stirred by the goddess. Then Athena went back to the house of godlike Odysseus. She shed sweet sleep over the suitors as they drank. They drifted off. She knocked all the cups out of their hands. Sleep descended on their eyelids, and they roused themselves to go to their beds throughout the city. Athena, eyes gleaming in the guise of mentor, called Telemachus to the promenade hall. The well-equipped crew were already sitting at their oars, waiting only for him. Let's go. Do not delay. Pallas Athena led the way quickly. Telemachus followed in her footsteps. When they came down to the sea in the ship, they found their long-haired shipmates along the shore. His strength renewed, he spoke to them. Telemachus called out to his friends to bring down the supplies from the great hall. Everything had been gathered. His mother had heard nothing, nor had the servants. Only one person knew. He led the way, and they stowed everything below the sturdy benches as he had ordered. Athena boarded first, sitting in the stern. Telemachus climbed aboard beside her. The others released the stern cables, climbed to their benches. Athena sent a favorable wind, the brisk west wind roaring over the wine-dark sea. Telemachus called for the tackle. They rose, lifted the fore-mast into its socket, set it with forestays, and heaved up the white sail with ox-hide lines. The wind filled the sail. A dark wave crashed and gleamed about the prow. The ship sped among the waves. They stored their gear, set out bowls brimming with wine, poured offerings to the eternal gods, most of all to Zeus's gray-eyed daughter. All through the night until dawn, the ship carved its way. Leaving the lovely sea, the sun rose into a bronze sky, bringing light to immortals and to grain-bearing mortals. They came to Pylos, Neleos's well-built stronghold. On the seashore, men were offering black bulls to the dark-haired earth-shaker, 9 gatherings of 500 men each, 9 bulls before each. They had tasted the entrails, and were burning thigh pieces when the ship put in. The crew hoisted and furled the sail, anchored, and disembarked. Telemachus descended, Athena leading. She told him he no longer needed to feel timid. This was why he had sailed to hear about his father, where the earth had covered him, or what end he had met. Go straight to Nestor the horse-tamer. Learn what guidance he held. Ask for the truth. Nestor would not speak falsely. Telemachus asked how he should address such an elder. He was not yet tested in the subtleties of speech. Athena answered that he would think up some of it himself, and some god would impart the rest. She did not think he had been brought up against the will of the gods. She led the way quickly, and he followed. They went up to the gathered Pylian men. Nestor sat with his sons and friends, roasting meat, piercing other parts on spits. When they saw the strangers, they crowded forward, shook their hands, and encouraged them to sit. Pisistratos Nestorides came first, seized both their hands, and told them to sit on soft goat skins by the sea next to his brother Thrasymedes and his father. He gave them portions of entrails, poured wine in a golden cup, and welcomed them. He told the stranger Athena in disguise to pray to Lord Poseidon, since they had arrived during his feast. After pouring and praying, give the cup to the young man. He was younger, about Pisistratos' own age, so the gold cup went first to the elder guest. Pallas Athena took heart at the man's thoughtfulness. She offered a solemn prayer to Poseidon. Listen, Earth Clutcher. Do not hold back from fulfilling their prayers. Confer glory on Nestor and his sons. Give gracious compensation for this hecatomb to all the people of Pylos. Grant that she and Telemachus return after accomplishing their mission. She prayed, even as she was bringing it all about. She gave the beautiful double-handled cup to Telemachus, and he prayed in a similar way. They roasted the outer meat, removed it, divided portions, and ate the sumptuous feast. When they had put aside desire for food and drink, Nestor of Gerenia, tamer of horses, spoke first. He asked who they were, where they had sailed from on a mission, or wandering like pirates, who risk their lives and bring misfortune to others. Telemachus took heart. Athena had planted confidence in him, so he would ask about his father and gain good standing among men. He answered that they came from Ithaca, under Mount Neos. The mission was his own, not public. He had come to hear reports of his father, great-hearted Odysseus, who once fought with Nestor and destroyed Troy. Of all the others who warred there, they had heard where each died miserably, but the son of Cronos had left Odysseus' death unreported. No one could tell if he was overcome on the mainland or on the open sea among the waves of Amphitrite. He had come to Nestor's knees, asking for any sighting or news because above all others, Odysseus' mother had borne him to misery. Do not soothe him out of compassion. Tell the hard truth. He begged that if Odysseus ever undertook any word or action for Nestor in the land of Troy, remember it now. Nestor answered. The young man had reminded him of all the misery the Achaean sons endured, driven over the foggy sea, hunting loot wherever Achilles led, struggling around Priam's great city. There so many of the finest were cut down, Aias, Achilles, Patroclus, and his own son Antilochus, the fastest runner, the best fighter. They suffered many other terrible things. No mortal could tell them all. Even if Telemachus stayed 5 or 6 years asking about those horrors, he would sooner lose heart and head home. For 9 years they plotted treachery, and the son of Cronos barely brought it to an end. No one there tried to match Odysseus in intelligence. He outshone them all in strategy. Nestor was struck with wonder looking at Telemachus. The way he spoke was so much like his father's. A younger man shouldn't be able to speak like this. During the war, Odysseus and Nestor never spoke at odds, being of one mind with shrewd advice. They informed the Argives how everything might turn out for the best. But when they leveled Priam's city and a god scattered the Achaeans, Zeus planned a miserable return. Many met a bad end through the awful anger of the gleaming-eyed goddess. She caused discord between the 2 sons of Atreus. They called the Achaeans to assembly without reason or order. At sunset, the men came, heavy with wine. Menelaus urged all to think of returning over the sea's broad back. Agamemnon wanted to hold the people back to offer 100 oxen and appease Athena's rage. The fool, he did not know she would not listen. The minds of the eternal gods are not turned around so quickly. The 2 argued with harsh words. The Achaeans in their fine shin guards rose in a huge furor, and 2 divergent plans found favor among them. That night they all rested, harboring hard thoughts against each other, because Zeus had set a horrible misfortune in motion. In the morning, half the men dragged their ships to the bright sea, loading goods and long-robed women. The other half stayed with Agamemnon. Those who boarded rowed away quickly. A god had calmed the open sea. At Tenedos, eager for home, they made sacrifices. But Zeus had not decided on their return. He stirred up a second terrible dispute. Some favored Agamemnon and turned back with Lord Odysseus. Nestor fled with his own fleet, knowing a god was planning something awful. Diomedes, Ares' favorite, urged his crews to flee as well. Menelaus, the blonde, overtook them at Lesbos, where they argued over the long voyage, whether to sail above rugged Chios or below it. They asked for a sign. The god showed them a middle course through the sea to Euboea, to escape danger most quickly. A shrill wind blew. the ships traveled quickly over the fish-filled sea. At night, they put into Eurystos, offering many bulls' thighs to Poseidon, thankful to have crossed the great sea. On the fourth day, Diomedes' crews landed their sleek ships in Argos, but Nestor held on for Pylos. The wind never died down from the moment the god first set it blowing. He came without hearing a thing, knowing nothing of the other Achaeans who was saved, who was lost. All he had heard, sitting in his halls, Telemachus would hear as well, and he would hide nothing. The Myrmidons came through fine, led by the son of great-hearted Aches. Philoctetes returned. Idomeneus brought all his men back to Crete. The sea took none of them. Of Agamemnon's return, and Aegisthus' awful death, Telemachus had already heard. It was good for his son to be left behind when a man died, as Orestes had taken revenge on his father's murderer. Telemachus was handsome and tall, be fearless, so future generations would speak well of him. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. He called Nestor most esteemed. That man truly took his revenge, and the Achaeans would spread his fame widely. If only the gods would wrap Telemachus in such power to pay back the suitors for their painful violations. But the gods had spun no such satisfaction for him or for his father. He simply had to take it. Nestor answered. He had heard that many suitors were plotting horrible things in Telemachus's halls. Was he willingly letting himself be exploited? Or did the people hate him because of some god? Who knew if Odysseus might come back and pay them back alone, or with all the Achaeans together? If only Athena, with her gleaming eyes, would love Telemachus as much as she once loved Odysseus. In the Trojan country where Nestor had never seen the gods show their love so openly as Athena standing by his side. If she loved him like that, some of the suitors would stop thinking about marriage. Telemachus answered that he didn't think this would ever happen. It was far too much. He was amazed. He had no hope, even if the gods themselves wished it. Athena, eyes gleaming, rebuked him. What a word had escaped the barrier of his teeth. Any god who willed it could easily deliver a man safely, even from far away. She would rather come home after suffering many hardships than be slaughtered at his own hearth, like Agamemnon killed by the treachery of Aegisthus and his own wife. But even the gods could not fend off the impartiality of death for a man they loved, when his own unspeakable share of merciless death cut him down. Telemachus gathered his thoughts. As troubled as they were, let's talk no longer about that man's return. It was no longer realistic. The immortals had arranged his black doom. Now he wanted to ask Nestor something else. How was Agamemnon killed? Where was Menelaus? What death did Aegisthus think up for a man far stronger than himself? Was Menelaus not in Achaean Argos, but drifting somewhere else? So Aegisthus took heart and murdered Agamemnon? Nestor answered with the whole truth. Telemachus had suggested how it would have gone if Menelaus had found Aegisthus alive after leaving Troy. They would not have even heaped earth over his body. Dogs and birds would have torn him apart on the plain, and no Achaean woman would have wept, because his act was utterly outrageous. But the Achaeans stayed at Troy, following their troubles through to the end, while Aegisthus, in comfort in horse-raising Argos, kept up charming chatter with Agamemnon's wife. At first, Clementine denied the gruesome act. She had a good mind. A singer had been left to protect her, but destiny bound Agamemnon to be overcome. Aegisthus led the singer to a desolate island, leaving him as prey for birds. Then he led the willing woman homeward. He burned many thighs on sacred altars and put up delightful offerings, gold and woven things, since he had carried out a monumental act even his own heart had never hoped for. Nestor and Menelaus had sailed from Troy in close alliance, but at holy Sunios near Athens, Apollo killed Menelaus's helmsman Phrontis' son Ontor, who excelled at steering when the gusts drove hard. They stopped to bury him and make funeral offerings. When Menelaus continued to Mount Malea, Zeus envisioned a bitter passage and poured screaming winds. Waves loomed like mountains. He split the ships. Some sailed to Crete, to a sheer cliff on the edge of Gortyn, where the southwest wind heaves a huge wave toward Phaistos. Some ships approached there, and the men barely escaped destruction, but waves smashed the ships against reefs. The wind and waters drove 5 dark, proud ships onward to Egypt. Menelaus wandered there, gathering provisions and gold among strange tongues, while Aegisthus plotted unspeakable things at home. After killing Agamemnon, Aegisthus ruled Mycene for 7 years. In the 8th year, Orestes came back from Athens and killed his father's murderer. After the killing, he gave the Argives a funeral feast for his miserable mother and spineless Aegisthus. Menelaus, good at shouting his rage, arrived on the same day, bringing as much wealth as his ship could hold. Nestor warned Telemachus not to wander from home for long, leaving his belongings with insolent men who might use up or divide everything. He encouraged and urged him to go to Menelaus, who had only recently returned from a place so vast and dreadful that even birds do not come back in the same year. Nestor told Telemachus to go now with his ship and mates, or if he preferred by foot, here were chariots, horses, and Nestor's own sons to guide him all the way to bright Lake Damon, where blond Menelaus lived. Implore him to tell the whole truth. He would not speak falsely. The sun set, and darkness came. Athena spoke. She commended Nestor's fitting words, then called for bulls' tongues to be cut, and wine mixed. After pouring offerings to Poseidon and the immortals, they should think about sleep. The light had given way to darkness. It was not right to sit feasting with the gods so long but to go home. Attendants poured water over hands. Young men filled bowls. They served equal portions, beginning with cup offerings. They threw tongues onto the fire, stood, and poured their drinks. After drinking to their heart's content, Athena and Telemachus were anxious to return to their empty ship. Nestor held them back vigorously. He scolded May Zeus, and the other gods keep Telemachus from going away, as if from a poor man without cloaks or blankets. Nestor had cloaks and beautiful blankets. The beloved son of Odysseus would not lie down on a ship's deck, while Nestor still lived, and his children after him remained to host strangers. Athena answered that Nestor had spoken well. Telemachus should listen. It was far better this way. But while he slept in Nestor's halls, she would go to the black ship to lift the shipmates' hearts and tell them everything. Among them, she alone claimed to be older. The rest were younger, close in age to great-hearted Telemachus. She would lie beside the black ship only tonight. In the morning, she would go to the great-hearted Cauconians, where a debt neither recent nor trivial was owed her. But since Telemachus had come to his house, Nestor should send him on with a chariot and his son, giving him the fastest, strongest, best horses. She departed in the form of an eagle. All were amazed. Nestor gazed in utter wonder. He grasped Telemachus's hand and told him he did not expect him to turn out bad or timid if the gods now accompanied him as guide at such a young age. That was no one but Zeus's daughter, Tritogenia, who had honored his good father above all Argives. He prayed to her, "Be gracious, let him be worthy," and he would sacrifice an untamed yearling cow wide across the brow, never yoked after overlaying its horns with gold. Pallas Athena heard. Nestor led his sons and daughters' husbands to his beautiful home. They sat on couches and high-backed chairs. The old man mixed a bowl of sweet wine from an 11th-year jar broken open that day. He prayed as he poured offerings to Athena. After drinking to their heart's content, they went to sleep, each in his own home. Nestor had Telemachus, godlike in appearance, lie on a cot with interlacing straps in the echoing portico, next to Pisistratos, the only one of his sons still unmarried. Nestor himself slept in the innermost room with his wife. Very early, as dawn showed her rosy fingers, Nestor rose and sat on the polished oiled stones outside his tall doors, where Neleus had once sat before descending to Hades. His sons gathered Echephron, Stratios, Perseus, Aretos, Thrasymedes, and Pisistratos. They led out Telemachus, who seemed like one of the gods, and sat him next to the old man. Nestor spoke quickly. Fulfill his expectation so he might win Athena's support, she who had come openly during the feast. Someone go to the fields for a cow. Bring it quickly. Have the cattle herder drive it. Go to Telemachus's black ship, and bring back all his shipmates. leaving only two. Summon the goldsmith lurks to plate the cow's horns with gold. The rest stay together, prepare a feast inside, bring out seats, firewood, and clear water. They did as he said. The cow arrived. Telemachus's mates came from the swift ship. The metallurgist came with anvil, hammer, and tongs. Athena arrived for the offering. Nestor offered the gold. The smith overlaid the heifer's horns. Stratios and Echephron led the cow by the horns. Aretos brought water in a florid basin and barley in a basket. Thrasymedes stood with a sharp axe. Perseus held the blood receptacle. Nestor washed his hands, scattered barley, prayed to Athena, and cut hair from the cow's head, throwing it into the fire. After the prayer, Thrasymedes struck. The axe sliced through the neck muscles. The women daughters, sons' wives, and Nestor's esteemed wife Eurydice ululated. The men lifted the cow's head. Pisistratos cut its throat. When the black blood ran out and life left its bones, they cut everything into large pieces. They cut away the thighs, covered them with a double layer of fat, placed raw pieces on top. The old men burned them on split wood, poured shimmering wine over them. Young men held 5-pronged forks. When the thighs and entrails were fully roasted, they cut the rest into small bits, speared them on spits, and roasted them. Meanwhile, Nestor's youngest daughter, lovely Polycaste, bathed Telemachus. She washed him, anointed him with oil, threw a tunic and lovely cloak around him. He emerged looking like a god and sat beside Nestor. They roasted the outer meat, took it off the spits, feasted, with wine poured into gold cups. When they had put aside desire for food and drink, Nestor told his sons to lead out the lovely maned horses yoked to a chariot so Telemachus could finish his journey. They obeyed. They placed the fast horses under the yoke. The housekeeper placed bread, wine, and royal sauces. Telemachus climbed onto the stunning chariot. Pisistratos climbed next to him, took the reins, cracked the whip. The two men flew across the plain, leaving behind Pylos's towering stronghold. All day the horses yanked the yoke. The sun set, the roads grew dark. They came to Phere, home of Diocles, son of Ortilachos. There they spent the night as his guests. Very early as dawn flourished her rosy fingers, they yoked the horses, climbed onto the inlaid chariot, drove through the gate and echoing portico. Pisistratos cracked the whip. They flew across the grain-rich plain. The fast horses carried them so quickly they reached their journey's end. The sun set. All the roads grew dark. The travelers crested into the ravine-ribbed valley of Lake Dalim and drove straight to Menelaus's famous household. Inside, the king was hosting a double wedding feast, sending his daughter Hermione, child of Helen, lovely as golden Aphrodite, off to Achilles' son as promised at Troy, and marrying his son Megapenthes to a Spartan bride. The great hall blazed with neighbors and family. A heavenly singer plucked a lyre, and acrobats spun through the center of it all. Telemachus and Nestor's son Pisistratos halted at the gates. Attendant Eteoneus spotted them, hurried inside, and reported to Menelaus that two godlike strangers had arrived should their horses be unharnessed, or should they be sent elsewhere. Menelaus flared with anger, reminded the man how much hospitality his own wandering had needed, and ordered the guests brought in at once. Attendants rushed out, unyoked the sweating horses, tied them at grain-filled stalls, leaned the chariot against the gleaming vestibule, and led the young men inside. Telemachus's gaze swept the high-ceilinged hall, its radiance like sunlight or moonlight. After washing in polished baths, being oiled and cloaked, they sat beside Menelaus. Water from a golden pitcher ran over their hands, bread and delicacies appeared. A carver heaped meat onto plates. Then Menelaus welcomed them, urging them to eat before he asked their names, certain they descended from sceptred, Zeus-favored kings. No common blood could shape such men. To prove his esteem, he set before them the choicest slices of roast beef that had been his own portion. When hunger and thirst left them, Telemachus leaned close to Pisistratos and whispered, amazed the bronze, gold, silver, amber, ivory in this echoing house seemed fit for Zeus's own court, and awe struck him just looking at it. Menelaus overheard, and his voice carried across the hall. He told the young man that no mortal could compete with Zeus, but among men his wealth might stand alone or might not. He had brought much back in the 8th year, after wandering Cyprus, Phoenicia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sidon, the Aram boy, and Libya, where lambs mature quickly and shepherds never lack cheese or milk. Yet while he gathered provisions, another man had treacherously murdered his brother Agamemnon through a hateful wife's plot. So no joy came from owning these things. He would trade 2/3 of it all to have back the men who died at Troy. Often he sat mourning until his heart filled with the chill of sorrow, then stopped. But one loss never eased Odysseus. None of the Argives had struggled as hard. Now the man was gone so long, no one knew if he lived, while old Laertes, faithful Penelope, and Telemachus, left as an infant, must all be mourning. That name broke through Telemachus. Tears streamed down his face. He pulled his purple cloak over his eyes. Menelaus noticed, and debated silently, let the boy speak of his father on his own, or question him first. While he weighed that choice, Helen emerged from her fragrant high-ceilinged room, beautiful as Artemis of the golden arrows. Slaves brought her chair, a wool rug, and a silver basket, gifts from Egypt. She sat, placed her feet on a stool, and immediately asked her husband whether he knew who these strangers claimed to be. Her heart drove her to speak. She had never seen anyone, man or woman, who resembled another so perfectly. "This young man," she declared, "looks exactly like Telemachus, the infant Odysseus left behind when the Greeks sailed for Troy because of her own shamelessness." Menelaus admitted he had only just noticed it himself. The stranger's hands, feet, eyes, face, hair all matched Odysseus, and moments ago, while Menelaus spoke of that hero's troubles, the boy had let bitter tears fall and hid behind his cloak. Pisistratos then confirmed it. Telemachus stood before them, cautious and embarrassed to speak boldly in the presence of a man whose voice they gloried in like a god's. Nestor had sent Pisistratos as a guide, hoping Menelaus could plant some word or action in the young man's heart, because a fatherless child suffers at home with no ally to hold off misfortune. Menelaus marveled aloud. The son of a man he loved so dearly had come to his house. He had once dreamed of welcoming Odysseus back above all other Argives, would have emptied one of his own nearby cities, moved Odysseus and his family there, and enjoyed their friendship until death. But some god must have envied them, resolving that unlucky man alone would never return. That speech made them all weep, Helen cried. Telemachus cried. Menelaus himself cried. Even Pisistratos shed tears, remembering his brother Antilochus, killed by the son of shining dawn. But then he spoke up. Nestor always said Menelaus was the wisest of mortals. So listen now. He found no joy in mourning after supper. Dawn approached. Weeping over the dead was only a small debt we owe our miserable kind. His own brother was dead, a great runner and fighter, though Pisistratos had never met him. Menelaus agreed. The young man spoke as thoughtfully as his own father Nestor, whom the son of Cronos had blessed with easy old age and skilled sons. So let them set aside weeping, remember dinner, and have more water poured over their hands. Morning would bring time for a full talk between him and Telemachus. As Phalion poured the water, they reached for the food, but Helen had another intention. She dropped into the wine a drug from Egypt, given to her by Polydamna, wife of Thon, that could banish sorrow and anger, erase all unpleasant memories. Anyone who swallowed it mixed in a bowl would not let a single tear fall for an entire day, not even if both parents died, or a brother or son was murdered before his eyes. Egypt's grain-giving earth produced countless drugs, good and dangerous. Every man there was a healer, descendant of Paeon. After Helen added the drug and ordered the wine poured, she spoke again. Helen addressed Menelaus and the two young men, observing that Zeus gave good and bad as he pleased, so they should feast and enjoy conversation. Then she offered a story about Odysseus's tenacious mind. In Troy, he had beaten his own body with blows, thrown filthy rags over his shoulders, and entered the enemy city disguised as a beggar. Nothing like the man he was among the Greek ships. No one recognized him. She alone saw through the disguise and questioned him sharply, but he evaded her. Only after she swore a solemn oath not to reveal him did she bathe and anoint him, clothe him, and learn the Greeks' entire strategy. Then he killed many Trojans with his long sword and returned to the Greek camp with intelligence. The other Trojan women wailed, but her own spirit lifted her heart, had already turned back toward home, and she groaned over the destructive passion Aphrodite had given her, which led her away from her child, her bridal chamber, and a husband lacking nothing in brains or beauty. Menelaus confirmed every word. He had known many brave men and wandered widely, but never seen anyone as tenacious as Odysseus. Then he told of the carved horse, from which the finest Greeks waited to bring death to Troy. Helen had come there then. Some god must have called her, intending to give glory to the Trojans, and godlike Deiphobos followed her. 3 times she circled the hollow trap, touching it, and calling out the names of the Danaans' wives, mimicking their voices. Inside sat Menelaus, Diomedes, and Odysseus. They heard her, and wanted to answer or climb out, but Odysseus held them back, eager as they were. All stayed silent except Antioclus, who tried to speak. Odysseus clamped his jaws shut with strong hands and saved them all, holding on until Pallas Athena led Helen away. Telemachus answered that this only made things more painful, since even an iron heart could not hold off miserable death. Then he asked to be sent to bed so they could enjoy sweet sleep. Helen ordered slaves to set up cots under the portico with purple blankets, covers, and wool cloaks. The slaves prepared the beds by torchlight and led the guests out. Telemachus and Pisistratos slept on the porch. Menelaus slept deep in the high-ceilinged house beside Helen, brilliant among women. Rosy-fingered, dawn came early. Menelaus rose, dressed, threw his sharp sword over his shoulder, bound sandals on his feet, and left the room looking like a god. He sat beside Telemachus and asked directly what necessity had brought him across the sea's broad back to bright Lake Daemon, public or private. Tell the plain truth. Telemachus answered that he had come for news of his father. His household was being consumed, his rich lands devastated. Violent men filled his house, killing his sheep and cattle. The suitors were overbearing in their insolence toward his mother, so he had arrived at Menelaus's knees, asking whether the king had seen his father's miserable death with his own eyes, or heard some story from another drifter, since above all others, Odysseus's mother had borne him to misery. He begged Menelaus not to calm him out of pity, but to tell the hard truth, remembering any word or action Odysseus had done for him at Troy. Deeply outraged, Menelaus called the suitors spineless, like a deer who leaves her newborn fawns in a lion's lair. Then the lion returns and destroys them. That was how Odysseus would destroy them. He wished aloud that Zeus, Athena, and Apollo would bring Odysseus back as he had been in Lesbos, when he wrestled Philomedes and threw him decisively while all the Greeks cheered. If Odysseus came upon the suitors like that, they would face quick death and a bitter marriage. But Menelaus would not digress or mislead. The old man of the sea had told him everything, and he would hide nothing. He explained that the gods had held him in Egypt because he had not performed complete sacrifices of oxen. Off the Egyptian coast lay the island of Pharos, a day's sail away in a good wind, with a fine harbor. The gods held him there 20 days. No winds appeared. His supplies and his men's strength would have run out if Eidothea, daughter of powerful Proteus, the old man of the sea, had not pitied him. She found him drifting alone while his mates fished from hunger. She called him a fool, or slow-witted, asking if he enjoyed suffering. He had stayed so long without resolve while his men's hearts wasted away. He answered that he was not staying willingly. He must have sinned against the immortals. He asked which god detained him, and how he could cross the fish-infested sea. She told him about Proteus, the immortal Egyptian old man of the sea, bluntly truthful, servant of Poseidon, and her father. If Telemachus could ambush and seize him, Proteus would tell him the way, the length of his journey, and everything about his return, even what had happened in his halls during his long absence. Menelaus asked whether she could think of a plan, since a mere man could hardly overcome a god. she replied openly. At midday, the old man emerged from the surf on the west wind, hidden by dark rippling waters, and rested in a hollow cave. Around him slept seals from the gray water, reeking with an awful stench. She would take Menelaus at daybreak and lay him in a row with 3 carefully chosen shipmates. She explained the cunning tricks. Proteus would count the seals, then lie down among them like a shepherd. When Menelaus saw him resting, he had to find his strength and hold on no matter how the old man struggled and transformed. Proteus would change into everything that thrashes on ground, in water, or in blazing fire. Menelaus had to grip tighter. Only when Proteus returned to his original shape and spoke should he let go and ask which god was angry and how to sail home. After saying this, Eidothea dove into the surging sea. Menelaus returned to his ships, his heart raging. They prepared supper as enchanting night fell, then rested on the seashore. At dawn he walked along the shore praying, chose his 3 most trusted men, and met Eidothea, who had plunged into the sea and brought up 4 freshly flayed seal skins. She scooped out beds in the sand, had them lie down in a row, and threw a skin over each. The stench was horrible. Who could lie next to a sea creature? But she saved them by placing fragrant ambrosia under each nose, eliminating the smell. All morning they waited with persevering hearts. The seals came out in droves and lay down. At midday, the old man emerged, counted the seals including them, suspecting nothing, and lay down. They rushed at him, shouting, and threw their arms around him. He transformed into a full-maned lion, then a snake, a leopard, a huge boar, then flowing water, then a very tall leafy tree. They held on with stubborn determination. Finally the old man, tired, questioned Menelaus about which god had conspired to ambush him and asked what he needed. Menelaus answered that he knew why he was held on the island. His heart was wasting away. He demanded to know which god detained him and how to cross the fish-infested sea. Proteus answered at once. Menelaus should have made generous offerings to Zeus and the other gods before sailing, so he could have reached his homeland quickly. It was not his lot to see his loved ones or reach his household until he went back to the waters of Egypt, offered sacred sacrifices of 100 oxen to the immortal gods of the vast heavens. Only then would they open the way he yearned for. Menelaus's heart broke inside him, since Proteus was urging him across the foggy sea to Egypt yet again, a long and arduous journey. But still, he answered. Menelaus asked Proteus directly whether all the Achaeans had returned unharmed, those Nestor, and he had left behind at Troy, or whether some had died brutally aboard ship or in the arms of loved ones after the war. The old man immediately answered that Menelaus did not need to know or think about what was in his mind. He would not be without tears for long. Many had been killed, many left behind. Only 2 Achaean leaders in bronze armor perished. As they returned, Menelaus had been there for the fighting. Only one perhaps still lived, held back on the open sea. Aias had been driven onto the massive rocks at XIII by Poseidon, who then saved him from the sea. He would have escaped death, hated as he was by Athena, if he had not thrown out an arrogant statement that he had escaped the great gulf of the sea despite the gods. Poseidon heard this smugness, picked up his trident, struck the rock of XIII, and shattered it. One fragment remained. The broken piece, on which Aias had been sitting, plunged into the sea and carried him down into the endlessly surging water. He died swallowing salt water. Menelaus's brother Agamemnon had escaped somehow on his hollow ships, saved by venerable Hera, but as he neared towering Mount Malea, a blustery wind caught him and carried him, groaning deeply, across the fish-filled sea to that most distant land where Thyestes once lived, and where Aegisthus, Thyestes' son, now lived. Even from there, the gods turned back the wind and showed him a safe return. Overjoyed, Agamemnon stepped onto his native land, picked up some of its ground, kissed it, and hot tears flowed from his eyes. A lookout, whom treacherous Aegisthus had posted there for a year, rewarded with 2 gold talents, saw the arrival, and brought word. Aegisthus immediately plotted an underhanded scheme. He selected 20 of the best men, set them in ambush, ordered a feast prepared, and went out with horses and chariots, his mind on the unspeakable. He led Agamemnon inside, unaware of the death intended for him. After they finished feasting, Aegisthus cut him down like an ox in the stables. Not one of Agamemnon's soldiers was left alive, nor one of Aegisthus's men. All were cut down inside those halls. Menelaus's heart broke inside him. He wept, sitting in the sand, no longer wanting to go on living or see the light of the sun. When he had his fill of crying and flailing, the old man of the sea told him not to keep weeping without letting up. There was no use in it. He needed to figure out how to move on to his native land. Either he would find Agamemnon alive, or Orestes might have arrived there first and killed Aegisthus. Menelaus would then be able to take his part at the funeral feast. Menelaus' heart and soul grew strong again in his chest, though still full of sorrow. He asked for the third man, the one held back on the open sea, or dead. He wanted to hear it, even in anguish. Proteus answered immediately. The son of Laertes, who made his home in Ithaca. He had seen him on an island, hard tears streaming down, in the halls of the nymph Calypso, who held him there by force. He could not reach his native land, having no oared ships or shipmates to take him across the broad back of the sea. But Menelaus, favored by Zeus, was not destined to meet his end in horse-raising Argos. The immortals would take him to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, where blonde Rhadamanthus dwelled, and where life was easiest for human beings. No snow, no storms, no rain, only Oceanus, sending gusts of the west wind, blowing shrill to keep the people cool. All because he had Helen, and was, in their eyes, the husband of Zeus's daughter. With that, Proteus plunged into the surging sea. Menelaus returned to his ships and able mates, his heart brooding over many things. They prepared supper. Bracing night came on, and they lay down on the seashore. Very early at rosy-fingered dawn, they hauled their ships down to the gleaming surf, set masts and sails, and the men thrashed the gray sea with their oars. Menelaus headed the ships back to Egypt, carried out the perfect sacrifices, appeased the fury of the eternal gods, and heaped up a burial mound for Agamemnon so his memory would be inextinguishable forever. After completing all this, he sailed away. The gods gave him a fair wind, and brought him quickly home. He urged Telemachus to stay in his halls until the 11th or 12th day. Then he would send him off well with splendid gifts, 3 horses, a well-polished chariot, and a lovely cup, so that whenever Telemachus poured offerings to the immortals, he would always remember Menelaus, for all his days. Telemachus gathered his thoughts and answered. He did not want to be kept for a long time, though he would be content to sit with Menelaus for a year without desire for home or parents. He enjoyed the stories heartily, but his shipmates back in holy Pylos must already be aggravated, and Menelaus had kept him for quite some time. Whatever gift was offered should be just a token. He would not take horses to Ithaca. He would leave them here for Menelaus to enjoy on this wide plain rich in lotus, fragrant grasses, wheat, barley, and white barley corn. Ithaca had no open courses for running or meadows, only pastures for goats, much lovelier than those for raising horses. Of all the islands that slope sharply into the sea, not one was useful for driving horses with nice open meadows, and Ithaca was the worst of all. Menelaus smiled, touched Telemachus's hand and called him by name, acknowledging his good blood. He would change the gifts. Of all the valuable things in his house, he would give the most beautiful and precious a finely crafted mixing bowl of pure silver with rims overlaid in gold, the work of Hephaestus. For Demas, heroic king of the Sidonians, had brought it when his household sheltered Menelaus coming homeward. He wanted to give it to Telemachus. They went on talking as guests began arriving at the godlike king's palace, herding sheep and bringing hearty wine while exquisitely veiled wives sent bread. They busied themselves with the feast. Meanwhile, back in Ithaca, the suitors were enjoying themselves in front of Odysseus's great hall, throwing discus and javelin in a leveled field, as they always did in their arrogance. Antinous and godlike Eurymachus, the suitors' leaders and most reputable among them, sat there. Noemon, son of Phronios, approached and asked Antinous whether they knew when Telemachus would return from sandy Pylos. Telemachus had taken Noemon's ship and gone, and Noemon needed it now to cross to spacious Elis, where he had 12 mares and stout young mules still nursing. He planned to take one and break it in. The suitors wondered in their hearts. They had not known Telemachus had gone to Pylos, Neleus's home. They thought he was somewhere close by among his sheep, or with his swineherd. Antinous demanded the truth. When did he go? Which young men went with him? Were they chosen from among the Ithacans? Or were they mercenaries and slaves? Did no one give his black ship willingly? Or did Telemachus take it by force? Noemon answered that he gave it willingly. What would anyone do when a man like Telemachus, with so many troubles in his heart, made such a request? It would be hard to deny the gift. The young men who went along were the finest in the land besides themselves. Noemon noticed one going as their leader-mentor, or a god who looked exactly like him. He wondered about that. He had seen Mentor here yesterday at dawn, but by then Mentor had embarked for Pylos. No one left for his father's house. The smug hearts of Antinous and Eurymachus were enraged. They told the other suitors to stop their games and sit down. Antinous, deeply distressed, his black heart utterly filled with anger and eyes blazing like fires, called it appalling, a great journey arrogantly carried out by Telemachus, which they all thought he could never bring about. In spite of all of them, this young child had launched a ship on his own, choosing the finest men in the land. He would soon begin to be trouble. May Zeus undermine his power before he attains a measure of manhood. Antinous demanded a fast ship and 20 shipmates so he could keep watch and ambush Telemachus in the channel between Ithaca and rocky Samos. So Telemachus would have sailed at a high cost for the sake of his father. All agreed and urged him on. He stood up and went to Odysseus's home. But Penelope was not left uninformed for long. The attendant Medon had overheard the suitors weaving their plan inside the courtyard while he stood outside. He made his way through the house to tell her. As he stepped across the threshold, she asked whether the noble suitors had sent him to tell Odysseus's servants to stop work and prepare a feast, as they neither courted nor gathered elsewhere. Let them feast now for the latest and last time. She accused them of crowding in, wasting Telemachus's livelihood and resources, firing up his mind. When they were children, they must not have listened to their parents, who told them what kind of man Odysseus was. He never did, or said anything unjust to anyone, unlike some godlike kings. But their hearts and inappropriate actions were very evident. There was no gratitude tomorrow for acting well today. Medon answered that he wished this were the most awful thing. The suitors were plotting something much more serious and treacherous. May the son of Cronus never let it happen. They planned to cut Telemachus down with sharpened bronze as he returned home, since he had gone to holy Pylos and brilliant Lake Daemon to hear about his father. Penelope's knees and heart gave way. She was struck speechless for a long time, her eyes filled with tears, her voice tight and heavy. Then she raised her voice and asked why her son had gone. He had no need to board some fast sailing ship crossing vast waters. Was it so that not even his name would be left behind among men? Medon answered that he did not know if a god drove him, or if his own heart was aroused to go to Pylos, to learn either of his father's return or of what end he had met. Then he went away through Odysseus's house. A heart-crushing sorrow descended over Penelope. She could not sit on any of the many chairs in the room, but sat on the threshold of her beautifully constructed room, moaning inconsolably. All the slaves in the house, young and old, wailed around her. Heaving while she wept, she spoke to them. Penelope told her slave women that the Olympian had given her more sorrows than any woman raised alongside her. She had lost her lion-hearted husband, the best of the Danaans, whose reputation spread throughout Hellas and mid-Argos. Now, the winds had snatched her beloved son from the halls without any word of his going. Not one of them had thought to rouse her from bed, though they knew in their hearts when he boarded his hollow black ship. If she had heard he was even thinking of this journey, he would have stayed eager as he was, or left her dead in these halls. She ordered someone to call old Dolios, the servant her father gave her, who kept her garden, so he could quickly find Laertes and tell him everything. Perhaps the old man could weave some scheme and go out weeping to the people who seemed so eager to eliminate Odysseus's seed. Her loving nurse Euryclea answered that Penelope could kill her with merciless bronze or leave her alive. She would not hide the truth. She knew about everything. She had given Telemachus whatever he asked for bread and sweet wine. He made her swear a solemn oath not to tell Penelope before the 12th day came, or until she missed him and heard he had gone, so she would not spoil her lovely flesh with crying. Now, Penelope should bathe, put on fresh clean clothing, go upstairs with her servants, and pray to Athena, daughter of Zeus, who holds the great wind-driving shield. She might truly rescue him from death. Penelope should not trouble a troubled old man, because the offspring of Archiziades were not totally despised by the blissful gods. Surely someone would come to shield this house with its towering roofs and fertile fields. Euryclea's words put Penelope's grief to rest, and kept her eyes from crying. She bathed, put on fresh clothing, went to her upper room with her attendant women, poured a few grains of barley into a basket, and prayed to Athena. She asked the tireless daughter of Zeus, who holds the ages, to remember the thick thigh pieces of oxen or sheep that Odysseus had ever burned for her in these halls, and to save her dear son holding off those horrible egotistical suitors. After she spoke, she cried out sharply, and the goddess heard her plea. But the suitors burst into an uproar in the shadowy halls, and one overbearing young man said so. Penelope must be preparing for her wedding, not knowing that death was being prepared for her own son. They did not know how everything would turn out. Antireus addressed the gathering, asking if they were touched by some god. They should avoid overconfident statements, or someone might pass them on inside the house. They should stand quietly and bring about the plan that had cheered all their hearts. He chose 20 of the best men. They went to the seashore in their fast ship, dragged it into the deep surf, set the mast and sail, fitted the oars into leather straps, spread the white sail. Swaggering attendants brought weapons. They anchored the ship in the channel, climbed out, had supper, and waited for evening. In her upper room, Penelope lay without touching food or drink, worrying in agony whether her faultless son would escape death or be overpowered by the contemptuous suitors. Like a lion entrapped within a gathering of men, anxiously brooding as they draw their clever circle, she went on worrying until sweet sleep came over her. She sank back, and all her joints relaxed. Then gleaming-eyed Athena thought of something else. She created a vision in the likeness of XIII, the other daughter of great-hearted Icarius, whom Eumelos had married and who lived in Pherae. Athena sent this vision to Odysseus's household, to Penelope, while she sobbed and mourned, to stop her crying and shedding tears. It passed through the cord of the latch into the room, stood over Penelope's head, and asked whether she was sleeping, worried in her heart. The gods who live at their ease did not want her to cry. Her son was going to return, since he had not offended the gods in any way. Deep in thought, Penelope answered the vision, as she slept sweetly at the gates of dreams. She asked why her sister had come. She had not often come before, living so far away. She was being told to stop her suffering and the many agonies plaguing her heart and soul. She had lost her lion-hearted husband, the best of the Danaans, whose fame was vast throughout Hellas and mid-Argos, and now her most beloved son had left in his hollow ship the fool, knowing nothing of hardship or holding his own in disputation. She grieved for him even more than for that other one, afraid something would happen to him, either in the land he had gone to or out on the sea, because many enemies were plotting against him, eager to kill him before he reached home. The shadowy apparition told her to take heart and not be too terribly afraid. Such a guide was going with him that other men would have implored to have standing by their side Pallas Athena, who had the power and who empathized with her suffering. Athena had sent the vision to convey these things. Penelope again answered that if the vision was some god or had heard some god's voice, then tell her about that unlucky man, whether he was alive and still saw sunlight or already dead and in the house of Hades. The shimmering shadow said it would not speak openly about him, alive or dead. No use talking idly into the wind. After these words, the apparition slipped away through the bolted door into a breath of wind. Penelope started from her sleep, her heart deeply warmed by so clear a vision flashing before her in the depths of the night. The suitors went aboard, sailed away, tracing a course over the waters, plotting in their minds the blatant murder of Telemachus. There is a rocky island in the middle of the sea, halfway between Ithaca and rugged Samos Asteris, not very large, with inlets open on both sides. There, the Achaeans lingered, waiting to ambush him. Dawn rose from her bed beside Lord Tithonus to bring light to the immortals and immortals. The gods sat down for their assembly, and among them was Zeus, whose power was greatest. Athena reminded them all of Odysseus's many troubles, recounting them because it upset her that he was still in the nymph's dwelling. She declared that no generous-minded scepter-holding king should ever again be caring and gentle, thinking of what was right. He should be harsh and act unjustly, since no one now remembered how Odysseus, like a god himself, ruled his people as gently as any father. Yet now he lay on an island, deeply and painfully tormented in the household of the nymph Calypso, who held him against his will. He could not return, having no oared ships or crew to transport him, and now, on top of that, they were anxious to kill the son he loved so deeply as he headed for home, because he had gone to sacred Pylos and bright-legged Damon to hear word of his father. Zeus, gathering clouds, asked her what word had escaped the barrier of her teeth. Hadn't she herself advised this plan that Odysseus might come back and take revenge on those men? She should guide Telemachus with her understanding, since she could, so he reached home unharmed, and the suitors in their ships headed back where they came from, unfulfilled. Then Zeus called to his son Hermes. He told Hermes, their messenger, to relay the firm ruling to the lovely-haired nymph, the return of unwavering Odysseus. He was to return with the guidance of neither gods nor men. On a raft, amply corded together, after suffering agonies, on the 20th day he would come to bountiful Scheria, the land of the Phaeacians, close kin to the gods. They would show him respect as a god, and send him on a ship to his own land, giving him plenty of bronze, gold, and clothing, much more than Odysseus ever would have taken from Troy if he had come back unharmed with his proper share of the spoils. It was his due to see his loved ones and reach his own high-ceilinged home. The runner Argophantes did not refuse. He strapped his beautiful golden sandals to his feet, sandals that carried him far over waters and boundless earth upon the breath of wind. He picked up his wand, with which he charms eyes he wishes to charm and rouses others from sleep. Holding it firmly, the powerful Argophantes flew away. Over Pieria he left the upper currents of air, and swooped down over the sea, rushing over the waves like a seabird that dampens its thick wings in salt water as it searches for fish over the vast restless sea. That was how Hermes carried himself over the countless waves. When he reached the remote island, he left the blue sea and landed. Hermes continued until he reached the large cave of the lovely-haired nymph. Inside, a large fire burned on the hearth, and the scent of freshly cut cedar and citron spread across the island. Calypso sang in a beautiful voice as she moved before her loom, weaving with a golden spindle. A luxuriant forest grew around the cave, alder, poplar, and sweet-scented cypress, where long-winged birds nested. A flourishing vine teeming with grapes stretched around the open cave. 4 streams flowed close to each other with splashing water, and gentle meadows blossomed with violets and celery. Any immortal who happened by would gaze in wonder, savoring it heartily. Argophantes stood in awe. After wondering at everything, he went straight into the open cave. The radiant goddess Calypso recognized him. Immediately immortals are never unknown to each other, even from far away. But he did not find proud Odysseus inside. Odysseus sat on the shore in his usual spot, crying, racking his heart with tears, groans, and agonies, letting his tears flow as he looked out at the restless sea. Calypso seated Hermes on a brightly shining chair, and questioned why he had come with his golden wand, an honor and a privilege, since he had not often come before. Her heart urged her to carry out whatever he asked, if it could be done. She invited him further inside to set out refreshment. She laid out a table full of ambrosia and mixed red nectar, and the runner ate and drank. When his heart was satisfied, he answered frankly, Zeus had compelled him to come against his will. Who would willingly rush over such a vast expanse of salty water, with no mortal town nearby for offerings? No god could avoid or deter the will of Zeus, who carries the Aegis. Zeus said there was a man here, the most unfortunate of all, who fought for 9 years around Priam city, then burned it in the 10th, and headed home. Returning, they offended Athena, who stirred up violent winds and towering waves. All his worthy mates were lost, but the wind and waves carried Odysseus here. Now Zeus urged Calypso to send him on his way as quickly as possible. It was still his lot to see his loved ones and reach his own high-roofed house. The brilliant goddess trembled. Her voice quivered as she accused the gods of being cruel and envious beyond all beings, resenting goddesses who sleep openly with mortal men. That was how they envied rosy-fingered Dawn when she lay with Orion, until innocent Artemis cut him down. That was how they envied lovely-haired Demeter when she lay with Jason, until Zeus threw a lightning bolt and killed the man. Now, they envied her for having a mortal man live with her. She had saved him when he straddled the keel alone after Zeus shattered his swift ship with a lightning bolt in the wine-dark sea. All his worthy mates were lost, but the wind and waves brought him here. She welcomed him, fed him, and promised him immortality and agelessness. But since no one could avoid or hold back the will of Aegis-bearing Zeus, let him go across the restless sea. She would not send him off herself. She had no ships, oars, or shipmates, but she would graciously offer advice and hold nothing back, so he might reach home unharmed. Argophantes told her to send him away now and be wary of Zeus's fury, or he would become enraged in time to come. Then the sturdy runner departed. After hearing Zeus's message, the venerated nymph went to proud Odysseus. She found him sitting on the rocks, his eyes never dry, life's sweetness ebbing away as he ached for his return. The nymph no longer pleased him. At night, in her empty cave, he slept beside her against his will, disinterested in her interest. But during the day he sat outside on the sand and rocks, racking his heart with tears, groans, and agonies, looking out over the restless sea as his tears flowed. The brilliant goddess came close and told him not to sit weeping any longer, or let his whole life slip away. She was ready to send him on his way with a gracious heart. He should chop down long timbers with his bronze and fasten them together to make a large raft, then tie wooden planks to make a deck above it. She would place bread, water, and red wine upon it to brace his spirit and hold back hunger, put clothes on him, and send a favorable wind from behind, so he might reach his native land unharmed if the gods who held the vast heavens willed it, since they were stronger than she in resolution and execution. Brilliant Odysseus, who had suffered so much, trembled. He suspected the goddess was planning something else, not his passage telling him to cross the frightening, difficult great chasm of the sea, which even quick, well-crafted seafaring ships that reveled in a fair wind from Zeus were not sure to cross. He would not step aboard any raft unless she swore a solemn oath that she would plan no more troubles against him. The brilliant goddess smiled, caressed him with her hand, and spoke amiably. He was a scoundrel, and no fool to say what he had said. She swore by the earth, the boundless skies above, and the plunging waters of the Styx, the most powerful and terrible oath for the blissful gods, that she would plan no more troubles. Instead, she would think it through and tell him exactly what she would envision for herself if she faced such necessity. Her intent was sympathetic. Her heart was not made of iron. It was compassionate. She led the way quickly, and he followed in her footsteps back to the empty cave. He sat in the chair from which Hermes had just stood. The nymph placed before him all kinds of food and drink that mortals eat. She sat across from him, and her servants placed ambrosia and nectar before her. When they had fully enjoyed their meal, brilliant Calypso spoke first. She asked if he really wanted to go back to his own native land. Farewell. If he only knew in his heart all the troubles it was his fate to go through before reaching home, he would stay here and keep this house with her, and he would be immortal, even though he longed day after day for his wife. Surely she could claim to be no worse in form and figure than that woman. Mortal women could not compete with immortals in body or appearance. Odysseus answered that he knew Penelope was not as tall or beautiful. She was mortal, and Calypso was immortal and never aged. Even so, every single day he wished and longed to go home and see the day of his return. If one of the gods struck him out on the wine-dark sea, he would endure, because he had inside his chest a heart that pressed on through trouble. He had already suffered so much through war and waves, so let all this come about on top of all that. The sun set, darkness came on, and they entered the deepest recesses of the empty cave, enjoyed making love, and stayed beside each other. Very early at rosy-fingered dawn, Odysseus put on a tunic and a cloak, and the nymph wrapped herself in a long, thin white robe, threw a golden belt around her waist, and placed a veil over her head. Then she began planning his departure. Heartening him, she handed him a large bronze axe, filed sharp on both sides, with a beautiful olive-wood handle tightly set, and a polished adze. She led him to the island's furthest shores, where tall alder, poplar, and fir grew, old and dry, light enough to float. After showing him the trees, the beautiful goddess went back home while he took to chopping wood. He worked very quickly, bringing down 20 trees, trimming them with the bronze, smoothing them expertly, lining them all straight. Calypso brought him augers. He bored all the beams, fitted them together, hammered them with wooden pegs and cords. He made the raft as wide as a man builds a cargo ship's hull, set the deck planks in place, fitted them into close-set braces, finished it with long gunwales, crafted the mast and yardarm, made a rudder, closed the whole thing with willow rushes as a defense against waves, and packed in lots of brush. Lovely Calypso brought him a large piece of cloth for a sail, and he crafted it skillfully, tightened all the braces, halyard lines, and sheets, and with levers dragged it down to the gleaming surf. On the 4th day, everything was done. On the 5th, brilliant Calypso sent him away after bathing him and dressing him in fragrant clothing. She placed on board one skin of dark wine, another large one full of water, and a knapsack of supplies, and many enjoyable treats. She sent a fair, warm, easy wind. Odysseus spread the sail joyfully, sat down, and steered skillfully with the rudder. Sleep did not fall upon his eyelids as he looked up to the Pleiades, the late-setting shepherd, and the bear which they also call the wheel that turns in circles, looks over at Orion, and alone holds back from bathing in the ocean. Calypso had advised him to keep this star on his left as he made his way over the sea. For 17 days he made his passage. On the 18th, the shadowy mountains of the Phaeacians' land appeared, where it was nearest to him, looking exactly like a shield through the sea mist. But the earth-shaker saw Odysseus coming into view in the distance, sailing across the sea, as the god himself was heading back from the Ethiopians and the mountains of the Selimians. He became even more enraged in his black heart. He shook his head and called out to his own spirit, appalling. The other gods must have all changed their minds about Odysseus while he was away among the Ethiopians. Already Odysseus was near the land of the Phaeacians, where it was his due to escape this trap of misery. But even so, the god would bash him with his fill of the worst. He gathered the clouds, grabbed his trident, stirred up the sea, tossed up all kinds of wind, covered land and sea alike, and from the heavens night rushed in. East and south winds fell upon each other. The west wind blew hard. The north wind rolled in a huge wave from high in the atmosphere. Odysseus's knees gave way, his heart melted, and in anguish he called out to his own great heart. How unlucky could he be? He feared everything. The goddess predicted was true, that he would have his fill of agonies on the sea before reaching his land. Now it was all coming to be. Zeus had filled the vast heavens with clouds, and stirred up the sea. Bursts of all kinds of wind were coming down on him. His total ruin was here for sure. 3 and 4 times blessed were those Danaans who died in spacious Troy at the pleasure of the sons of Atreus. If only he had died that day, when so many Trojans hurled bronze-tipped shafts at him around the body of Achilles' son. Then he would have received a funeral, and the Achaeans would have carried back his fame. Now, a miserable death was bound to take him. A huge wave struck Odysseus from above, crushing his raft and spinning it around. He fell far from the raft, losing the rudder from his hands. The fierce wind snapped the mast and half the sail, and yardarm tumbled far into the sea. He stayed under for a long time, the clothes from Calypso weighing him down, unable to pull himself up. When he finally surfaced, he spewed bitter brine from his mouth and head. Despite his distress, he lunged through the waves, grabbed the raft, and sat in its middle to avoid death. The heavy seas carried it everywhere. As autumn winds carry thistles across a plain, the winds drove the raft back and forth south to north, east to west. Then Ino Leucothea, daughter of Cadmus, who had lovely ankles and once been mortal, but now held her share of respect among the gods, saw him. She felt compassion for his wandering and troubles, surged up from the waters like a seagull, landed on the raft, and told him that Poseidon viewed him with such hatred, yet he would not utterly destroy him, no matter how enraged. She instructed him to strip off his clothes, leave the raft to the winds, and swim for the Phaeacians' lands, his destiny to escape. She gave him a heavenly veil to stretch under his chest, telling him not to fear. When his hands touched ground, he was to throw the veil back into the wine-dark sea and turn away. Then she dove like a seagull, and a dark wave folded over her. Deeply distressed, Odysseus suspected another immortal's trap. The land she mentioned was too far. He would not trust her yet. He decided to stay with the raft as long as its timbers held, then swim if it broke apart. While he turned this over, Poseidon gathered another huge curling wave and struck him. As wind scatters dry straw, the wave scattered the raft's timbers. Odysseus straddled a beam like a horse, stripped off Calypso's clothing, stretched the veil under his chest, and threw himself into the sea with arms spread. The Earthshaker saw him, shook his head, and told him to wander and suffer until he found himself among Zeus-favored men. Then he would not make light of so much trouble. Poseidon whipped up his beautiful maned horses and went to his glorious home at Aegae. Athena held back the other winds, ordering them to rest, then stirred the rushing north wind to break in another direction so Odysseus might escape extinction. For 2 nights and 2 days the looming waves drove him, his heart foreseeing destruction. On the 3rd day at rosy-fingered dawn, the wind stopped, the sea calmed. A large wave lifted him, and he saw land close by. As a father's release from sickness heartens his children, the land and trees heartened him. He swam eagerly, but when he came within a shout's reach, he heard the sea booming against rocks, huge waves roaring, spraying foam. No harbor or pier, only cliffs and projecting headlands. His knees gave way, his heart melted. He realized there was no way out of the gray sea, sharp crags, booming waves, sheer rocks, deep water even close to shore. A wave might throw him against jagged rocks, wasting all his effort. If he swam further to find shelter, storm winds might snatch him again, or some sea beast from Amphitrite might take him, since the Earthshaker loathed him. A large wave carried him toward the rocky shore. His skin would have been stripped and bones shattered if gleaming-eyed Athena had not put a thought in his mind. He grabbed a rock with both hands and held on, groaning, until the immense wave surged past. But the wave's backwash struck him and tossed him far back into the sea. Like an octopus dragged from its hole with pebbles stuck to its suckers, pieces of skin ripped from his hands against the rocks as the huge wave covered him. He would have perished if Athena had not granted him presence of mind. He surfaced beyond the breakers and swam along, searching for sheltered beaches or harbors. He reached the mouth of a beautifully flowing river, smooth, stone-free, wind-sheltered. He prayed from his heart to the river lord, whoever he was, coming as a wanderer seeking escape from Poseidon's cruelty. Worthy of respect among immortal gods was any wandering man who came, as he now came, after many hardships, to the river's stream and knees. He avowed himself under the river's protection. The river paused its current, held back the waves to create calm before him, and brought him out of danger to the mouth. His knees and strong arms went slack, his heart overpowered by the sea, his flesh swollen, seawater oozing from his mouth and nostrils. He lay breathless and speechless, too weak to move. When his spirit returned, he loosened the goddess's veil and let it drop into the river. A large wave carried it back. Ino received it. He staggered away from the river, lay in reeds, and kissed the grain-giving earth. He asked himself what would happen next. If he kept watch by the river all night, severe frost and heavy dew might stop his gasping heart as cold wind blew before dawn. If he climbed into the woods and lay in thick bushes, cold and exhaustion might leave him, but sweet sleep might make him prey for wild animals. He decided to move toward the woods, found a clearing near the water, and crawled under 2 bushes growing from the same spot, one thorny, one an olive bush. Their branches intricately twisted so damp winds, blazing sun, and rain could not penetrate. He pulled together a large bed of leaves, enough to shelter 2 or 3 men even in harsh winter. Thrilled, he lay in the middle and heaped leaves over himself like a man burying a firebrand under black embers to save the seed of fire. Athena shed sleep over his eyes to close his lids and end his onerous fatigue. As Odysseus lay overcome with sleep and exhaustion, Athena went to the land and city of the Phaeacians. Long ago, they had lived in Hypereia near the Cyclopes, violent men who constantly raided them. Godlike Nausithous led them away to settle in Scheria, far from grain-eating people, where he raised a wall, built houses, designed temples, divided the land. Then death overcame him. Now Alcinous ruled, well versed by the gods in leadership. Gleaming-eyed Athena went to Alcinous's house to bring about Odysseus's return. She went to the intricately crafted room, where a young girl slept like an immortal goddess Nausicaa, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous. 2 Graces' beautiful slaves lay near her. Athena swept over to the girl's bed like a breath of wind, stood over her head, and spoke, looking like the daughter of Dymas, a ship-famous man, a girl of the same age dear to Nausicaa's heart. She asked if Nausicaa's mother had raised her to be so oblivious. Her bright clothes lay in a mess, but her wedding day was close. She would need nice things for herself and for her bridesmaids. Good standing came from such things, making her parents happy. They should go to the wash at dawn. Athena would help her get ready as fast as possible. She would not be a virgin much longer. The best Phaeacian men were courting her, her own people. Nausicaa should ask her father for mules and a cart to carry wraps, robes, and bright rugs. The stone wash basins were far from the city. Then gleaming-eyed Athena left for Olympus, where the god's dwelling stands forever, never shaken by wind, dampened by rain, or touched by snow-clear air. White radiance, where carefree gods enjoy themselves every day. Bright throne dawn arrived and awakened Nausicaa, tangled in her lovely robes. She wondered at her dream, and went through the house to tell her parents. Her mother sat at the hearth with slaves, spinning sea-purple yarn. Her father was going out to join the grand lords at council. Nausicaa stood close to him, and asked for the tall, good-wheeled wagon to take her dirty clothes to wash by the river. It was proper for him to have fresh clothes when deliberating before the assembly. She had 5 sons in the halls, 2 married, 3 unmarried and easy-going, who always wanted fresh clothes for dancing, and she had to think of all these things. She was embarrassed to mention marriage directly, but he understood everything. He would refuse her, neither the mules nor anything else. The servants would get the tall, good-wheeled wagon with a chest on top. He called to the slaves, and they obeyed, preparing the mule wagon with good wheels and leading the mules under the yoke. A young girl brought the bright clothes from Nausicaa's room and loaded them onto the polished wagon. Her mother placed nourishing food in the chest cuts of meat and poured wine into a goatskin container. The girl climbed up. Her mother also gave her smooth olive oil and a golden flask for anointing after bathing. Nausicaa grabbed the whip and gleaming reins, lashed out, and the mules heaved, hauling the clothing and the girl while her slaves went along. They reached a beautiful bend in the flowing river with abundant stone wash basins and clear water welling up from below. They unhitched the mules and drove them down beside the swirling river to graze. They carried the clothes into the dark water and trampled them in the troughs, competing to finish quickly. When they had washed out all the dirt, they spread the clothes on the seashore where the waves would wash out the pebbles. After washing themselves and anointing generously with olive oil, they took their meal on the riverbank and waited for the clothes to dry in the sunlight. After eating, Nausicaa and her slaves threw off their veils and played ball, her white arms bare as she led them singing. As Artemis the archer passes over high mountains to Getos, or Erymanthos enjoying wild boar and deer, while the nymphs play and Leto rejoices, holding her head high above them all, easy to recognize, though all are lovely, so the unmarried virgin was conspicuous among her slaves. As she was about to fold the clean clothes and yoke the mules to go home, gleaming-eyed Athena planned for Odysseus to wake up and see the pretty young girl who would lead him to the Phaeacian city. The princess tossed the ball to a slave. The girl missed, and it knocked into a deep whirlpool. They all shouted loudly. Odysseus woke, sat up, and wondered what land and people he had come to. Were they brutish and savage, or kind to strangers and observant of the gods? He heard the shrieks of young girls, or were they nymphs of the mountains, springs, or grassy meadows? Was he among people who could speak? He decided to go and see for himself. He emerged from the bushes, snapping off a leafy sapling with his thick hand to keep his private matters covered. He came out like a fierce mountain lion moving through rain and wind, eyes blazing, closing in on cattle or wild deer, his belly driving him to enter even the sturdy pen for sheep. Naked and caked with slime, he appeared awful to the lovely-haired young women. They fled in fear along the jutting sandbars. Only Alcinous's daughter remained, since Athena filled her heart with courage and took fear from her limbs. She stood and faced him. Odysseus wondered whether to kneel and grab her knees, or stand back and humbly ask for the way to the city and some clothes with charming words. He decided to stand back in case clutching her knees might outrage her heart. He voiced a shrewd, endearing speech. He came to her knees, whether she was a goddess or human. If a goddess, she was most like Artemis in manner, height, and figure. If human, her father, mother, and brothers were 3 times blessed. Their hearts warmed whenever they saw such budding beauty entering the dance. The man who courted and took her home would be happiest beyond all others. He had never seen anyone like her. Only once, in Delos beside Apollo's altar, had he seen a young sprig of a palm tree such as had never sprung from the earth, and he stood in awe for a long time. So he was taken back, and wondered at her, terribly afraid even to touch her knees. He was overcome with overflowing sorrow. Yesterday, on the 20th day, he escaped the wine-dark sea. Waves and hard winds carried him from Ogygia, and now some god had thrown him here to suffer misfortune yet again. The gods would bring on many more troubles. She should take pity after many hard times. He had come to her first, knowing no one else in this land and city. She should show him the way to the city, and give him a tattered rag if she had one among her clothes. May the gods grant her a husband, a home, and precious harmony of heart. Nothing greater than when a man and woman hold their home in singleness of heart, painful to enemies, joyful to friends, and best of all, realized by themselves. Nausicaa answered, her white arms bare. The stranger did not seem mean or thoughtless. Zeus the Olympian allotted happiness to human beings, good and bad, as he himself was inclined. So he had given this to the stranger for some reason he would have to endure it. Because he had come to their city and land, he would lack neither clothing nor anything else offered to any unfortunate beggar. She herself would show him the way, and tell him the name of their people. The Phaeacians occupied this city and country, and she was the daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, who held their power and might. She called to her lovely-haired servants, asking why they fled at the sight of a man. Did they think he was an enemy? No mortal man would bring violence to the Phaeacian land, because they were so dear to the gods, living far away over the surging sea where no other mortals came. This was some unlucky wanderer. They must tend to him now, since all strangers and beggars were from Zeus. Even a small gift was welcome. They should offer him food and drink, and wash him in the river, where there was shelter from the wind. They stood still, then moved Odysseus into shelter as ordered. They placed a cloak and tunic beside him, gave him smooth olive oil in a golden vessel, and urged him to wash. Odysseus told the servants to stand back, so he could wash the slime from his shoulders and massage himself with oil. It had been a long time since oil was on his skin. He was embarrassed to bathe naked among lovely-haired young ladies. They backed away and spoke to their mistress. Odysseus washed the salty slime from his back and broad shoulders, wiped the foam from his head, and put on the clothes the young innocent had given him. Athena made him appear much taller and sturdier, made his thick hair fall in curls like hyacinth blossoms. As a resourceful man taught all craftsmanship by Hephaestus and Pallas, Athena overlays gold with silver, completing work of grace itself, so the goddess shed her grace over his head and shoulders. He drew away and sat on the seashore, gleaming in good looks and gracefulness. The girl filled with wonder. She told her servants that the man's arrival was not without the will of all the Olympian gods. Before, he seemed coarse, but now he was like the gods who occupied the vast skies. If only someone like him might be called her husband, willing to stay and live here. Then she ordered them to offer the stranger food and drink. They obeyed. Odysseus ate and drank voraciously, having been without food so long. Nausicaa folded the clothing, placed it in the beautiful cart, yoked the thick-hoofed mules and climbed in. She called to Odysseus. He should get ready to go to the city, so she could send him to her judicious father's house, where he would know the very finest Phaeacians. He must do it precisely this way, since he did not seem to lack understanding. As long as they went through the country and people's fields, he should go quickly behind the mules and wagon with the servants while she led. As they neared the city with its high wall, lovely harbors on each side, and a narrow way in, the curved ships were drawn up to the road, each with its own berth. The assembly yard there around Poseidon's monument had huge stones set deep. The Phaeacians tended to ships' gear lines, sails, and sanded and planed oars. They did not concern themselves with bow and quiver, but with masts, oars, and crafting ships, delighting in them as they sailed the gray sea. She skirted their odious talk in case someone mocked her. Some thoughtless, surly people might ask who this tall, handsome stranger was tagging along with Nausicaa. Where did she find him? He would soon become her husband. She must have picked up some drifter from far away, or else he was a god come down from the skies, and she would have him all her days. Better she had found a husband from somewhere else, since she spurned the Phaeacian honorable men who had courted her. That would be an insult to her, even as she would blame another woman who passed time openly with men before her wedding day against her parents' wishes. He should listen so he might most quickly obtain an escort and his return from her father. He would find a lovely grove of poplars dedicated to Athena close to the road, with a spring running through it, and a meadow on both sides, her father's estate and fertile vineyard, as far from the city as a shout could be heard. He should sit there and wait until they had reached the city and her father's house. When he anticipated they had surely reached the house, he should go into the city and ask for the house of great-hearted Alcinous. It was easy to identify. Even a silly child could lead him there, since the Phaeacians' houses were not constructed like the palace of Alcinous, the old hero. As soon as he was inside the palace and courtyard, he should go quickly through the great hall until he reached her mother, who always sat beside the hearth in the glimmering fireplace, leaning against a pillar spinning purple yarn, a wonder to observe with her servants sitting behind her. There also, leaning against the same pillar, was her father's throne, where he sat sipping wine like an immortal. Odysseus should move past him and throw his arms around her mother's knees, so that he might soon see the day of his return and rejoice, although he was still so far away. If her mother within her heart was kindly disposed to him, then there was hope he would see his own people and reach his country and well-built home. She lashed the mules with her gleaming whip, and they quickly left the flowing river behind, hooves clopping steadily as she drove with care so her slaves and Odysseus could follow on foot. The sun was setting when they reached the well-known grove sacred to Athena, and brilliant Odysseus sat down. He prayed to the unwavering daughter of Zeus, who holds the aegis, asking her to listen now since she had not listened before when the earth-shaker wrecked him. He asked to come before the Phaeacians as someone welcomed with compassion. Pallas Athena heard his prayer, but did not appear to him face to face, out of respect for her father's brother, would remain furious at Odysseus until he reached his own land. The two intrepid mules carried the young girl to the city. When she reached her father's magnificent palace, she stopped before the outer gates. Her immortal-like brothers gathered around, unhitched the mules, and carried all the clothing inside. She went to her room, where the old Epiraian woman Eurymedus lit a fire. Long ago, rounded ships had brought her from Epiraia as a special present for Alcinous, the ruler over all the Phaeacians, whom the people deferred to as a god. She had raised Nausicaa with her white arms, and now stoked the fire and prepared her supper. Odysseus arose to go into the city. Athena cast a dense mist around him, so none of the gregarious Phaeacians would meet him and goad him about who he was. As he was about to enter the lovely city, Athena, looking like an innocent young girl carrying an urn, came to him and stood before him. He asked the child to lead him to the home of Alcinous, who ruled these people. He had just arrived, after enduring many trials, and knew no one in this land and city. Gleaming-eyed Athena answered that she would show him the house he asked about. He lived close to her faultless father. They should go in silence, with no glancing or questions. The people here did not hold with strangers or welcome anyone from elsewhere, trusting only in the swiftness of their own ships across the sea's great abyss, a gift from the earth-shaker, ships as fast as flight or even his own thoughts. Pallas Athena led the way quickly, and he followed in her footsteps. The ship-famous Phaeacians did not notice him as he moved through their city, because lovely-haired Athena, a goddess much to be feared, did not allow it. She thought fondly of him in her heart, and cast a mysterious mist all around him. Odysseus marveled at the harbors, the lovely rounded ships, the agoras where the finest men met, and the long high walls set with watchtowers, a wonder to see. When they reached the king's famous palace, gleaming-eyed Athena told him this was the house he had asked to see. He would find the king and queen, nurtured by Zeus, enjoying their feast. He should go inside without fear. A courageous man ended up better in everything, even from far away. He would come first to the queen, Arete. She came from the same lineage as King Alcinous. Nausicaa was first fathered by Poseidon the earth-shaker, and Periboea, prettiest woman and youngest daughter of great-hearted Eurymedon, who once ruled the big-headed giants but destroyed his own reckless people. Poseidon slept with Periboea, and they had great-hearted Nausicaa, who ruled the Phaeacians, and had two sons, Alcinous and Rhexenor, whom Apollo struck down with his silver bow when he had only just married, leaving only one daughter, Arete. Alcinous made her his wife and honored her, as no other woman on earth is honored by her children, by Alcinous himself, and by the people, who look to her as a goddess and point her out as she moves through the city. She had a sure sense of understanding, settled disputes for those she thought well of, even the men. If she thought kindly toward him within her heart, then there was still hope for him to see his loved ones and reach his own house with its overhanging roofs. After speaking, gleaming-eyed Athena made her way over the restless sea, left lovely Scheria, went to Marathon and wide-streeted Athens, and entered Erechtheus's well-crafted house. Odysseus went on to Alcinous's lovely home. He stood there, his heart thinking over many things before he reached the bronze doorway, because a gleam like sun or moonlight fell upon the towering rooftops of great-hearted Alcinous's palace. The walls from threshold to inner rooms were bronze, with a deep blue cornice above. Golden doors closed securely. Silver doorposts were set in a bronze threshold. The lintel above was silver, the handle gold. On each side of the doorway stood gold and silver dogs, crafted with cunning skill by Hephaestus, deathless, ageless, to guard the home of great-hearted Alcinous forever. Inside, chairs were attached along the walls from threshold to inner rooms, with soft woven robes tossed across them. There the Phaeacian leaders sat, drinking and eating in limitless abundance. Young men with golden hair stood on sturdy pedestals, holding flaming torches, lighting the evening for those feasting. 50 slave women worked in the house, some grinding yellow grain on millstones, others weaving and spinning, busy as poplar leaves, with liquid olive oil dripping from finely woven linens hanging there. As Phaeacian men were adept beyond all others at driving fast ships over the sea, the women were expert at the loom. Athena had granted them the craft to generate exquisite works and open hearts. Outside the courtyard near the gates lay a large 4-acre orchard with a hedge running around it. Inside grew tall, lush trees, pears, pomegranates, bright-fruited apple trees, sweet fig trees, luxuriant olive trees. Their fruit never failed or fell away, winter or summer, lasting all year. The west wind blew incessantly as some flourished, and others ripened pear upon pear, apple upon apple, grape upon grape, fig upon fig. There was also a profuse vineyard, a sunny patch for drying grapes, while elsewhere slaves gathered and trod. Unripe grapes shed their flowers, and others darkened, growing purple. By the furthest row of vines, all kinds of tidy gardens bloomed all year. 2 streams flowed through the orchard, one throughout the garden, the other under the gateway to the courtyard, and on to the towering palace, where the populace drew its water. All this was the glorious gift of the gods to Alcinous's domain. Odysseus stood and stared. After wondering deep in his heart at everything, he stepped quickly across the threshold into the house. He found the Phaeacian leaders and advisers pouring offerings from their cups to sharp-eyed Argivantes, the last god to whom they poured cups when they began to think of going to bed. Odysseus passed through the house within the thick mist Athena had shed over him, until he reached Arete and King Alcinous. He threw his arms about Arete's knees, and right away the mysterious cloud dropped away from him. Speechless, all in the room gazed at the man in utter wonder. Odysseus implored Arete, daughter of Rhexenor, who was like a god. He had come to her husband and her own knees after suffering many hardships, and to these, feasting here. May the gods grant them good fortune in their lives, and may each pass on to his children the wealth in his halls and the honors the people have given them. But send him with an escort to reach his own land as quickly as possible, because he had been suffering misfortune for such a long time, far from his own people. After speaking, he sat down at the fireplace in the ashes beside the fire. All were awed to silence. Then the heroic elder Echeneus, the eldest, skilled in proper speech with a deep grasp of the old ways, addressed the gathering with good intent. King Alcinous receives a suggestion that a stranger doesn't belong in the ashes by the hearth while others wait. The speaker urges the king to lift the man to a silver-studded chair, order wine for libations to Zeus, and have the housekeeper serve supper from whatever stores she has. Alcinous, supreme in his power, takes hold of Odysseus, that cunning, weathered man, and hauls him up from the fire. He seats him on a bright chair, the very one his own son Laodamas vacated. The slave arrives with a golden pitcher, pours water over Odysseus's hands into a silver basin, then pulls up a polished table. The cherished housekeeper sets out bread and an abundance of treats from the household stores. So the man who has endured so much finally drinks and eats. Alcinous calls to the attendant Pontonous mix the bowl and serve everyone, so they can pour offerings to Zeus. Pontonous stirs the honey-hearted wine, passes it all around, first sprinkling a little into each cup. After they have made their libations and drunk their fill, Alcinous addresses the Phaeacian leaders. He tells them to go home and rest, now that they've feasted. Tomorrow he'll summon more elders, host the stranger, and offer splendid sacrifices. Then they'll discuss escorting this man back to his own homeland quickly, joyfully, without hardship, even if it lies far away. Until he sets foot on his own soil, let him suffer no trouble. After that, he'll face whatever destiny the fates spun for him at birth. If the stranger is an immortal from the skies, Alcinous adds, that would be something new, though the gods have always appeared openly to the Phaeacians, feasting among them and walking beside them without disguise, just like the Cyclops and those wild giants. Odysseus, always thinking ahead, sets the king straight. He is nothing like the wide heaven immortals, not in looks or build. He's mortal. Whoever suffers the most distress on earth, he resembles them in sorrow. He could go on about the hard times the gods have handed him, but right now, he needs to eat, troubled as he is. Nothing is more despicable than the belly, that relentless thing that forces a man to think of it no matter how grief-stricken his heart. Even now, full of grief, that belly doggedly urges him to eat and drink, makes him forget every suffering, nags him to keep filling it. But at sunrise, let them hurry, so that he, unfortunate man that he is, can finally set out for his native land after so much agony. Then let life leave him, once he has laid eyes on his own belongings, his slaves, his house, his high roofs. Everyone approves. They call for the stranger to be sent off. He's spoken well. After more libations and drinking, each returns home to bed. Only Odysseus remains in the great hall. Beside him sit Arete and godlike Alcinous. Slaves clear the feast dishes. Arete, her white arms bare, speaks first, because she's recognized his cloak and tunic, the lovely clothes she herself made with her slaves. Her words sweep forward like wings. She asks him directly, who is he among men? Where from? Who gave him those clothes? Didn't he say he'd arrived wandering over the sea? Odysseus, always thinking ahead, answers that it would be hard to tell every trouble from beginning to end. The gods have given him so many. But he'll answer what she asks. There's an island far across the sea, Ogygia, where Atlas's daughter lives sly, beautiful-haired Calypso, a goddess to be feared. No one mingles with her except unlucky him. Some god brought him alone to her hearth after Zeus shattered his swift ship with a lightning bolt in the wine-dark sea. All his fine shipmates perished. He grabbed the keel and was carried for 9 days. On the 10th black night, the gods brought him to Ogygia. Calypso welcomed him, fed him, promised to make him deathless and ageless forever, but she never won over the heart inside his chest. For 7 years he remained there, unmoved, soaking the exquisite clothes she gave him with his tears. When the 8th year rolled in, she told him to go home, whether from a message from Zeus or her own change of mind. She sent him on a tightly bound raft with bread, sweet liquor, fine clothes, and a warm, gentle wind. For 17 days he sailed. On the 18th, the shadowy mountain of this land appeared, and his heart was glad, but unlucky, because Poseidon then raised the winds and the unfathomable sea. The waves shattered the raft. He swam, carving through the depths, until wind and water carried him here. On shore, the waves nearly slammed him against massive rocks, but he pulled back, swam to a smooth, wind-sheltered river, crawled out, collapsed as eternal night fell, gathered leaves, and fell asleep as some god poured infinite rest over him. He slept in those leaves, heart-troubled, through the night until midday. As the sun began to set, sleep loosened its grip. He noticed the princess's servants playing on the shore. She looked like a goddess. He approached her, and she didn't act thoughtless like young people usually do. Instead, she gave him bread and shimmering wine, had him washed in the river, and gave him these clothes. He's telling the truth, if in agony. Alcinous responds that his daughter wasn't sensible not to bring the stranger with her servants directly. Odysseus defends her at once. Don't rebuke the blameless girl. She did urge him to follow. He refused out of fear and embarrassment, so the king wouldn't be outraged seeing them together. Men of earth are suspicious like that. Alcinous insists his heart doesn't get angry without reason. Moderation is better. He even wishes aloud by Zeus, Athena, and Apollo that a man so like-minded would take his daughter, stay, and be called his son. He'd give his house and all his wealth if Odysseus would remain. But none of the Phaeacians will hold him against his will. May Father Zeus forbid that. As for the escort, so Odysseus knows for sure tomorrow he will simply lie down, overcome with sleep, and they will carry him over calm seas until he reaches his own land or wherever he wants, even if it's much farther than distant Euboea. His people have made that journey and returned the same day. Odysseus will see for himself that Alcinous's ships and young men are the best at churning the salty sea with oar blades. Odysseus, who has endured so much, feels glad. He prays to Father Zeus, may Lord Alcinous accomplish all he said, may his reputation never die across the grain-giving earth, and may Odysseus reach his own land. They speak this way until Arete, white arms bare, orders slaves to set up a bed frame under the portico, purple blankets, covers on top, and wool cloaks above those. The slaves come out with torches, smooth the sturdy bed quickly, then stand beside Odysseus and urge him to get up and sleep. His bed is ready. The offer feels more than welcome, so he goes to sleep there on the carved, covered bed inside the portico, and up in the inmost room of that imposing house, Alcinous lies down, and close beside him, his wife shares the pleasure of their bedding. Dawn spreads her rosy fingers. Alcinous rises from bed, and beside him, Zeus's descendant Odysseus, the scourge of cities, also gets up. The king leads the way to the Phaeacian agora built near the ships. They sit on polished stones. Pallas Athena, disguised as the king's courier, moves through the city plotting Odysseus's return. She approaches each man and calls them to the agora to hear about the stranger who has wandered the sea, yet looks like an immortal. Her words stir every heart. The assembly seats fill quickly. Many wonder at the sight of Laertes' son, because Athena has cast dazzling grace over his head and shoulders, making him seem taller and heavier, so he'll gain respect and come out well in the contests to come. Once everyone gathers, Alcinous addresses them. He doesn't know who this stranger is, a wanderer from east or west who requests transport. No guest has ever stayed in his house sorrowing for long. He orders a black ship hauled to the surf her maiden voyage with 52 chosen young men to strap oars beside the benches, then disembark and come to his home for a feast. He'll provide for everyone. The sceptered lord should come to his lovely home, and no one should turn away, and call in the heavenly singer Demodocus, whom God gave a voice to delight. Alcinous leads the way. The lords follow. A messenger goes for the singer. The 52 young men go to the restless sea, haul the black ship into deep water, set mast and sail, strap oars into leather turns, spread the white sail, anchor outside the quiet harbor, and return to the enormous palace. Porticos, courtyard, and rooms fill with gathered men young and old. Alcinous sacrifices 12 sheep, 8 white-tusked boars, and 2 lumbering oxen. They flay the animals and prepare the luscious feast. The messenger returns leading the celebrated singer, whom the muse loved, granting him sweet song but taking his eyesight. Pontonous places a silver-studded chair for him against a tall pillar, hangs his clear-toned lyre on a peg above his head, and shows him how to reach it. Beside him go a lovely table, a basket, and a cup of wine. Everyone reaches for the refreshment before them. When hunger and thirst fade, the muse moves the singer to tell of men's legendary actions, the quarrel between Odysseus and Achilles at an extravagant feast to the gods, how Agamemnon relished their arguing, because Apollo had foretold it through an oracle at Holy Pytho, the very beginning of the hard times that swirled over Trojans and Danaans through the will of Almighty Zeus. As the famous singer performs this old song, Odysseus clutches his great purple cloak, draws it over his head to hide his face, mortified by the tears falling from under his brows. Whenever the singer stops, Odysseus wipes his tears, pulls the cloak down, and takes his double-handled cup to pour offerings. But the Phaeacian lords urge the singer on again, and once more Odysseus covers his head and groans, hiding his tears from everyone except Alcinous, who sits beside him, hears the deep groaning, and notices everything. The king immediately speaks to the oar-loving Phaeacians. They've satisfied their hearts with feast and lyre. Now, let them go outside and test each other in all contests, boxing, wrestling, jumping, running, so the stranger can tell his loved ones how well they outperform everyone. He leads the way. Everyone follows. The attendant hangs up the lyre, takes Demodocus by the hand, and guides him outside along the same road to the games. They reach the agora with an immense crowd. Numerous strong young men step forward: Acronios, Ocealos, Elatrius, Nautius, Prunius, Anchialos, Eretmeus, Pontius, Proreus, Thun, Anaphsenios, Amphialos, Euryalus, equal to Ares Nabalados, best in looks and build, except for flawless Laodamas, and the three faultless sons of Alcinous Laodamas, Halios, and godlike Clutoneus. They run pre-trials from the mark, raising dust. Clutoneus is the best runner by a mule-team span on plowed ground. He reaches the crowd ahead of the others. In wrestling, Elatrius overcomes the best. In leaping, Amphialos is best. In discus, Elatrius again. In boxing, Laodamas. When they've enjoyed the matches, Laodamas suggests they ask the stranger if he knows any sports. His build isn't bad: thighs, calves, arms, thick neck, great strength, but he's been broken by hardships, and nothing wears a man down like the sea. Euryalus agrees, and urges Laodamas to challenge the man directly. So Alcinous' fine son stands in the midst, and calls to Odysseus come try their competitions. No greater distinction exists for any living man than what he does with his own hands and feet. Cast troubles from his heart. His journey won't be delayed much longer. The ship is launched, the crew ready. Odysseus, always thinking ahead, asks why he's being taunted. Troubles weigh more on his heart than sport. He suffered so much, worked so hard, and now sits in their agora longing for return, having implored the king and all the people. Euryalus mocks him openly. The stranger doesn't look like an athlete at all, but like a ship's captain, a trader with a mind only for freight, cargo, and easy profits. Glowering, Odysseus answers sharply. The stranger speaks badly, carelessly. The gods don't give all qualities to the same man. One man may be unremarkable in looks, but Zeus crowns his words with elegance. People enjoy looking at him. He speaks without wavering, with gentle humility, and crowds stare as if he were a god. Another looks like an immortal, but has an empty mind. Euryalos's appearance is remarkable. No god could improve it, but his mind is hollow. And now, he's aroused the heart inside Odysseus by speaking improperly. Odysseus was among the best in his youth, when he could count on his hands. Now hardship and pain hold him back after so much war and unsettling waves. But he'll try their games anyway, because Euryalos's words have cut deep and thoroughly annoyed him. He jumps up with his cloak still on, grabs a discus larger and heavier than what the Phaeacians usually throw. Spinning, he flings it from his thick hand. The stone hums. The long-oared ship-famous Phaeacians cower under its flight. It sails much farther than all their marks. Athena, in a man's body, places the mark, and calls out even a blind man groping could find this mark. It's the best by far. None of the Phaeacians will reach or exceed it. Odysseus, radiant and glad to have found a true friend in this contest, speaks with a lighter heart. Reach that, young men. He'll soon throw another just as far or farther. If anyone else has the heart, come and be tested. Boxing, wrestling, running. He doesn't care any Phaeacian except Laodamas himself, since Laodamas is his host. Who would confront the one who entertains him? A man is meaningless, and of no account to challenge his host in a strange land. The rest of them he won't refuse. He wants to be tested. He's not so bad in these contests. He knows how to handle a nicely polished bow first to shoot and strike a man in the thick of the enemy, even when many comrades stood beside him. Only Philoctetes exceeded him, with a bow on Trojan ground. But Odysseus is the best of anyone now alive and eating bread on earth. Of those who came before Heracles, or Eurytos of Oichalia, who rivaled the immortals, he would not want to compete. Eurytos died young because Apollo grew enraged and struck him down for challenging the god to an archery match. Odysseus can throw the spear farther than anyone can shoot an arrow. Only in running he's afraid some Phaeacian might better him, because the waves have battered him badly, and on his craft there was no way to care for himself. His limbs have grown slack and flabby. After he speaks they are all utterly silent. Alcinous alone can answer. Alcinous answers first. The stranger has spoken not without grace, showing his skill because of the insult hurled openly to his face, and no ordinary man who knows how to speak properly would have mocked him that way. So listen, Alcinous says, so Odysseus can tell some other great man some day, feasting with his wife and children, about the Phaeacians' skills, not flawless boxers or wrestlers, but fast runners, excellent seamen, and deeply fond of feasting, lyre and dancing, warm baths, fresh clothes, and bedding down. He calls for the best dancers to perform now, so the stranger can report home how much they surpass all others in sailing, running, dancing, and singing. Someone should bring Demodocus, that clear-toned lyre lying somewhere in the halls. The messenger goes for the hollow lyre. 9 chosen officials stand, level and open space for dancing, a lovely wide arena. The messenger returns with Demodocus, who moves to the center. Young men in the first surge of youth surround him, accomplished dancers beating a divine rhythm with their feet. Odysseus gazes at the blur of their feet, wonder in his heart. The singer strikes a beautiful chord and sings of the love between Ares and Aphrodite, how they first mingled in secret inside Hephaestus' house, Ares giving her everything and sullying the Lord's bed. Helios saw them clinging together, and told Hephaestus. What the craftsman heard stung his heart. He went to his forge, thinking the worst, set his huge anvil on the block, and forged unbreakable shackles. Incensed at Ares, he wrapped chains around the bedposts, and hung more from the rafters, fine as a spider's web, invisible even to the blissful gods. Then he pretended to leave for Lemnos, his most beloved land. Ares, holding his golden reins, kept no careless watch. Seeing Hephaestus depart, he rushed to the house, passionate to make love with radiant Cytherea. She had just returned from the almighty son of Cronos, and sat down. Ares took her hand, called her name, and suggested they go to bed. Hephaestus was gone, among those uncouth Sintians. It delighted her to lie down and relax. They went to the bed. The clever chains fell around them. They could not move or lift their limbs. They realized there was no escape. Hephaestus, famous for his lameness, turned back before reaching Lemnos. Helios had kept watch, and told him everything. He came home, heart troubled, stood at the gate, seized by hard anger. He called loudly to all the gods, "Come see something laughable and intolerable." Aphrodite, Zeus's daughter, disdains him for being lame and makes love to useless, handsome, quick-footed Ares, while he was born twisted. He blames only his own parents. If only they had never given birth to him. The two have climbed into his bed. It hurts to see it, but he doesn't expect they'll want to stay long, even if they're in love. Soon they'll prefer not to be together, but the trap and chains will hold them until her father pays back all the wedding gifts he once gave for that shameless, beautiful, out-of-control girl. The gods gather near the bronze threshold. Poseidon comes, Hermes, the helper, Lord Apollo. The goddesses stay back out of embarrassment, each in her own house. All the male gods stand at the gate. Uncontrollable laughter rises among them as they look at Hephaestus' cunning. One glances at another and remarks that bad actions don't win out, the slow catches the quick. Lame Hephaestus has caught Ares, fastest of all Olympos by design, and Ares must pay for his adultery. Lord Apollo asks Hermes, son of Zeus, guide, giver of good things, if Hermes would be willing to be tied down in chains lying next to golden Aphrodite. Hermes answers that he would if only there were 3 times those inescapable chains holding him down. All the gods and goddesses could watch him snuggle close to her. More laughter rises among the immortals. But Poseidon does not laugh. He implores Hephaestus to release Ares, promising that Ares will pay what's right. Hephaestus asks how he could trust a guarantee from someone useless. What if Ares escapes his chains and his debt? Poseidon swears he himself will pay back if Ares eludes his debt and escapes. Hephaestus decides it wouldn't be right to refuse that word. He rips away the chains. The two remove their fetters and jump up. Ares goes to Thrace. Laughter-loving Aphrodite goes to Paphos in Cyprus, where the Graces bathe her, anoint her with heavenly oil, and wrap her in lovely clothing, a wonder to observe. Odysseus listens and feels joy in his heart, as do all the Phaeacians. Alcinous then orders Helios and Lawanus to dance alone. No one can match them. They take a beautiful purple ball made by ingenious Polybos. One leans back and throws it toward the dark clouds. The other jumps high and catches it before his feet touch ground. After testing themselves, throwing the ball straight up, they dance around the generous earth, quickly flinging it back and forth. The other young men stand inside the arena, beating rhythm on the ground with their feet, raising loud noise. Radiant, Odysseus tells Alcinous that the king is widely known, boasted his dancers were the best, and now those words have been borne out. He is struck with wonder watching them. Alcinous, pleased, calls to his oar-lovers. The stranger has great presence of mind, so extend open hospitality as fitting. 12 admirable kings rule their land as leaders, and he is the 13th. Let each offer a freshly washed cloak, tunic, and a talent of gold, all brought together immediately so the guest may go to dinner, holding it, rejoicing in his heart. And Euryalus must settle with the stranger both in words and a gift. His words were not fitting. Everyone praises what he says, and sends messengers for the gifts. Euryalus replies that he wishes to make peace as requested. He offers a solid bronze sword with a silver hilt, a scabbard of freshly carved ivory, something of suitably great value. He places the silver-crafted sword in Odysseus's hands and cheers him. If harsh words were spoken, may winds snatch them away. May the gods grant that Odysseus sees his wife and reaches his own land after so many hardships so far from those he loves. Odysseus answers back cheers to Euryalus. May the gods give him good fortune, and may he never yearn for this sword given with such soft words. He slings the silver-lined sword over his shoulder. The sun sets. The dazzling gifts are brought in. Dignified messengers carry them to Alcinous's home, and Alcinous's sons place them before their esteemed mother. Alcinous leads the way in all his exalted power. They all sit on elevated chairs. Alcinous tells Arete to bring the best special chest, place a freshly washed cloak and tunic inside, and heat a cauldron until the water is warm. After the stranger washes and sees the beautiful display of gifts the blameless Phaeacians have brought, he may take pleasure, feasting and listening to music. Alcinous will give him an exquisite gold cup, so he remembers his host all his days when pouring offerings to Zeus and the other gods. Arete orders slaves to place a large cauldron on the fire quickly. They set the washtub on the blaze, pour in water, grab wood, and light it. The fire leaps around the cauldron's belly. The water warms. Arete brings out an elegant chest from an inner chamber and places inside all the beautiful gifts, the clothes and gold. She herself adds another cloak and a beautiful tunic. Then she tells Odysseus to see to the lid himself and draw twine around it quickly, so no one can steal from him during his journey if he falls into sweet sleep on their black ship. Hearing her, Odysseus applies the twine in an elaborately tied knot that Kirk taught him. The housekeeper leads him to be bathed. He sees the warm bath with joy in his heart, no longer accustomed to such care since leaving lovely-haired Calypso's home, though before he had always been cared for like a god. After the slaves wash him, rub him with oil, and throw a beautiful tunic and cloak around him, he joins the men busy drinking wine. Nausicaa, in all her natural beauty, stands beside the doorway of the sturdy hall. When her eyes catch sight of him, she looks in wonder and bids him goodbye. When he's back in his own land, remember her, it is to her, before all else, that he owes the value of his life. Odysseus answers, daughter of great-hearted Alcinous, may Zeus, Hera's loud thundering husband, make it possible for him to go home and see the day of his return, and there, for all his days, he will always offer prayers to her as to a goddess, because she has given him his life. He sits in a chair next to King Alcinous. They mix the wine and serve portions. An attendant leads in Demodocus, the singer revered by the people, and sits him against a tall pillar in the middle of those feasting. Odysseus, always thinking ahead, slices a piece from the back of a white-tusked boar, thick with fat on both sides, and speaks to the attendant. Odysseus tells the steward to take this meat to Demodocus so the singer can eat. Troubled as he is, Odysseus still offers his respects of all people on earth. Singers deserve special admiration and honor because the muse loves their company and has given them the spring and sway of music. The attendant places the meat in Demodocus's hands. The singer accepts with joy in his heart. Everyone reaches for the refreshments before them. When hunger and thirst fade, Odysseus speaks to Demodocus. He honors the singer above all mortals, whether the muse or Apollo taught him, because he sings so fittingly of the Achaeans' destiny, all they achieved and suffered, as if he were there or heard it from someone else. Now, shift themes. Sing about the stratagem of the wooden horse that Apios built with Athena. The trick Odysseus led to towering Ilios, loaded with men to burn and loot the city. If Demodocus can tell this story accurately, Odysseus will declare before everyone that Zeus has generously inspired inimitable song in him. The singer, moved by the spirit, opens his song. He takes up the story when the Argives boarded their long-bench ships and sailed off after setting their huts afire, while those with famous Odysseus sat inside the horse in Troy's assembly ground. The Trojans themselves had dragged it inside the towering city. There it stood, and the people argued endlessly, indecisively. 3 plans seemed good split. The hollow wood with ruthless bronze, drag it to the heights and throw it down, or let it stand as a great offering to placate the gods, as was fated to happen, since the city was destined to perish when it enclosed the massive wooden horse carrying the best of the Argives, about to bring devastation and death upon the Trojans. He sings how the sons of the Achaeans poured out of the horse, leaving their hollow hiding place, and burned and looted throughout the city, laying waste to the towering stronghold. He sings how Odysseus went like Ares to Deiphobos' house with Menelaus, as if a god himself, risking a horrible battle and winning at last with the help of Athena's great heart. As the famous singer sings this song, Odysseus' heart melts. Tears flow from under his eyelids down over his cheeks, like a woman who throws herself upon her beloved husband, who has fallen before his city, trying to hold back the merciless day for his people and children. She watches him dying, gasping for breath, shrieking loudly as she throws herself upon him. They beat her back and shoulders with spear shafts and lead her away to servitude, her cheeks wasting with pitiful grief. So Odysseus lets his mournful tears fall. He tries to conceal them from the others. Only Alcinous notices, observing him, sitting by himself, hearing him groan. The king immediately speaks to his oar-loving Phaeacians. Let Demodocus quiet the clear tones of his lyre. His song is not bringing joy to everyone here. From the moment they started feasting and the singer began, that the stranger has not stopped weeping bitterly. Some torment must be closing in on his heart, so let them hold off so all may enjoy themselves, both host and guest. It is much better that way. Everything being done the escort. The gifts of friendship is for their respected guest. A stranger or petitioner is like a brother to any man whose heart can be touched, even a little. So do not hide now for any self-serving purpose. Speaking out is always better. Tell Alcinous the name they call him by, his mother and father, and all those who live in and about his city. No one among human beings is ever nameless. Parents give a name to all they bring to life. Tell him his country, his people, his city, so their ships may send him there, setting the course on their own. The Phaeacians have no pilots or rudders like other ships. The vessels themselves recognize the minds and hearts of their men. They know the cities and fertile fields of all peoples, and make their way quickly across the depths of the sea, hidden in mists and clouds, never fearing harm or loss. But Alcinous once overheard his father Nausithous say that Poseidon is angry at them for giving safe conduct to everyone. One day, as a Phaeacian well-made ship returns from a convoy over the misty sea, Poseidon will shatter it and enclose their city behind a mountain. Or so the old man said. Zeus will bring these things about, or let them go unfulfilled, whatever his heart desires. So tell Alcinous truthfully where he has been driven, about what places, pleasant cities and peoples he has come upon, both the hard and brutish, and the God-fearing who welcome strangers. And tell him why he keeps weeping with grief in his heart as he hears about the fate of the Argives and Danaans. The gods made this happen, spinning the thread of death for those men, so there might be a song for those yet to be born. Did one of his relatives die there before Ilios, a fine brother-in-law or father-in-law, one of the closest by blood and birth? or a good friend close to his heart? Nothing less than a brother is an understanding friend. Odysseus answers, Lord Alcinous, eminent above all people, there is no doubt this is a good thing to listen to a singer like this, his voice like the gods. Nothing is more fulfilling than when joy takes hold of everyone feasting inside a house. Listening to a singer, as they sit side by side, tables filled with bread and meat, the steward drawing wine from the bowl and pouring it into all the cups. That seems to him the most beautiful thing there is. But now Alcinous's heart is distracted to ask about his dismal troubles, and so he groans and is full of even more sorrow. What should he tell first, and what last? The gods above have given him so many troubles. First, he will tell his name, so they will know it, and so that after he postpones that inescapable day of death, he may someday be their host, though his home is far away. He is Odysseus Laertiades, well known for his cunning. His reputation reaches the skies. He lives in Ithaca, easily seen. A mountain called Neriton with quivering forests stands visible from far away, and many islands lie close around Dulcios, Samos, and forested Zakynthos. Ithaca lies low on the horizon, furthest toward the darkening sky. The others face the dawn and the sun. It is rugged but a good caretaker for raising the young. To him, nothing could be sweeter than seeing one's own land, although radiant Calypso kept him in her hollow caves, longing for him to be her husband, and cunning Kirk detained him in her halls on Aia, also longing to marry him. They could never deter the heart inside his chest. Nothing is so sweet as one's own land and parents, even if a man lives in a wealthy home far from them, in another land. Now let him tell about his trouble-filled return home, which Zeus imposed after he left Troy. From Ilios, the wind carried him as far as Ismeros to the Kykones. There he burned the city and killed the men. They took the wives and much goods from the city, and divided it, so no man would go cheated out of his equal share. He strongly advised taking quick steps to get away, but those great fools would not obey. Too much wine was drunk. By the shore they slaughtered many sheep and lumbering cattle with curled horns, while the Kykones went and called out their neighboring Kykones more numerous and more daring, living inland, knowing how to fight either with horses or on foot. They came as many as all the leaves and flowers that appear in spring. A horrible destiny from Zeus came upon them, doomed to face many agonies. They took their stand and fought close to the fast ships. Both sides threw bronze-tipped spears at each other all through the morning, and as that wondrous day progressed, they held on and kept the Kykones off despite being outnumbered. But as the sun moved toward evening when you unyoke your oxen, the Kykones pushed the Achaeans back and overcame them. From each ship, 6 of his well-equipped soldiers were lost. The rest escaped the call of destiny and death. They sailed on from there, anguish in their hearts, glad to have escaped death, though they had lost some trustworthy mates. He did not allow the rounded ships to leave until they had called out 3 times for each of those unlucky mates who died on the field, cut down by the Kykones. But then Zeus, gathering the clouds, stirred up the north wind against their ships in a storm beyond belief. He obscured both land and sea with clouds, and from the heavens the night rushed in. The ships were swept over, leaning sideways, and the force of the wind ripped the sails into 3 or 4 shreds. They hauled them in and stored them in the hold, fearing destruction, and rowed vigorously toward land. There, for 2 full days and nights, they lay about, eating out their hearts in weariness and pain. When dawn with her flowing hair brought the 3rd day, they set the masts, hauled up white sails, and sat at their benches. Wind and helmsman steered, and Odysseus would have reached his own land unharmed. But rounding Malea, the waves, current, and north wind beat against him, driving him beyond Cythera. For 9 days treacherous winds carried him over a fish-filled sea. On the 10th, they landed among the lotus-eaters. They went ashore for water, and the crew took a meal by the swift ships. After tasting food and drink, Odysseus sent 3 men to learn who lived there, those who eat bread on earth. They mingled with the lotus-eaters, who meant no harm, and gave them the lotus to eat. Those who ate the honey-sweet fruit no longer wanted to return home or bring back news. They only wanted to stay, feeding on lotus, forgetting everything. Odysseus dragged them back crying against their will, tied them down in the hollow ships, and ordered the rest to board quickly, so no one else would eat the lotus and forget their return. They went aboard, struck the gray sea with their oars, and sailed on with anguish in their hearts. They came to the land of the Cyclops, insolent, unruly, putting all faith in the immortal gods. They neither plow nor plant, yet everything grows for them: wheat, barley, vines with thick grape clusters, watered by rain from Zeus. They have no assemblies, councils, or established laws. They live on mountaintops and hollow caves, each making rules for his own children and wives, with no use for one another. A fertile island juts cockeyed from the harbor, neither close nor far from the Cyclops' forested land. Countless wild goats live there, uncurbed by human care or hunting. Unoccupied, unplanted, untilled, it feeds only bleating goats. The Cyclops have no ships with bright red bows, no shipbuilders to craft fine-benched vessels for trading or travel. Yet the island is not a bad place: meadows near the gray sea with soft, moist soil where vines would never die, level fields for booming harvests, and a harbor with good anchorage requiring no moorings. At the harbor's head, a stream of bright water flows from a cave, dark poplars growing all around. They landed there, guided by some god through a gloomy night too dark to see. Thick fog hid everything, the moon was closed in by clouds. No one saw the island or the long waves curling upon the beach until their firm-benched ships drove up onto the shore. After beaching, they lowered sails, disembarked, and fell asleep, waiting for the radiance of dawn. Very early, as dawn spread her rosy fingers, they moved about the island in wonder. The nymphs, daughters of aegis-bearing Zeus, stirred up mountain goats for his mates to eat. They grabbed curved bows and long javelins from the ships, organized into 3 groups, and threw their javelins. Zeus gave them a satisfying hunt. 12 ships followed Odysseus. 9 goats went to each ship, and the crew picked out 10 for him alone. All day until sunset they feasted on massive amounts of meat and sweet wine, the red wine from the Cyclops' city, not yet used up. They looked across to the land of the Cyclops, seeing smoke and hearing sheep, goats, and bellowing creatures. The sun set, darkness came, and they slept on the seashore. Very early dawn spread her rosy fingers. Odysseus called an assembly. He told the rest to stay while he took his own ship and crew to find out about these people, whether they were violent, unjust, disorderly, or welcoming and observant of the gods. He went aboard, told the crew to release the stern cables, and they struck the gray waters with their oars. When they reached a place close by on a point near the sea, they saw a high cave overhung with laurel, where large flocks of sheep and goats were kept at night. A towering courtyard built with stones, tall pines, and lofty oak trees surrounded it. It was the night dwelling of some huge man who shepherded his flocks at a distance, alone, isolated, with no regard for right or wrong. He had been created as a gigantic wonder, not like a bread-eating man, but like a wooded crag among lofty mountains. Odysseus told most of his trustworthy mates to guard the ship. He chose 12 of his best, and departed. He had a goatskin of dark sweet wine given to him by Mero, son of Evanthes, a priest of Apollo who kept watch over Ismaros. Out of reverence, they had protected Maro, his wife and his child, so he gave splendid gifts: 7 talents of crafted gold, a solid silver mixing bowl, and wine sweet, unmixed, heavenly. Maro poured it into 12 jugs, known only to his beloved wife and 1 housekeeper. When they drank that honey-sweet red wine, 1 cup poured into 20 measures of water produced a smell so sweet no one could bear to hold back. Odysseus filled a large goatskin with this wine and carried it with other provisions, his swelling heart telling him they would soon meet a wild man clothed in great strength, who did not know right from justice. Quickly they reached the cave, but found him inside. He was grazing his plump flocks in the fields. They went inside and stared in wonder at baskets full of cheeses, corrals loaded with lambs and kids, each pen separate for firstborn, later, and newborn. All well-built pots, pails, and bowls were full of whey. His companions begged him to grab cheese and quickly drive lambs and kids down to the ship and sail away over the salty waters. But Odysseus did not listen, though that would have been better, so he might see the man, and perhaps receive what guests are due. But when the Cyclops appeared, he was by no means a cheery sight. They kindled a fire, performed a sacrifice, took some cheese and ate, and sat waiting until he returned, driving his flock. He carried inside a heavy load of dry wood for mealtime, throwing it down with a booming noise like thunder. They drew back into the recesses of the cave in fear. He drove his plump flock inside, all those he milked, but left the males, rams and goats, outside in the deep courtyard. Then he picked up a huge, heavy stone to block the door, so massive that 22 sturdy four-wheeled wagons could not have hauled it away. He sat down and milked the bleating sheep and goats in proper order, placing each young under its mother. He curdled half the white milk, gathered it into wicker baskets, and put it aside. The other half he stood in jugs to drink and keep for mealtime. After finishing his work, he rekindled the fire. Then his eye fell upon them, and he asked who they were, where they sailed from. Were they on a mission, or wandering as pirates, risking their lives and bringing trouble to others? Their hearts were crushed in fear of his deep voice and gigantic presence. Even so, Odysseus answered, they had come from Troy, Achaeans, driven by winds over the great chasm of the sea, heading homeward by an unfamiliar route, as Zeus wished. They claimed to be the people of Agamemnon Atreides, whose fame was greatest under heaven after destroying such a great city. They had come to the Cyclops' knees in supplication, asking for hospitality and what guests are due, in reverence to the god Zeus himself, avenger of suppliants and strangers, who walks in the footsteps of proper strangers. The Cyclops answered with a pitiless heart. Odysseus was a fool, or had come from far away, asking him to fear or shrink from the gods. Cyclopses don't care about Zeus or his big shield, or the other gods up high. They are much better. He won't spare Odysseus or his friends to avoid Zeus's anger, unless his heart urges him. But tell him, where did they put in their good ship? Over there on the far side or close by? Just so he'll know. He said this to test him, but Odysseus read him well, and answered with shifty words. Poseidon, shaker of the earth, smashed his ship to pieces by throwing her on the rocks along the coast, driving her in from the sea against the headlands. Only he and these men escaped utter destruction. The Cyclops did not answer. He jumped up, reached for Odysseus's mates, grabbed two together, and dashed them against the ground like puppies. Their brains flowed out, drenching the earth. He cut off their limbs and prepared his meal. Like a mountain lion, he devoured the entrails, flesh, and marrow-filled bones, leaving nothing. They watched this vicious act, cried out, and held up their hands to Zeus. Helplessness clutched their hearts. After the Cyclops filled his enormous belly with human flesh and pure milk, he lay down inside the cave among his sheep. Odysseus's heart bursting, he planned to draw his sharp sword and plunge it into the Cyclops' chest, feeling for the liver. But he was held back by second thoughts. All of them would have died a horrible death, unable to heave back that heavy stone. So they groaned and waited for brilliant dawn. Very early, as dawn spread her rosy fingers, the Cyclops rekindled the fire, milked his fine sheep in good order, placed each young under its mother, and after finishing his work, again grabbed two men together and prepared his meal. After eating, he nimbly removed the great stone, drove his fattened sheep from the cave, pushed it back into position like a lid on a quiver, and whistled noisily as he turned his flocks to the mountains. Odysseus was left there, brooding deeply over how to pay him back brutally with Athena's backing. This strategy seemed best. The Cyclops' massive club green olive wood, recently cut to carry when dried, lay next to one of the pens. Looking it over, Odysseus reckoned it was as large as the mast of a 20-oared black ship, a wide trading vessel for crossing that great chasm. He stood next to it, cut away a full fathom, passed it to his mates to strip down. They smoothed it out. He sharpened it to a point. They scorched it hard on the blazing fire. Then he hid it carefully under the dung strewn about the cave in numerous huge piles. Odysseus encourages the others to cast lots, for who would be daring enough to take the stake and press it into the Cyclops' eye once sleep settled upon him. The lots fall on the very men he would have chosen 4 of them, with Odysseus himself making 5. Toward evening, the Cyclops returns, herding his lovely fleeced flocks. He drives every fattened animal into the vast cave, leaving none outside, either some hunch or a god urging him on. He lifts the huge stone into place, sits down, milks the bleating sheep and goats in proper order, and places each young under its mother. After finishing his work, he grabs 2 more men and prepares his meal. Odysseus stands closer, holding a wooden bowl of dark wine. He offers it to the Cyclops. Drink this wine along with the human flesh, so he'll know what kind of drink their ship holds. Odysseus brought it as an offering, hoping for mercy and to send off home. But the Cyclops has become mad beyond bearing. Heartless man, how will any human ever come to him again when what he has done is neither right nor proper? The Cyclops grabs it and drinks, thrilled by the sweet wine, and asks for more. Give it freely, and tell him his name now, so he can offer what a guest deserves. The earth produces rich clusters of wine for the Cyclops, and Zeus's rain makes them grow, but this tastes like a stream of ambrosia and nectar. Odysseus offers the shimmering wine again 3 times. He gives it 3 times. The Cyclops drinks without thinking. When the wine overwhelms the Cyclops' mind, Odysseus speaks with captivating words. The Cyclops asked for his illustrious name. He'll tell him so. The Cyclops can offer what a guest deserves. No one is his name. They call him no one, his mother, his father, all his friends. The Cyclops answers with a callous heart. He'll eat no one last of all after his shipmates. That'll be what he deserves. He staggers, falls on his back with his neck bent cockeyed, and sleep takes him. Wine surges from his throat, along with bits of human flesh, as he vomits in drunkenness. Odysseus drives the stake deep into the embers until it grows hot. He encourages his shipmates so none draw back in fear. When the olive wood stake is about to catch, still green but glowing fiercely, he brings it close to the Cyclops. His shipmates stand around him. Some god breathes great courage into them. They take the sharp-pointed stake and thrust it into his eye. Odysseus leans his weight against it from above and turns it around. As a man bores a ship's timber with a drill, those below spinning the leather strap, that's how they grip the smoldering stake, turning and twisting it inside his eye. The hot blood streams out all around. The burning eyeball singes his eyelids, and eyebrows, the roots of the eye, crackle in the fire. Like a blacksmith plunging a large axe into cool water, the massive hissing, the tempering of iron. That's how his eye sizzles around the olive stake. In horror, he cries out, the echo bouncing from the rocks. They all draw back in fear. He pulls the stake rank with foul blood out of his eye and flings it away beside himself. He cries out loudly to all the Cyclops living in caves along the windy hilltops. They lumber in from every direction, stand around the cave, and ask what's troubling him. Yelling on this heavenly night will make them lose sleep. Is someone deviously driving off his flocks against his will, or killing him by force or trickery? From inside, huge Polyphemus answers, friends, no one is killing me by force and trickery. They answer back, well, if no one's hurting him, on his own as he is, there's no avoiding this sickness from Almighty Zeus. He'll just have to pray to their father, Lord Poseidon. They go away. Odysseus's heart leaps inside him. His name and flawless plan have worked. The Cyclops, groaning in agony, gropes with his hands and takes the stone away from the door. He sits in the doorway, reaching out his hands to catch anyone trying to go out with the sheep, hoping Odysseus will be that foolish. Odysseus thinks over how to escape death, interweaving tricks and schemes as a man grasping for life itself. This plan seems best. Several well-fed rams, fine, large, with thick dark wool, stand in the cave. In silence, Odysseus works them together, plaiting the pliable twigs on which the huge, lawless Cyclops used to sleep. He picks out 3 rams at a time, one in the middle to carry a man, 2 on each side to save his shipmates. Every 3 rams carry a man, for himself, The very best ram of the whole flock, he grabs its back, twists face up under its woolly belly, holds on to its sumptuous wool with a stubborn heart. Groaning, they wait for radiant dawn. Very early, as dawn spreads her rosy fingers, the males scurry out for pasture lands. The females bleat, unmilked, udders about to burst. Their master, worn out by awful pain, feels along the backs of the sheep as they idle by. The fool doesn't notice how Odysseus's mates are bound under the breasts of the woolly sheep. The last ram, the best one, goes out through the doorway, encumbered by the weight of its fleece and Odysseus's intricate thinking. Feeling along its back, powerful Polyphemus speaks to the ram. Why is it leaving last, when it was always first to graze fresh grass and flowers, first to reach running streams, first to return to the fold at evening? Now, it's last. It must be sorrowing for its master's eye, which that awful man blinded after weakening his heart with wine. But no one has not yet escaped destruction. If only the ram could think and talk like him, it could tell him where that one now skulks to avoid his anger. He'd splatter that one's brains all over the cave, and his heart could calm down from this horror brought on him by no good no one. He sends the ram outside. Going a short distance from the cave and courtyard, Odysseus first frees himself from the ram, then releases his mates. Quickly they herd the eagerly trotting, fattened sheep to the ship. The appearance of those who escaped death is welcome to their loyal shipmates, who start to groan and cry for the lost ones. Odysseus won't let them weep. Raising one eyebrow to each man, he orders them to throw the fine woolly sheep aboard and sail out onto the salty waters. They go aboard, settle at their benches, and strike the gray sea with their oars. As soon as they're as far as a voice can carry, Odysseus yells out to the Cyclops with contemptuous taunts. The man whose shipmates the Cyclops was going to eat so viciously in his empty cave was not helpless. His awful acts have come right back on him, brute, because he would not hold back from eating his own guests. Zeus and the other gods have taken their revenge. The Cox becomes even more enraged. He rips off the top of a huge crag and throws it down, just a little in front of the dark prow, missing the tip of the steering oar. The sea surges under the rock. The swell seizes the ship in a backward flow, sweeping it back onto the shore. Odysseus grabs a long pole, pushes them away, stirs up his mates, and nods for them to throw themselves into their oars to escape this horror. They lean in and row. When they've passed twice as far out at sea, Odysseus calls out again. His shipmates plead with him. Why enrage this wild man? He just threw a rock that drove them back to shore, and they thought they'd be destroyed. If he hears them, he'll throw a big jagged stone and smash their ship's timbers along with their heads he throws with such force. But they cannot hold back Odysseus's raging, reckless heart. He calls back Cyclops. If any one of mere mortals ever asks about this rude blinding of his eye, tell them that Odysseus, scourge of cities, son of Laertes of Ithaca, blinded him. The Cyclops groans and answers. That old prophecy has caught up with him. There used to be a seer here, Telemos Eurymimides, best at prophesying, who grew old among the Cyclops. He told Polyphemus everything to come, that he would lose his eyesight because of Odysseus, but he was always looking out for a tall, good-looking man dressed in the greatness of strength. Now, some little, no good weakling has blinded his eye after weakening him with wine. But come back, Odysseus, so he can give him what a guest deserves. Maybe he'll coax the famous Earthshaker to give him an escort, since Poseidon is his father and claims to be. He'll heal Polyphemus if he wants to. No one else, not one of the carefree gods nor any damned human. Odysseus calls back if only he could rid the Cyclops of his life and soul and send him down to the house of Hades, since not even the Earthshaker will heal his eye. The Cyclops prays to Lord Poseidon, stretching his arms up to the star-filled sky. Dark-haired Poseidon, holder of the earth if he is truly his son, and Poseidon claims to be his father, grant that Odysseus, son of Laertes of Ithaca, never reaches home. But if it's his lot to see his people, his nicely built home and his native land, make him come home delayed, and in deep trouble, after losing all his companions, on someone else's ship, and may he find misery in his own house. The dark-haired god hears him. The Cyclops lifts an even larger stone, twists to gather his great strength, and throws it a little behind the dark stern, just missing the tip of the steering oar. The sea surges up under the rock. The wave carries the ship forward to the other shore. When they reach the other island, all the other ships remain together, their shipmates sitting and waiting in sorrow. They beach the ship on the sands and jump out onto the shore. They unload the Cyclops' flocks from the hollow ship and divide them so no one is denied an equal share. In allotting the sheep, the well-stocked crew gives the ram especially to Odysseus. He burns its thighs and offers it in sacrifice to Zeus, son of Kronos, the dark cloud who rules over all. But Zeus does not acknowledge his sacrifice by then, already pondering how Odysseus's well-bent ships and loyal shipmates are going to be lost. Through that whole day until sunset, they feast on massive amounts of meat and sweet wine. When the sun sets and darkness comes, they lie down to sleep on the shore by the sea. Very early, as dawn spreads her rosy fingers, Odysseus wakes his mates and orders them aboard and to release the stern cables. They go aboard at once, settle at their benches, and strike the gray sea with their oars. From there they sail on with anguish in their hearts, glad to have escaped death, but they have lost some precious friends. They came to Aeolia, the floating island where Aeolus, Hippotades lived, dear to the immortal gods. Sheer cliffs rose around an indestructible bronze wall. 12 children had been born in his household, 6 daughters and 6 sons. Aeolus had given his daughters to his sons in marriage, and they all feasted perpetually with their dear father and caring mother, delicacies without limit always before them. The house smelled of savory aromas. The whole courtyard echoed throughout the day. At night, they slept beside their esteemed wives on corded bed frames with many blankets. They came to the city and lovely palace. Aeolus hosted Odysseus for a month, questioning him about Ilios, the Argive ships, and the Achaeans' return. Odysseus laid out everything as was due. When he asked to be let go and sent on his way, Aeolus denied him nothing. He organized the passage and offered a hide flayed from a 9-year-old ox. He tied up the streams of howling wind inside Kronos' son had made him keeper of the winds, to calm or arouse them as he wished. He tied it all down inside the hollow ship with a bright silver cord, so not even a little would leak out, and sent a breath of the west wind to carry them across. But they were lost, because of their own thoughtlessness. For 9 days and nights they sailed. On the 10th, their own land appeared. They were so close they saw people tending their fires, worn out from handling the ship, never giving it over to any crewmate so they might reach home as soon as possible. Sweet sleep came over Odysseus. His mates began talking among themselves. They said he was bringing home gold and silver for himself, gifts from Aeolus. One man said to another, appalling, "He is so welcome and honored wherever he goes, bringing back lovely treasure from Troy, while they come home empty-handed after the same journey. Now, Aeolus has given him these gifts freely out of friendship, so let's find out how much gold and silver is in that skin." Their terrible advice won everyone over. They opened the bag. All the winds came rushing out, snatched them up at once, and carried them out to sea, away from their native land. Odysseus awoke and brooded over everything in his heart, whether to leap from the ship and be lost under the sea, or endure in silence and remain among the living. He endured. He remained. He covered himself and lay down in the boat. A horrible stormy wind carried them back to Aeolus' island. His shipmates groaned. They went ashore for water and took a meal next to the swift ships. When they had tasted food and drink, Odysseus took one messenger and one shipmate to Aeolus' home. He found him feasting with his wife and children. They approached and sat on the threshold by the doorposts. All were astounded and questioned him. How did he get here? What cruel god assaulted him? They sent him away in good faith to reach his own land. Odysseus answered with anguish in his heart. His careless shipmates and cruel sleep had ruined him. Restore them, friends, since it was within their power. He addressed them with modest words, but they remained silent. At last, the father answered, "Leave this island right away. He is the most disgraceful of all living beings. It would not be fitting for Iolaus to offer help, or send on his way a man so abhorred by the blissful gods. Leave now." He sent Odysseus groaning deeply away from his home. From there they sailed on, hearts in anguish, their spirits worn down by hard rowing and wasted work. No fair wind escorted them. They sailed for 6 days and nights. On the 7th, they came to the towering stronghold of Lamos, then to the Lastrygonian land of Telephos, where one shepherd calls to another as he drives in his herd, and the other answers as he drives his flock out. A man who goes without sleep could earn double wages there, herding cattle and taking white sheep to pasture, because the roads of night and day run close together. They came to that fine harbor. Towering cliffs loomed along both sides, protruding points jutting out opposite each other at the mouth, a very narrow entrance. All their rounded ships put in and anchored close together in that empty harbor. Inside, the waves never swelled, large or small. A gentle calm surrounded them. Odysseus alone moored his black ship outside the harbor at land's end, tying the stern cables to the rocks. He climbed to a rugged lookout point. From there, no sign of cattle or human activity was evident, only smoke rising from the earth. He sent out 2 men and a third as messenger to learn who these people were. They went along a smooth road by which wagons brought wood down from the mountains to the city. Near the city, they met a girl drawing water, the sturdy daughter of Antiphates the Lastrygonian. She had come down to the beautiful flowing stream Artakia. They asked her, who was the king of this land? She showed them to her father's high-roofed house. Inside, they found his wife massive as a mountain peak. They shuddered with disgust. She called in her husband, famous Antiphates, from the agora. He plotted a bitter death. He seized one maid immediately and began to prepare a feast. The other 2 jumped up and fled back to the ships. Antiphates raised an outcry throughout the city. The hardy Lastrygonians came together from everywhere, thousands, more like giants than men. From the cliffs they threw down huge boulders. An awful uproar rose from dying men and shattering ships. They speared Odysseus's men like fish and carried them home for a gruesome meal. While they were killing those within the deep harbor, Odysseus drew his sharp sword, cut the cables of his ship's dark stern, stirred up his shipmates, and told them to throw themselves into their oars to escape. They churned the sea in fear of death. Gratefully, his ship escaped the overhanging cliffs. The others perished altogether. From there they sailed on, hearts in anguish, relieved to be free of death. But having lost their valued companions, they came to the island of Aia, where Kirk lived, lovely flowing hair, human voice, but a goddess much to be feared. She was sister of Aeetes, with a malicious heart, both offspring of Helios the sun and Perse, a child of the ocean. They brought their ship into a harbor deep enough to hold a ship. Some god must have guided them. They jumped out and lay there for 2 days and nights, weariness and sorrow eating at their hearts. When dawn with her lovely hair brought the 3rd day, Odysseus grabbed his spear and sharp sword and went to a viewpoint to observe activities of men and hear their chatter. He climbed to a rugged lookout point. He saw smoke rising from Kirk's lodging, among timberlands and thick brush. He mulled over whether to go find out about it. This appeared better go first to the ship, offer his shipmates their meal, then send them out to investigate. Just as he got close to the rounded ship, some god took pity on his isolation and sent a large stag with towering antlers straight into his path. Heading from its pasture toward the river to drink, the power of the sun had seized it. As it came out, Odysseus struck it in the spine at mid-back. His bronze spear passed right through, crying out. It fell in the dust. Its spirit flew away. He placed his foot on it, drew his bronze-tipped spear from the wound, left it lying, pulled out twigs and vines at least a fathom long, twisted them into a rope, tied the creature's legs together, slung it across his back, and leaned on his spear as he headed to the black ship. He could not hold it with just one hand, such a large beast. He threw it down before the ship, stood before each man, and encouraged his mates with gentle words. No matter how deeply troubled they would not go down to the house of Hades yet, not before their day of destiny. While there was still food and drink on the fast ship, let them turn their thoughts to eating and not waste away with hunger. They listened. Uncovering their heads there beside the shore of the restless sea, they stared in wonder at the stag, such a large animal. When they had satisfied their eyes, they washed their hands and prepared a marvelous feast. All day until sunset, they feasted on massive amounts of meat and sweet wine. When the sun set and darkness came, they lay down to sleep on the seashore. Very early, as dawn spread her rosy fingers, Odysseus called them all together and spoke, "Listen, friends who have suffered so much." They did not know where darkness was, or where the sun went under the earth, or where it rose to shed light on all who must die. Let them quickly consider whether there was any strategy open to them. Odysseus didn't think there was. He had climbed to a rocky lookout point and looked out over the island. The endless ocean stretched around it like a crown. The island lay low, and halfway across, his eyes had seen smoke rising from woods and thick underbrush. Their hearts were breaking inside them as they remembered Antiphates, the Laestrygonian, and the brutality of the Cyclops, whose heart was large yet ate human beings. They cried aloud, hard tears streaming down, but their weeping was futile. Odysseus counted his well-equipped shipmates into 2 groups, and chose a leader for each. He led one extraordinary Eurylokos, led the other. They shook lots in a bronze helmet. The lot of great-hearted Eurylokos jumped out. He went away with 22 weeping shipmates, leaving Odysseus and the others in sorrow. In a glen, they came upon Kirk's house, built with well-polished stone in a spot one could see all around. Wolves and mountain lions lay about creatures Kirk had dulled with strong drugs. They did not rush at the men. Instead, they stood and moved about meekly, wagging their long tails, as dogs wag their tails about their master when he comes out after a meal, because he has always offered them sweet morsels. Those wolves and lions with their sharp claws wagged their tails about. But the men were afraid at the sight of these terrifying beasts. They stood at the gates of the goddess with lovely hair, and heard Kirk singing with a sweet voice as she went back and forth before a weaving of unearthly sighs, as intricate and delightfully delicate as the work of goddesses. Polites, a leader among men, the dearest and most trustworthy of Odysseus's shipmates, told the others that someone was inside going back and forth before a large loom, singing sweetly some goddess or a woman. The whole floor kept echoing. Let them call out to her right now. They shouted and called out. She came, opened the brilliant doors and called them in. In their innocence, they followed her inside. Only Eurylokos stayed behind. He thought it was a trap. She led the others inside and prepared a stew of cheese, barley, yellow honey, and Pramnian wine. In this dish, she mixed some noxious drug to make them utterly forget their native land. After she offered it to them, and they drank it down, she touched them with her wand and shut them into her pigsties. The crewman couldn't get a word out. His heart was too wrecked, eyes flooding, chest in knots. When the others pressed him, desperate for news, he finally described what he'd seen: a polished stone palace in a clearing, someone singing at a loom, a goddess or a woman. His shipmates had called out to her. She'd opened bright doors and invited them in. Innocent, they'd followed. He'd stayed back, sensing the trap. Then they vanished, all of them. Not one reappeared, though he'd watched for a long time. Odysseus slung his silver-studded bronze sword over his shoulder, arranged his bow, and ordered Eurylokos to lead him back. The man grabbed his knees instead, sobbing, begging not to be forced, insisting that Odysseus himself would never return, that none of them would. He urged them all to flee with the survivors while they still could. Odysseus refused. He told Eurylokos to stay by the black ship if he wanted, to eat and sleep there. But he was going. A powerful urge compelled him. He climbed away from the sea, into the sacred glade, approaching Circe's enormous home. That's when Hermes met him, golden wand in hand, looking like a young man with the first hint of beard. The god took his wrist and asked what he thought he was doing, wandering alone through these hills, knowing nothing of the place. His crew, Hermes said, were penned like pigs. If Odysseus went to free them, he'd never leave. He'd stay there like the rest. But Hermes would keep him safe. He handed over a powerful antidote, a plant black at the root with a milk-white blossom, called moly by the gods, hard for mortals to dig but easy for them. It would stop Circe's spell from taking hold. Then the god explained her deadly arts. She'd mix a drink, throw drugs into the food, strike with her long wand, but Odysseus, protected, would draw his sword and leap at her like he meant to kill her. She'd panic, beg him to bed her. He should accept, so she'd free his men and offer hospitality. But first, he had to make her swear a solemn oath, before the careless gods, no further treachery, no stripping away his honor or his manhood when she undressed him.
Then Hermes vanished into the island's forests, heading for Olympus.
Odysseus walked on toward Circe's house, his heart brooding darkly. He stood before the gates, shouted, and she heard. Bright doors opened. She called him in. He followed, aching inside. She seated him on a silver-studded chair with a footstool, then mixed a golden cup of wine laced with a drug-foul intent in her heart. He drank. The spell failed. She struck him with her wand and ordered him to the sty. Instead, he rushed at her with his drawn sword. She screamed, ducked, grabbed his knees and wailed, asking who he was, where he came from, stunned that no man had ever withstood that drug once it crossed his teeth. The resolve in his chest, she said, was immune to charm. He had to be Odysseus, always shifting, always drifting. Hermes had told her he'd come, heading home from Troy. She told him to sheathe his sword and climb into bed with her, so they could trust each other, lolling and making love. He answered coldly. How could she ask for gentleness after turning his men into pigs? This bed invitation felt like another trap to strip him of honor and manhood. He'd never go near her bed unless she swore a solemn oath to plan no further harm. She swore at once, completing the full oath. Only then did he go up to her exquisite bed. Her 4 servant women born from streams, groves, and sacred rivers busied themselves. One threw purple rugs over chairs with linen beneath. Another pulled up tables and set out golden baskets. A third mixed honey-sweet wine in a silver bowl and arranged golden cups. The 4th heated a huge pot of water. When it boiled in the gleaming bronze, she bathed him, tempering the water to his heart's desire, pouring it over his head and shoulders until the weariness left his limbs. Then she anointed him with oils, dressed him in a fine cloak and tunic, and led him back to the silver-studded chair. A servant brought water in a golden pitcher, poured it over a silver basin for his hands, and drew up a polished table. The housekeeper set down bread and plenty of meat, but Odysseus couldn't eat. He sat there, heart aggravated, thinking of other things, suspecting the worst. Circe noticed his silence, his untouched food, his extreme sorrow. She stood close and whispered, Why was he sitting like someone unable to speak, something eating at his heart? Did he fear another trick? He needn't. She'd already sworn. He answered, What man of good sense would taste food or drink before seeing his friends freed with his own eyes? If she meant what she said, she should release them. She took her wand, opened the pigsty gates, and drove them out, still looking like 9-year-old pigs. Then she rubbed another drug on each. The bristles fell away. They became men again, younger, taller, more handsome than before. They recognized him. Each one grasped his hands. Intense sobbing echoed inharmoniously through the house, and even Circe felt compassion. She told Odysseus to go back to the swift ship, haul it ashore, store provisions and tackle in the caves, then return with his loyal mates. His brash heart was persuaded. He walked down to the seashore. There he found his earnest crew weeping bitterly beside the fast ship, hard tears streaming. The moment they saw him, they crowded around, shedding tears like calves loosed from their pens, lowing and romping about their mothers as the herd returns from pasture. In their hearts, it was as if they'd already made it home to rugged Ithaca. They wept out loud, their words trembling like wings. The crew told Odysseus that his return lifted their hearts as if they'd already reached home. Then they asked about the others who had died. Odysseus answered gently first, "Haul the ship ashore, store the gear in caves, then come with him to see their comrades feasting in Circe's halls, endless food and drink there." The men agreed at once. Only Eurylochus tried to hold them back, trembling as he warned they were fools to go anywhere near Circe. She'd turn them all into pigs, wolves, or lions, forced to guard her palace against their will, just like the Cyclops' cave, where Odysseus's recklessness got men killed. Odysseus pondered drawing his sword and cutting off Eurylochus's head kinsman, though he was but the others, talked him down, suggesting let Eurylochus guard the ship while the rest went. They marched up from the sea. Eurylochus didn't stay behind after all. He feared Odysseus's harsh rebuke and went with them. Inside, Circe had already bathed the others, anointed them with oils, and dressed them in woolen cloaks and tunics. The reunion broke everyone down crying, calling out, the whole house rumbling. The radiant goddess drew close and told Odysseus not to raise this outcry any longer. She knew all the troubles he'd suffered at sea, and the harm violent men had done on land, but now he should eat and drink until the spirit came back into their hearts, as it had been when they first left rugged Ithaca. They were worn out, joyless, hearts always on their arduous wanderings. Their brash hearts agreed. They feasted on massive meat and sweet wine day after day, a whole turn of the seasons. But when the year rolled around, months waning, long days turning, the crew finally confronted him. He was possessed by some god. But now, at last, remember his own country, if it was his fate to be saved and reach his roof-topped home. His stubborn heart agreed. They feasted again until sunset. Then the men slept in the hall's shadows. Odysseus went up to Circe's lovely bed, prayed at her knees, and told her to fulfill her promise. Send him home. His heart was eager, and his crewmates were wearing him out with grief whenever she wasn't there. The goddess answered if he wouldn't stay. Fine, but first, another journey all the way to the house of Hades and formidable Persephone. There, consult the spirit of Tiresias the Theban, the blind mystic whose mind remained unimpaired. Persephone had given him presence of mind even in death, while all the others were mere flitting shadows. Odysseus's heart broke. He sat on the bed and wept, no longer wanting to live or see sunlight. After twisting, turning, and crying his fill, he asked who would guide him there. No one had ever gone to Hades in a black ship. Circe told him not to worry. Set the mast, spread white sails, sit back. The north wind would carry the ship. Once across the ocean, at a jut of shore, overgrown with brush and Persephone's groves, tall poplars, willows shedding fruit beach, the ship beside the deep churning ocean. Go alone to Hades' steamy domain, where the rivers burning in agony flow into the sorrow which drains from the Styx. At the merging of those two roaring rivers, there's a rock. Be brave. Draw close. Dig a forearm-length hole, and pour offerings to all the dead, first honey, then sweet wine, third water, then scatter white barley. Vow to the powerless heads of the shadows that once he reached Ithaca, he'd sacrifice a cow that had not yet calved his best, and heap precious goods on the pyre. For Tiresias alone, a black ram, the finest of his flocks. After praying to all the honored nations of the dead, sacrifice a ram and a black ewe, twisting them to face Erebos while he looks back at the flowing river. Then many souls would come forward. Order the crew to flay and burn the sheep killed by pitiless bronze. Pray to almighty Hades and formidable Persephone. Draw his sword, sit, and allow none of those powerless dead near the blood until he'd question Tiresias. The seer would approach and tell him the course and scale of his return, how to cross the fish-filled sea. Dawn arrived on her golden throne. The nymph dressed Odysseus in tunic, cloak, and other clothes, then put on her own long shimmering robe, a golden belt, and a veil. He went through the halls, roused each crewmate with calming words, no more sleeping and lolling in sweet sleep. They were going. He had Circe's word. Their proud hearts agreed, but he couldn't lead them all away unharmed. Elpenor the youngest, not brave in battle nor steady in mind weighed down with wine, had gone looking for a cool breeze and lain down apart from the others on top of Circe's house. Hearing the uproar of his mates moving about, he jumped up suddenly, forgot to use the long ladder, and fell from the roof. His neck broke away from his spine, his soul went down to Hades. Now, as the others stirred, Odysseus told them the truth. Kirk had laid down another course to Hades' domain, and formidable Persephone, to consult the soul of Tiresias. Their hearts broke. They sat and wept, tearing at their hair, useless crying, as they made their anguished way to the shore in the sleek ship, tears streaming. Circe slipped past them easily, whose eyes can see a goddess moving without her willingness, and tied a ram and a black ewe alongside the black ship. They dragged the boat into gleaming surf, hoisted mast and sail, loaded the sheep, and went aboard deep in anguish, tears streaming. Circe, lovely hair, human voice, no less a goddess, much to be feared, sent a favorable wind swelling the dark-stained prow's sail, a good friend to have. They sat. The wind and helmsman kept true course. All day the sails stretched full as they crossed the sea. The sun set, darkening every course, as the ship reached the edge of the ocean's unfathomable stream. There, the land and city of the Cimmerians is always cloaked in fog and clouds. The sun never sheds its light, neither climbing into the star-filled sky, nor returning to earth. Monotonous night shrouds those miserable people. They beached the ship, unloaded the sheep, and headed upriver from the sea to the place Circe had described. Perimedes and Eurylochus held the animals. Odysseus drew his sharpened sword, dug a forearm-length hole on each side, and poured offerings to the dead, first milk and honey, then sweet wine, third water, then spread white barley. For a long time, he implored the hopeless dead, promising that once he reached Ithaca, he would kill his best cow and heap precious goods on a fire in his palace, and for Tiresias, a black ram, the finest of his sheep. After these pleas and promises, he held the sheep down and cut their throats. Dark blood flowed. Souls began gathering from Erebos, new brides, unmarried youths, old men torn by troubles, young virgins fresh to sorrow, men wounded by bronze spear points, others killed in battle, still wearing blood-stained armor. The huge horde swarmed around the pit with an ungodly roar. Ashen fear took hold of him. He roused his companions, ordering them to cut up and burn the sheep killed by cold bronze, and to appeal to almighty Hades and chilling Persephone. He drew his sword, sat, and allowed none of those dead heads to push closer until he'd heard what he needed from Tiresias. But first, the spirit of his comrade Elpenor stepped forward, unburied, unmourned, left behind in Circe's palace, while this other undertaking spurred them on. Seeing him, Odysseus cried deep sorrow in his heart. Then he found his voice, trembling as he asked how Elpenor had gotten here below in shadowy darkness on foot, yet ahead of him, who came in a black ship. Elpenor cried out in answer, a horrible misfortune sent by some god that, and an awful lot of wine. When he'd lain down to sleep at Circe's, he didn't take the long ladder, fell head over heels from the roof. His neck bones broke apart, and his soul came down to Hades. Now he begged Odysseus by all those left behind and not here, by his wife, his father, who cared for him as a boy, and Telemachus, his only child, because Odysseus would leave this house of Hades and come to that island with his sturdy ship. Elpenor begged Odysseus not to leave him unburied, unmourned, or to turn away in disgust. Otherwise, he might become the impetus for divine anger. Instead, burn him with his armor and possessions, then pile a marker along the gray sea's shore for a man of no fortune, so future people would know of him. Then jab his rowing oar into the stone cairn. Odysseus promised to carry it all out to the end. They sat exchanging raw words, Odysseus, holding his sword over the blood, the unreal image of his comrade opposite him, remembering together. Then the soul of his mother Anticlea came forward. He had left her alive when he sailed for Troy. He broke down, crying with sorrow, but would not let her near the blood, until he'd heard Tiresias, The Theban seer arrived, holding his golden staff. He recognized Odysseus, and asked why the unlucky man had left the sunlight for this joyless place. "Step back from the pit, lower the sword, let him drink the blood so he could speak openly." Odysseus gave way, and sheathed his silver-studded blade. Only after drinking the dark blood did the keen visionary speak. Odysseus would ask of his honey-sweet return, but a god would make it hard. He did not think the earth-shaker could be eluded. Poseidon still harbored outrage ever since the blinding of his son. Even so, Odysseus might get there after hard times, but only if he could reign in his own heart and his companions first. When he first drew his sturdy ship close to Thrinacia, escaping turbulent seas, he would find the cattle and plump sheep of the sun, who sees and hears everything. Leave them unharmed. Keep his mind on return. He might reach Ithaca after more hardship. But if he harmed them, total destruction of ship and crew. Even if he escaped alone, he would get home with difficulty after a long time, in someone else's ship, having lost all companions. He would find arrogant men using up his resources, courting his wife, offering wedding gifts, but he would exact revenge against their violations. After killing the suitors with sharp bronze by deception or openly, then it would be time to take a finely crafted oar and go away, until he reached people who knew nothing of the sea, who did not season food with salt, who had no knowledge of ships with red prows or oars like wings, an unmistakable sign when another traveler remarked, "It was odd to see him carrying a winnowing shovel on his broad shoulder, then sink that straight oar into the earth and make generous offerings to Lord Poseidon, a ram, a bull, a lusty boar, then head home to offer sacred sacrifices of 100 oxen to all the gods of the boundless sky." Death would come to him then, worn out with age, gently, imperceptibly, out of the sea. The people around him would live on in good fortune. That was the truth. Odysseus answered that the gods themselves had spun all this. Then he asked frankly about his mother's soul. She sat in silence near the blood, not looking at him or speaking. How could she recognize her son again? Tiresias answered at once, easy. Whoever among the dead he allowed to approach the blood would speak truthfully. Whoever he turned away would go back. The seer then returned to the house of Hades. Odysseus held his ground until his mother came and drank the black blood. She recognized him at once, crying out in wonder. How had he gotten here under the shadows while still alive? The living rarely saw this place. Between them lay mighty rivers and dangerous waters. First the ocean, crossable only by sturdy ship. So he had come all the way from Troy after wandering so long? Had he not reached Ithaca, or seen his wife? Odysseus explained that necessity had brought him down to consult Tiresias. He had not come near Achaea's coast or set foot in his own land, just endless, sorrowful wandering since he left with Agamemnon for Troy, the land of horses. Then he asked what horrible death claimed her, a long illness, or Artemis with her painless arrows, and tell him of his father. His son, did his reputation still hold, or did some other man have it now, with everyone saying he would never return? And his wife, how were her thoughtfulness and determination? Did she still care for their son and watch over everything, or had the best of the Achaeans already married her? His mother answered at once without doubt. Penelope kept her uncomplaining heart in his home, miserable nights and days wasting away with tears streaming. No one yet held his proper claim. Telemachus kept the estate intact, and took a suitable part in every feast like a man dispensing justice, since everyone wanted his company. But his father waited out in the country, not coming to town. He went without bed, bedding, blankets, or colorful throws. All winter he slept, where the slaves slept in dirt and ashes, lying by the fire, wearing rough clothes against his flesh. When summer and autumn's abundance arrived, he bedded down among scattered fallen leaves along the sunny slope of his vineyard, lying in anguish, harboring great sorrow and longing for Odysseus's return. The weight of old age had come to him. As for herself, she had faced her lot. No keen-eyed archer struck her down, no disease took her. It was longing for Odysseus, his guidance, his shining nature, his gentleness that took away her own life, sweeter than honey. Odysseus turned it over in his mind to hold her soul. 3 times his heart impelled him forward. 3 times she slipped from his arms like a shadow or dream, the pain growing sharper. He asked why she wouldn't stay. He wanted to hug her, to throw their arms around each other with love and find solace in coldest grief. Was this some hallucination Persephone had sent to make him groan even more? His mother answered at once. He was the most miserable of men. Persephone was not deceiving him. This was the way of mortals when they died. Muscles no longer held flesh, and bones together the powerful heat of a roaring fire reduced them, and the soul fluttered away like a dream. Hurry back to the light. Keep all this in mind to tell his wife later. They shared a few more words, but then the women came. Gracious Persephone had sent them forward, all the wives and daughters of the best men. They swarmed around the black blood. Odysseus considered how to question each. The best strategy: draw his long sword, and not let them all drink at once. So they approached one after another, each confirming who she was. He questioned them all. First, the aristocrat Tyro, offspring of Salmoneus, wife of Cretheus, son of Aeolus. She had fallen in love with the divine river, Enipeos, the most beautiful river on earth, and frequented its fair waters. But the earth-shaker assumed Enipeos's form, and lay with her at the river's mouth. A wave loomed, dark as a mountain, curling over them, hiding god and woman. He loosened her belt, shed sleep over her. After the act he took her hand, called her by name, told her to take heart, she would bear striking children, because sleeping with gods is never fruitless. Look after them. Go home. Hold her tongue. He was Poseidon. Then he plunged into the surging sea. She conceived, and bore Peleus and Neleos, who grew up as powerful attendants for almighty Zeus. Peleus lived in Areolcos, rich in sheep, Neleos in sandy Pylos. Tyro also bore Cretheus, other children, Aeson, Phares, and Amethon, who fought on horseback. Then Odysseus saw Antiope, daughter of Asopos, who claimed she had slept wrapped in Zeus's arms, and bore 2 sons, Amphion and Zethos, who founded Thebes and built its 7-gated wall, unable to hold the open city without walls no matter their strength. Then Alcmene, wife of Amphitryon, who bore Heracles, that force of nature with a lion's heart after grappling and tussling in almighty Zeus's arms, and Megara, high and mighty daughter of Creon, whom Amphitryon's son, always so dogged in passion, took as wife. He saw Oedipus's mother, beautiful Epicaste, who unknowingly married her own son. After killing his father, Oedipus married her. The gods made this known immediately. He ruled over the Cadmeans in lovely Thebes, but suffered deeply from the harsh will of the gods. She herself went down to Hades, formidable keeper of souls, after tying a noose to a high beam, overcome by sorrow. For him, she left a world of trouble, all the things the Furies work to avenge a mother. He saw very beautiful Chloris. Neleos had married her for her beauty, bringing thousands of gifts. She was the youngest daughter of Amphion, son of Oiosos, who ruled over the Minyae. As queen of Pylos, she bore several striking children, Nestor, Chromios, Periclymenos, and Pero, a wonder to look at. Every nearby man wanted to marry her, but Neleos would not give her away except to the man who could drive Ithacal's screw-horned, stiff-necked cattle, hard to manage all the way from Phylake. The impeccable visionary himself swore he would deliver the herd alone. One catch, conferred by the gods, held him back herdsmen and hard to overcome chains. Yet when days and months came to fruition, seasons passed, the year rolled around, great Ithacals let him go, but only after he had spoken all his visions, fulfilling Zeus's will. And he saw Leda, Tyndareus's wife, who bore him sons, Castor, tamer of horses, and the boxer Polydeuces. The life-giving earth holds them both down below, yet alive, honored by Zeus in the underworld. In turn, each lives every other day, then is dead, the next. They are admired, in honor like the gods. After her, Odysseus saw Iphimedia, wife of Alois, who claimed she had mingled with Poseidon. She bore 2 short-lived sons, Otos, like a god, and the legendary Ephialtes. The grain-giving earth made them the tallest and most handsome of anyone but Orion. By age 9, they were already 9 cubits across the shoulders and 9 fathoms tall. They swore reckless war against the immortals, planning to pile Mount Ossa and trembling-leafed Mount Pelion on top of Olympus to climb to the heavens. They would have managed it if they had grown to full manhood. But Leto's son, lovely-haired Zeus's child, killed both before the fuzz below their temples sprouted into full beards on their jaws. He saw Phaedra, Procris, and lovely Ariadne, daughter of hateful Minos, whom Theseus had planned to carry off to mighty Athens, but had no joy with her. Before he had the chance, Artemis killed her on Dia Island after Dionysus revealed what had happened. He saw Mera, Clymene, and evil Eriphyle, who traded her man's life for a speck of gold. He could not name them all, so many before night passed. Now it was time to sleep, either aboard his fast ship or right here. His departure was in their care, and the gods. The Phaeacians fell speechless, charmed to silence in the great hall's shadows. Queen Arete raised her white arms and asked them how did this man appear to them in bearing, distinction, and inner spirit. He was her guest, though each of them shared the honor. Don't rush to send him off, nor curb gifts to someone so in need. So much wealth lay inside their homes by the gods' will. Elder spokesman Echeneus agreed that their thoughtful queen spoke exactly to their own views. They should listen and agree, though the final word and judgment belonged to Alcinous. Alcinous confirmed that what she said would be done as surely as he lived, and rule the ore-loving Phaeacians. But let the anxious stranger stay until tomorrow, until he could finish collecting all the gifts. Let his passage become everyone's concern, but mostly his own, since the power in this land was his. Odysseus answered astutely. If Alcinous urged him to stay even a year, smooth his passage, and give wonderful gifts, he would agree. Far better to return to his dear country with more in hand. He'd receive much more respect and love from everyone who saw him back in Ithaca. Alcinous replied that when they looked at Odysseus, they saw no deceiver or cheat, though many men across this dark earth shaped artifice from invisible things. But there was grace in his words, goodness in his heart, and he had strung his yarn like a skilled storyteller, a story of all the Argives' devastating troubles, and his own. But now, tell him exactly if Odysseus had seen any of his splendid comrades who went to Troy and met their end. The night was ever so long and still unspoken for. Not yet time for sleep in this palace. Tell more of these wonders. Alcinous could stay until dawn, if Odysseus would keep telling of his sufferings. Odysseus answered that there was a time for many words and a time for sleep. But if Alcinous was still so eager to listen, he would not hesitate to tell of even more unfortunate sufferings, comrades who escaped the Trojans' gut-wrenching battle cry, only to be killed on their return due to a horrible woman's schemes. When Persephone scattered the swarm of women's souls in every direction, Agamemnon Atreides came forward in anguish. All the others who had died with him gathered around there in Aegisthus's house. He recognized Odysseus. After drinking the dark blood, he cried out, tears flowing, anxiously reaching with his hands, but he no longer had his old strength. Odysseus burst into tears, deep sorrow in his heart. Then he asked what horrible death had brought Agamemnon down. Did Poseidon strike him with a punishing blast on his ships, or did violent enemies wound him on dry land while he was surrounding cattle and flocks, or battling to take a town or women? Agamemnon answered at once, Poseidon did not bring him down. No violent men wounded him on dry land. It was Aegisthus who arranged his end, killed him with the aid of his abominable wife, invited him to a feast, then butchered him like an ox in the barn. He died a horrible death. Around him, all his comrades were deliberately murdered like pigs in a wealthy man's house for a wedding feast or drinking bout. Odysseus had witnessed many men killed in combat, but he would have been deeply moved to see them lying in the hall around full tables and a mixing bowl, the floor running with blood. The saddest cry came from Cassandra, Priam's daughter. Scheming Clytemnestra killed her right next to him. He threw his hands up around the sword, then let them drop. Without a blush of shame, that bitch turned her back on him. Though he was already on his way to Hades, she did not lower herself to close his eyelids or compose his mouth. There was nothing more horrible or shameless than a woman who threw her heart into such acts, conspiring to murder her legitimate husband. He had thought he would return home welcomed by children and slaves, but she had shed disgrace not only on herself but on all women yet to be, even those who did what was right. Odysseus answered that from the very first, far-reaching Zeus had treated Atreus's offspring poorly through women's machinations. It was for Helen so many of them once died, and now Clytemnestra had crafted this plot while Agamemnon was so far away. Agamemnon answered that because of this, in the time to come, it was best to keep a gentle, quiet eye on one's wife. Don't tell her everything, only part. Keep the rest to yourself. But for Odysseus, death was not to come from his wife. Penelope was too thoughtful, astute, sharp. When they all went to war, they left her behind as a new bride with a child at her breast so delicate. But now he bet that child sat confidently among the men, knowing his dear father would see him when he came, and would embrace him as was right. But his own wife did not even let him feast his eyes on his son before she murdered him. And here was something else to place deep in Odysseus's heart when he reached his beloved country. Beach his ship covertly, not openly, because no woman could be trusted. Then Agamemnon asked, had Odysseus heard if his son was still alive in Orchomenos, sandy Pylos, or with Menelaus on the Spartan plains? Brilliant Orestes had not yet lost his life on earth. Odysseus answered that he did not know whether the son was alive or dead. No good airing idle talk. They stood there talking bitter talk in anguish, tears streaming. Then the souls of Achilles, Peleus, Patroclus, Antilochus and Ajax came forward, all without equal in appearance and physique among the Greeks, except for faultless Peleus's son. The great runner recognized Odysseus, and tearfully asked what mischief he could have thought up better than this. How had he managed to come down to Hades, where all the brainless dead came, all of them shadows worn out? Odysseus answered that he had come because he had to see if Tiresias could tell him how to reach rugged Ithaca. He had never yet come close to Achaia or touched shore in his native land. Always trouble. But Achilles, no one had ever been more fortunate, nor would anyone ever be. When alive, all Argives honored him as equal to the gods, and now here he still ruled magnificently over the dead. So don't mourn because he was dead. Achilles answered sharply not to talk around the fact that he was dead. He'd rather work as a hired hand for some landless man with very little means than rule over all these lifeless dead. But tell him about his fine son, whether he had gone to war and become a leader, and about Peleus, did he still maintain honor among the Myrmidons, or did they now dishonor him throughout Hellas and Phthia because old age held him down hand and foot, since Achilles was not there under the sun's rays to protect him? If only he could go back to his father's home, even for a short time, he would make all those who worked against Peleus cower under the strength of his invincible hands. Odysseus admitted he had heard nothing about Peleus, but as for Neoptolemus, he would tell the whole truth. He himself had brought the boy in his hollow ship from Skyros to the well-equipped Achaeans at Troy. Whenever they were working out plans around the city, Neoptolemus was always the first to speak, and his words never missed their target. Only Nestor and Odysseus surpassed him. Whenever they wielded bronze on the Trojan plains, he never held back in the thick of the ranks, always dashing far to the front with all his might. He yielded to no one, killed many men in the horror of battle. Odysseus could not recount them all, but one was Eurypylus, Telephus's son. What a fighter! Neoptolemus ran him through with bronze. Around him, so many Ceteian troops died, all because of one woman who desired a few gifts. In fact, Neoptolemus was the finest-looking one Odysseus saw except for brilliant Memnon. When the Argives' best were about to enter the horse that Epeius had made, and Odysseus was in charge, about to pull back and shut the thick door of their hiding place, the other Danaan leaders wiped tears, limbs trembling, but he never saw Neoptolemus turn pale or wipe any tears. Again and again, The boy begged to jump out of the horse, fingering his sword hilt, anxious to harm the Trojans. After they ransacked Priam's sheer cliff city, Neoptolemus boarded his ship unscathed, with his share of precious spoils, never jabbed by bronze spear, point, nor wounded in hand-to-hand combat, because Ares's rage is haphazard. The soul of Aeacus's grandson, the fast runner, walked away across the asphodel fields, pleased that his son was so preeminent. The other lifeless souls stood around in sorrow, each asking about his own loved ones. Only Ajax, Telamon's son, stood apart, still furious about Odysseus's triumph in the contest for Achilles' arms, which his revered mother had put as prize. The Trojans and Pallas Athena had made that decision. If only Odysseus had never triumphed in that competition. The earth then closed over Ajax's head, a man whose face and power had risen above all other Danaans except Peleus's unmatched son. Odysseus voiced soft, conciliatory words. Ajax, son of Telamon, without equal. Was he never going to forget that anger over the damned arms? The gods themselves must have sent them as a curse on the Argives. Such a tower of strength was lost. For Ajax and his death, even as much as for Achilles' life, their sorrow never ended. No one but Zeus was to blame. He hated the Danaan spearsmen deeply, and he brought about Ajax's destiny. But come here, my lord, so you could hear his words, everything he had to say, and calm down your rage and magnificent spirit. Ajax didn't answer. He walked away to Erebos with the other dead souls. Even then, he might have spoken, or Odysseus to him, furious as he was. But the heart pounding inside Odysseus's chest wanted to see those other souls who had died. He saw Minos, Zeus's famous son, holding his golden scepter, passing judgment on the dead. They crowded through Hades's wide gates, pressing their cases around the Lord. Then he noticed immense Orion driving across the asphodel fields, the wild beasts he himself had killed high in the desolate mountains, holding an unbreakable bronze club. He saw Tityos, radiant Gaia's son, lying on the ground 9 miles long. A vulture on each side bit at his liver, groping deep into his intestines. He couldn't keep them away. He had attacked Leto, Zeus's famous wife, as she walked through Panopeus's lovely grasses toward Pytho. He saw Tantalus in awful agony, standing in a pool that splashed to his chin. He seemed thirsty but couldn't drink. Whenever the old man bent down, the water swallowed up and evaporated, black earth appearing around his feet. Some god had made it dry. Tall leafy trees hung fruit over his head, pomegranate, pear, apple. But when he reached up, the wind blew everything into shadowy clouds. He saw Sisyphus in awful agony, heaving a huge stone with both hands. Leaning in, pushing with hands and feet, he rolled it up the hill. Just as he was about to shove it over the ridge, its own weight forced it back down. The inconsiderate stone rolled below. He gathered all his strength to push again, sweat pouring from his limbs, dust rising above his head. After him, Odysseus noticed powerful Heracles, or rather, his shadow. A huge outcry rose around him, birds flying in terror. Dark as night, bow in hand, arrow on the string, he glanced at everyone with a hideous look, like someone about to shoot. The belt across his chest was stunning, a golden quiver with amazing craft bears, wild boars, lions with burning eyes, fighting, battles, murders, carnage. If only the craftsman who designed that belt had never made it, or at least would never make another like it. Heracles recognized Odysseus, moaned loudly, and asked if Odysseus also had to slog out a lousy destiny as he once had under the sun's rays. He was Zeus's son, Kronos' son, yet had endless trouble, bound to a man much worse than him who forced hard labors. One time, he was even sent here to catch Hades' hound, couldn't think of any greater task. He caught it, fetched it away, escaped Hermes, and gleaming-eyed Athena led him. Then he went back inside Hades' house. Odysseus stood his ground stubbornly a little longer, just in case someone else might come, one of those heroic men who had died long ago. He would have liked to see many others, Theseus and Perithous, illustrious children of gods. But then all the innumerable dead started swarming forward with an unearthly roar. Pale fear took hold, fear that imperious Persephone herself might send the huge, hideous Gorgon's head from the depths of Hades. So at once he went down to the ship and ordered the crew aboard to release the stern cables. They boarded quickly, sat at their benches. The ship was carried downstream by the surging current to the ocean, where at first they had to row, and then the wind was good. They left the river Oceanus's current, came to the surging open sea, and to Aea, the island where dawn lives and performs her dance with every sunrise. They landed on the sands, walked along the surf, and fell asleep waiting for dawn. Very early, as dawn's rosy fingers appeared, Odysseus sent his crew to Circe's house to collect Elpenor's dead body. Without delay, they hacked apart wood. At the furthest point of a headland jutting into the sea, they held burial rites in sorrow, tears streaming. When the body and armor had burned away, they piled a mound, hauled a pillar onto it, and planted his well-balanced oar at the top. While they attended to all this, Circe was not blind to their return from Hades. She prepared herself, and came down quickly, her attendants bringing plenty of bread, meat, and sparkling red wine. The brilliant goddess stood among them and called them headstrong, going down to Hades' house while still alive, facing death 2 times, while all other men died once. But now, eat and drink today. When dawn appeared, they could set sail. She would tell the way and point out everything, so they wouldn't suffer needless pain from some horrible blunder. Though their hearts were brash, they listened. All day until sunset, they gorged on copious meat and sweet wine. When the sun went down and darkness came, they lay down to sleep beside the ship's stern moorings. Circe took Odysseus's hand, sat him away from his companions, lay down beside him, and probed him over everything. He acquitted himself in due order. Then she told him to listen, some god would remind him. First, they would come to the sirens, who charm every man who approaches. Whoever draws close enough to hear their voices will never return home. His wife and little children will never stand joyfully beside him again. The sirens charm him with their clear song from a bluff, around which lies a huge pile of rotting human bones with shriveling skin strips. So keep rowing past, knead wax into the crew's ears so none of them hear. If Odysseus wants to listen, have himself tied hand and foot to the mast tightly so he can enjoy the siren's song. If he orders or even begs his crew to release him, have them tie him with even more ropes. When the crew has rowed past that trouble, beyond that, she would not tell him which way his course should go. He would have to turn it over in his heart. She would tell him both ways. On one side, overhanging cliffs, enormous waves from dark-eyed Amphitrite pound against them. The carefree gods call them the shifting rocks. Not even birds can make it past, not even the wild doves that bring ambrosia to Father Zeus. The sheer rock always takes one down, and Zeus sends another in its place. No ship that is drawn close has ever escaped those waves or the hot blasts from terrible fires that toss about planks and dead bodies. Only one seagoing ship, the Argo, has sailed past on its way from Aeetes, everyone knows. The waves would have hurled even that one against the massive rocks, but Hera sent it through because she loved Jason. On the other course, 2 cliffs. One reaches to the endless sky with a sharp peak, a dark cloud wrapping around it that never pulls away. No clear sky around that peak in summer or fall. No mortal could ever climb it or reach the top, even with 20 hands and feet. The rock is smooth as polished glass. In the middle of the cliff is a dark cave facing toward the gloom of the setting sun, toward Erebos. That's the way, without a doubt, for Odysseus to steer his hollow ship. But not even the most powerful man could shoot an arrow from his ship into that open cave. That is where Scylla lives, squealing horribly. Her voice is like a newborn pup's, but she herself is a massive, repulsive thing no one would ever want to see. 12 deformed feet, 6 extremely long necks, on each a menacing head with 3 rows of teeth, thick, close, full of black death. Up to her waist, she squirms inside the deep cave, but holds all her heads outside over the frightening chasm, rummaging around rocky crags, fishing for dolphins and seals, whatever larger creatures groaning Amphitrite raises by the thousands. No sailor can brag of escaping her unscathed. With each head, she will snatch a man from the black deck and carry him away. The other cliff is not so high. They are close together, and arrows fly apart. On top stands a large leafy fig tree. Below, Charybdis everlastingly sucks at black water. 3 times a day she vomits it all back up. 3 times she sucks it down again unspeakably. Don't happen to be there when she's sucking down. No one could pull Odysseus out, not even the Earthshaker himself. So keep close to Scylla's cliff and sail past quickly. Far better to mourn 6 men than all of them. Odysseus asked the goddess, could he get away from awful Charybdis and fight her off when she struck at his crew? The brilliant goddess answered at once, still so headstrong, filling his mind with war and force. Would he never give an inch even to immortal gods? Scylla would never die immortal, but hideous, vicious, much to be feared, feral, not to be tangled with. No defense, only option, flee. If he hung back to prepare for a fight, she feared Scylla would strike out again with all her heads and take as many men as before. No, pull hard on the oars for all he was worth, and call for help from Kritrest, Scylla's mother, who gave birth to her as a curse on all mortals. She would hold her daughter back from attacking again. Then they would come to Thrinacia. There Helios's numerous cattle and stout sheep graze 7 herds of cattle, as many flocks of sheep, 50 in each. They bear no offspring and never die. Goddesses tend them, lovely-haired nymphs, Phaethusa and Lampeti, whom brilliant Neaera bore to Helios. After their esteemed mother raised them, she sent them to live far away on Thrinacia to protect their father's flocks. If Odysseus left them unharmed and thought only of return, he might yet reach Ithaca after suffering hard times. But if he harmed them, then his ship and all his crew would be destroyed. Even if he himself escaped, he would return home only after a long time, in trouble, having lost all his mates. Then Dawn appeared on her golden throne. The brilliant goddess left and went inland. Odysseus went back to the ship, roused the crew to board and release the stern cables. They got in at once, sat at their benches, thrashed the sea with oars. Circe, lovely hair, human voice, no less a goddess, much to be feared, sent behind their dark hull a steady wind to swell the sails, a good friend to have. When they had stored all their gear, the wind and helmsman kept them right on course. Odysseus spoke to the anguished crew. It wasn't right for only 1 or 2 of them to know the warnings the radiant goddess had given him. He was going to tell them, so they would all know, so they would either all die together, or avoid death, and get through together. First, she said to steer clear of the unearthly sirens and their flowery bluff. Only he should listen to them. They should tie him up with strong, tight rope, standing at the foot of the mast, tying both ends to the mast itself. If he gave orders, or even begged to be let go, they were to tie him even tighter with extra ropes. That was how Odysseus laid it out for his crew. Their sturdy ship came swiftly to the Sirens' Island on a favorable wind, but then the wind dropped into a deadly calm, as if some god had stilled the waves. The crew furled the sail, stowed it, and sat back to churn the sea white with polished fir oars. Odysseus cut a large wax slab into small pieces with his sharp sword, netted it until the sun's force and light warmed it, then pressed it into each crewman's ears. They tied him hand and foot, standing straight against the mast, rope ends tight to the mast itself, then thrashed at the gray sea. When they were close enough that anyone could hear or be heard shouting, the sirens spotted the swift ship and chanted their melodious song, inviting Odysseus, most famous of Achaeans, to draw nearer so he could listen. No one ever sailed past without hearing their sweet voices. Each person found satisfaction and went away wiser. They sympathized with all the sorrows Argives and Trojans suffered at Troy through the gods' will, and whatever else would surface in this bounteous world. Their exquisite harmony made Odysseus's heart crave more. He ordered the crew to loosen the ropes, nodding and pointing with head and eyebrows, but they leaned into their oars. Perimedes and Eurylochus quickly stood and tied him even tighter. Only when they had sailed past, and could no longer hear the voices, did his worthy comrades remove the wax and untie the ropes. Soon after leaving that island, Odysseus saw smoke, a huge wave, and heard its roar. The oars flew from the crew's hands in panic, splashing into the swirling sea. The ship held still because no one was pulling. He went through the ship, boosting spirits with gentle words beside each man, reminding them they were no strangers to hardship. This was hardly worse than the Cyclops, and they had escaped that through nerve, planning, and hard thinking. Someday, they would remember this. So, keep to the benches, dig oars deep in the surf, so Zeus might let them escape this hazard. The helmsman should drive this into his heart, grip the rudder, work the ship away from smoke and waves, hold close to the cliff. Otherwise, the boat would veer into something far worse. They quickly responded. But Odysseus said nothing more about Scylla. The danger was unspeakable, and they might stop rowing and cower in the hold. Then he forgot Circe's stern command not to arm for battle. He strapped on armor, grabbed 2 long spears, and went to the foredeck, guessing he might be first to see Scylla, this rock thing, a peril to his crew. But he couldn't make anything out. His eyes grew tired, looking all over the fog-bound rock. They sailed up the channel, moaning. On one side Scylla, on the other glistening Charybdis sucked down salt water and awfully vomited it out, seething like a cauldron on a large fire. Spray descended over both cliff peaks. When she sucked the water down, Odysseus could see all of her thrashing, horrible roaring, the earth below looking black as mud. Pale fear seized the whole crew. They looked toward her, scared to death. Right then, Scylla snatched 6 of his men from the hollow ship, the best in skill and strength. Odysseus turned just as he saw their hands and feet lifted high. They cried out to him by name for the very last time, hearts in agony. Like a fisherman on a jutting rock who tosses bait for little fish, thrusts his long ox-horn spear into the sea, snags one, and jerks it out, writhing, so his companions were lifted, writhing up the rocks. At the cave mouth, she gorged them down as they screamed and stretched out their hands to him in their unspeakable death struggle. Of all the things Odysseus ever went through at sea, that was the most miserable he ever saw with his own eyes. Soon after escaping the rocks and horrid Scylla and Charybdis, they came to a god's unspoiled island. The fine, thick-necked cattle and well-fed sheep of Helios Hyperion grazed there. Even out at sea in his black ship, Odysseus could hear bellowing and bleating. In his heart rang the words of Tiresias and Circe, who plainly told him to steer clear of the sun's island. So he spoke to his anguished companions, listened to his forewarnings. Here was their most dangerous peril. Row this black ship on past. But their spirits were broken. Eurylochus answered harshly, calling Odysseus a hard man made of iron, refusing to let his worn-out shipmates set foot on this remote island to make a proper meal, instead telling them to wander on through quickly falling night into sea fog, where hard winds arise. How could anyone avoid destruction if a sudden south or violent west wind arose, dashing ships to pieces despite the god's power? No, give in to the black night, make supper beside the swift ship, then at dawn board, and put out to sea. The rest agreed. Odysseus knew some god was plotting something terrible. He told Eurylochus he was forcing this because Odysseus was alone, so all of them must swear a solemn oath if they came upon a herd of cattle or a great flock of sheep, no one would cruelly or recklessly kill any. They would content themselves with the food deathless Circe had brought them. They all swore. When the oath was complete, they landed in an open harbor near a sweet water spring, prepared supper, and after setting aside their craving for food and drink, they remembered their dear comrades, whom Scylla had taken and eaten, and wept. As they wept, sweet sleep came over them. That night, at the 3rd watch, Zeus stirred up a perfect storm of fierce winds, covering land and sea with clouds. At dawn's rosy fingers, they hauled the ship into an open cave like a nymph's dancing hall. Odysseus gathered the crew and reminded them, here in the swift ship were food and drink. Keep their hands off those cattle, or they would pay the price. They belonged to Helios, who looked down on everything and heard everything. Their bold hearts agreed. For a whole month the south wind kept blowing without a stop. No other wind arose. As long as the men had grain and red wine, they kept their hands off the cattle, eager to keep their lives. But when provisions ran out, hunger tore at their bellies. They ventured out looking for game, fish, and birds, using bent hooks. Odysseus set off alone to pray to the gods for a way home. He washed his hands in a wind-sheltered place and prayed to the Olympians. They covered his eyes with sweet sleep. It was then that Eurylochus talked the others into a terrible plan. All kinds of death were horrible, but dying of hunger was the worst. So drive off the best of Helios's cattle, sacrifice to the immortal gods. If they ever reached Ithaca, they would build Hyperion, the sun, a splendid temple with many valuable offerings. And if Helios got angry about his straight-horned cattle and chose to destroy their ship, well, better to lose his life all at once, mouth open, gasping at a wave, than slowly waste away on this desolate island. The others agreed. They drove off the best cattle grazing near the dark prow, stood around them, and prayed to the gods. Having no white barley stored under the benches, they plucked large oak leaves instead. After praying, they slit the cattle's throats, flayed them, cut away the thighs, covered them with a double fold of fat, laid raw flesh on top. No wine for the blazing sacrifice, they poured water instead, and roasted the entrails. When the thighs had burned down and they had tasted the inner organs, they cut up the rest and put it on spits. Only then did sweet sleep slip from Odysseus's eyelids. He went down to the swift ship and seashore. As he approached the ship's curve, the sweet smell of roasting flesh drifted around him. He groaned and cried out to the deathless gods, Father Zeus and all carefree immortals. They must have lulled him into merciless sleep to ruin him. The shipmates he'd left behind had cooked up this awful act. Long-robed Lampetti quickly told Helios Hyperion that they had killed his cattle. Helios's heart enraged. He demanded revenge from the immortals. He had treasured those cattle whenever he climbed into the star-filled sky, and when he turned back toward Earth. If they did not repay a fitting compensation, he would go down to Hades and shine on the dead. Cloud-gathering Zeus answered, "Keep shining for the immortals, and for doomed grain-eating mortals." Zeus would strike their swift ship with a lightning bolt and splinter it in a flash in the wine-dark sea. Odysseus heard this from lovely-haired Calypso, who had heard it from Hermes the runner. So when he went down to the sea in their ship, he rebuked the crew, going around to each in turn, but could find no recourse. The cattle were dead. The gods sent omens. The stripped skin began to move. The flesh, both cooked and raw, bellowed on the spits like moaning cattle. Yet for 6 days, his trusty companions kept feasting on Helios's best cattle. On the 7th day, Zeus stopped the furious wind. Without delay, they boarded, raised the mast, hauled out the white sail, and put out to open sea. After leaving that island, no other land appeared, only sky and sea. Cronus' son sent a black cloud over the hollow ship. The sea darkened beneath them. Soon a howling west wind rushed in with a huge storm. A blast snapped both forestays. The mast fell backward, all its tackle crashing into the hold. At the stern, the mast struck the helmsman's head, smashing all his bones into a pulp. Like a diver, he fell backward from the afterdeck, his great heart leaving his bones. Zeus thundered and threw a lightning bolt at the ship. The boat trembled all over, jolted by Zeus's blow, filled with sulphurous stench. All of Odysseus's companions fell out of the ship, carried away like crows in the waves around the black ship. Zeus himself had taken away their return home. The shipwrecked man kept moving across what remained of the deck, pacing as if motion might hold off disaster. Then a single wave hit massive, final, tearing the ship's sides clean from the keel, snapping the mast off at its base. A leather backstay had fallen across the wreckage. He lashed keel and mast together with it, climbed atop the makeshift raft, and let the terrible winds carry him. The west wind died down, but the south wind rose fast, and his heart clenched at the thought of being dragged back toward Charybdis. All night the sea dragged him. At sunrise, he reached the cliff of Scylla and the whirlpool. Charybdis was sucking the ocean down. He leaped for the tall fig tree overhead and clung there like a bat feet unable to find purchase, roots too far below, branches too high. He hung on, stubborn, waiting for the monster to vomit back the mast and keel. At last, to his joy, she did. At the hour a man rises from settling disputes to go to supper. Those timbers spewed out. He dropped, but pushed off with hands and feet, splashed down into the swirling water, climbed onto the slabs, and rowed with his own hands. The god's father kept Scylla from noticing him, otherwise nothing would have saved him. From there, the sea carried him 9 days. On the 10th night, the gods brought him to Ogygia, where Calypso cared for him. Lovely hair, human voice, a goddess to be feared. But he stopped himself. He had already told this story to his hosts just the day before, in this very hall. Repeating what he had clearly just said felt tiresome. The hall fell silent. Everyone sat stunned among the shadows. Alcinous answered first. Now that Odysseus had reached this home with its bronze floors and high ceilings, he believed the man would not be turned away from his return any longer, not after so much suffering. He urged every man who drank the elders' shimmering wine and listened to the singers to act. The strangers' gifts were already in the strong box: clothes, gold, all the council's offerings. So let each of them add a large tripod and a cauldron, and they would take compensation from the people afterward. Generosity without payment was hard. The men approved, each going home to rest. At dawn's rosy fingers they hurried to the ship, carrying ingenious bronze gifts. Alcinous' will moved through the vessel, as he packed everything under the benches, so the crew would not be obstructed when they leaned into their oars. Then everyone returned to the palace, and prepared a feast. Alcinous sacrificed a bull to Zeus, lord of everything. They roasted the thighs, set into a sumptuous feast, and enjoyed Demodocus' singing. But Odysseus kept turning his head toward the blinding sun, yearning for it to set, so anxious was he to go home. Like a man aching for supper, after his oxen have dragged his own plow through hard ground all day, the sinking sunlight looking wonderful to him, as his knees buckle exactly that way, the setting sun looked wonderful to Odysseus. He spoke to the Phaeacians who loved the oar, especially to Alcinous. He asked the Lord to pour a wine offering and send him safely off. He bid farewell to everyone. Everything his heart had yearned for had come to this safe conduct and lovely gifts. He prayed the gods above would bless those gifts, so he might find his blameless wife and loved ones safe. He wished the Phaeacians joy with their wives and children, prosperity of every kind, and protection from all evil. They nodded, approving his apt request for safe passage. Alcinous told his attendant Pontonous to mix wine in the bowl and serve everyone so they could pray to Father Zeus and then send their guest home. Pontonous mixed the sweet red wine and served each in turn. They poured offerings to all the peaceable gods who rule the vast sky. Radiant Odysseus stood, placed the double-handed cup in Arete's hands, and spoke winged words, joy to the dear queen through life until old age and death, which came for everyone. He was going home. She should rejoice in her home, children, people, and Lord Alcinous. Then he stepped across the threshold. Alcinous sent an attendant to lead him to the sleek ship. Arete sent slaves, one with a fresh cloak and tunic, one with a sturdy strongbox, one with bread and red wine. At the sea in the ship, the noble escort stored everything below, spread a rug and linen sheet on the stern deck for Odysseus to sleep undisturbed, and he went aboard and lay down in silence. They sat at their benches, released the cable from the mooring stone, leaned back, and tossed up salt spray. A sweet sleep fell upon his eyelids, deepest, sweetest, nearest thing to death. The ship's stern leaped like 4 stallions harnessed together, charging over a plain. A wave coursed and flashed behind it on the boisterous sea. The ship sailed sure and steady, not even the quickest circling hawk could have kept up. It carried a man much like the gods in subtle reckonings, a man who had suffered through disheartening waves and battles. But now he slept quietly, having forgotten everything. When the brightest star rose, signaling first light, the ship touched ground. They had reached Ithaca's inlet belonging to Phorcys, two jutting headlands, sheer cliffs on one side, sloping down to harbor on the other, shelter from gigantic waves. Ships with many benches could lie without mooring lines once landed. At the inlet's tip stood a long-leafed olive tree, and nearby a dark, enchanting cave, sacred to the naiad nymphs. Inside mixing bowls, stone jars for bee honey, tall stone looms where the nymphs wove shellfish purple webs, and endless flowing springs. Two entrances, one open to the north wind for human beings, the other to the south wind, sacred, for those who never die. They rowed in, having known this place before. Half the ship's length landed on shore. They stepped from the benches, lifted Odysseus out of the hollow ship, leaving linen and rug where they lay, and placed him on the sand, still overcome by sleep. They lifted out all the gifts the Phaeacians had given to honor benevolent Athena, and placed them by the olive tree trunk, away from the path, so no passer-by would disturb them before Odysseus awoke. Then they returned home. The Earth-shaker had not forgotten his threats against Odysseus. He asked Zeus, would he no longer be respected by the gods if humans showed him no respect? The Phaeacians were his own offspring, yet he had only just said Odysseus would suffer awful things. He had not denied the man's return, since Zeus had promised that with a nod. And now, while Odysseus slept, they had carried him across the sea and laid him down in Ithaca, with countless gifts, bronze, gold, fine clothes, more than he would have taken from Troy, unscathed with his full share of the spoils. Zeus answered, appalling words from the vast earth-shaker. The gods did not dishonor him. It would be hard to dishonor the oldest and best. As for humans who showed disrespect out of their own strength and power, revenge was his forever. Do whatever his heart desired. Poseidon said he would do what Zeus had spoken, but he always shuddered before the dark cloud's fierce heart. Still, he wanted to strike the Phaeacians' pretty ship as it sailed across the misty sea after escorting Odysseus, so they would stop ushering men to safety, and then enclose their city with a massive mountain. Zeus told him when all the people were looking out to sea, away from their city, and the ship was speeding close to home, turn it into a stone shaped exactly like a swift ship. Everyone would wonder then, close in their city with a huge mountain. Poseidon went to Scheria, waited. As the ship raced quickly and close to shore, he came near, turned it to stone, jammed it down hard with the flat of his hand, and went away. The Phaeacians, known for their ships and long oars, flailed words at each other like wings. Each looked to his neighbor, wondering aloud what had stopped their quickly moving ship, just as it headed home in full view. No one understood. Alcinous addressed them all the warnings his father had given long ago were coming back. Poseidon would get angry at them for giving safe conduct to everyone. Someday, as one of their lovely ships returned from escort over the dark sea, Poseidon would strike it down and enclose their city with a massive mountain. Now, it was coming to be. So let them comply. Stop escorting people. Pick out and sacrifice 12 bulls to Poseidon so he might spare them and not enclose their city with towering mountains. Terrified, they began to prepare the bulls. The leaders and advisors prayed to Lord Poseidon around the altar. Odysseus awoke in the land of his fathers, but did not recognize it. He had been gone so long. A mist lay all around, spread by Pallas Athena, so she could tell him everything without him being known by his wife, loved ones, or people before the suitors had paid him back for all their offenses. Everything appeared unfamiliar to its ruler. The long paths, still harbors, jagged rocks, verdant trees. He jumped up, stood looking at the land of his fathers. He moaned, smacked his thighs with his palms, and sorrowfully voiced his thoughts. Whose country had he come to now? Were the people violent and wild or friendly to strangers, their minds intent on the gods? Where should he take these things? Where would he be driven next? He should have stayed with the Phaeacians, and gone off to some other powerful king who would have befriended him and sent him home. Now, he did not know where to carry all this wealth, but he would not leave it to become someone else's takings. Those Phaeacian leaders and advisors were neither smart nor fair. They had brought him to an alien land. They had promised sunny Ithaca, but hadn't seen it through. May Zeus, protector of drifters, give them what they deserved. He would sort and count everything in case they had taken anything from the ship's hull. He counted the exquisite tripods, cauldrons, gold, and finely woven cloth. Nothing was missing, yet he ached for his own land, pacing along the shore beside the pounding sea, moaning again and again. Athena approached in the guise of a young shepherd, delicate, like the children of lords. A finely crafted cloak in a double fold around her shoulders, sandals on her gleaming feet, a spear in her hand. Odysseus was glad to see her and went to her. He found his voice and spoke winged words, since she was the first person he had met in this land. He wished her well, and hoped she had come with no evil intent. Save him, save what was his. He prayed to her as to a god, reaching for her precious knees. Tell him truthfully, what land was this? What people, what kind of men lived here? Was this an island clearly seen from a distance, or the shore of some fertile mainland sloping down to the sea? The goddess with the gleaming gray eyes answered him. The goddess called him a fool, or a traveler from far away. How could he not know this land? Everyone knew it, those who lived toward the dawn and those beyond in shadow. A rugged island, not good for horses, but not poor either. Corn and grapes grew in abundance, rain and dew fell always. Good for goats and cattle. Trees and watering holes lasted the whole year through. The name of Ithaca had reached all the way to distant Troy. Odysseus thrilled at her words, rejoicing in his own land, but he held back the truth. He always turned every thought over before speaking. He claimed he had heard of Ithaca, even in spacious Crete, far across the sea. He had come here with these belongings after fleeing, leaving much more behind with his children. He had murdered Orsilochos, the fast-footed beloved son of Hymenaeus, because that man had tried to steal the Trojan plunder Odysseus had earned through heartbreaks, wars, and horrifying waves, since Odysseus had refused to serve under Idomeneus, and had led his own troops instead. He had waited near the road with one companion, plunged a bronze spear into Orsilochos as he came in from the field under cover of night. No one had known. After cutting the man down, he had gone straight to the Phaeacians, given them plenty of stolen goods, and begged them to take him ashore at Pylos, or bright Hellas. But the wind had driven them away against their will. They had come to this place during the night, rowing quickly into the harbor. Too exhausted to eat, they had disembarked and lain down. Sweet sleep had overtaken him. They had taken his goods from the hollow ship, laid them beside him on the sand, and sailed off to populous Cydonia, leaving him behind with his heart in anguish. Athena smiled, stroked him with her hand now in the body of a tall, beautiful woman skilled in exquisite crafts. She called him shrewd and devious. Even a god would struggle to outdo him in duplicity. Hard, shifty, unspeakably deceitful. Even in his own country he wouldn't stop lying. But let them talk no more of this. They were both skilled manipulators. He the best of humans in sharp sense and smooth talk, she well known among the gods for cunning. He had not recognized Pallas Athena, who alone had stood by him in all his troubles. She had made the Phaeacians love him. Now, she had come to fabricate a strategic plan with him, and to hide the gifts they had given her due to her guidance. She would tell him about the trouble he was about to withstand in his own home, but he must take heart, tell no man or woman that he had returned. In silence, he must endure all troubles and resign himself to human violence. Odysseus answered. It was hard for a mortal to know her when they met, since she could look like anyone. He knew she had been well disposed to him at Troy, but after they sacked Priam's city and the gods scattered the Achaeans, he had never seen her since, never known her to board his ship and defend him against trouble. He had always wandered on, his heart torn apart inside his chest, until she had inspired him in the rich land of the Phaeacians and led him to their city. Now, in her father's name, he asked her, since he did not think he had reached Ithaca's clear air. This must be some other land, and she was taunting him, tormenting him to deceive his heart. So tell him truthfully, had he really come to his father's dear land? Athena answered. This was always the thought he held in his chest, and this was why she could not leave him to his sorrow so soft, spoken, alert, careful. Any other man returning from wanderings would have hurried to see his children and wife, but not him. He had to test his wife first, who sat inside his halls as nights and days faded away, miserable tears streaming. She herself had never doubted. She had known in her heart he would return after losing all his companions, but she had not wanted to fight for him against Poseidon, her father's brother, who held so much anger over the blinding of his beloved son. Now she would show him Ithaca, so he could be persuaded. There was Phorcys harbor, the olive tree with its long leaves, the lovely shadow-filled cave sacred to the Naiads, the same cave where he used to give the nymphs hundreds of oxen, and there was Mount Neriton, covered with forests. She swept the mist away. The land appeared. Odysseus thrilled, crying out in joy, kissing the grain-giving earth. He raised his arms and prayed to the Naiad nymphs, children of Zeus, whom he had thought he'd never see again. He called out with a gentle prayer, promising gifts as before, if Zeus's generous daughter would let him survive, and let his dear son grow to maturity. Athena told him to take heart, not to let these things trouble him. They would place his treasures in the cave's inner depths, where they would remain safe, and then they would think over how everything might turn out for the best. She entered the shadows, searched the hidden recesses. Odysseus carried everything inside: gold, hard bronze, exquisite fabrics from the Phaeacians, and stored them deep inside. Athena placed a stone into the cave's opening. They sat down by the sacred olive tree and plotted the destruction of the arrogant suitors. Athena spoke first: son of Laertes, always scheming, start thinking about how to get his hands on those shameless men. For 3 years they had been lording over his estate, courting his loyal wife with gifts. She, always aching for his return, kept giving hope to all of them with reassuring messages, while her own mind remained elsewhere. Odysseus answered, appalling. He had been about to meet Agamemnon's terrible fate if she had not told him this. Fabricate a scheme for him to pay them back. Stand by him, so he would have the same iron nerve as when they seized Troy's blazing crown. Stand as hotly as she had back then, her gray eyes gleaming, and with her he would fight 300 men. Athena answered, of course she would be with him. He should not forget her as they worked together on this. Some of those suitors eating up his resources would splatter their blood and brains unspeakably on the ground. She would make him unrecognizable to all mere humans, shrivel the smooth skin on his sinuous limbs, ruin his auburn hair, wrap him in ghastly rags, cloud over his radiant eyes, so he would appear despicable to the suitors, to his wife, and to the son he had left behind. He should set out first for the old man who kept his pigs, the one who supported him without fear, who loved his son and his constant wife Penelope. He would find him with the pigs feeding near Corax Rock beside Arethusa Creek, gorging on acorns and drinking blackened waters. Stay there, sit beside him, question him about everything. She would go to Sparta with its beautiful women to call back Telemachus, his precious son, who had gone to vast Lake Damon to see Menelaus, seeking word of him in case he still existed somewhere. Odysseus asked, why hadn't she told him then, since she could see everything in her mind, so that he would go through sorrows too, wandering the restless sea while others used up his resources? Athena answered, don't let him worry her too much. She herself had encouraged him to go to earn a fine reputation. He had not had any hardship. He was sitting in Atreus' son's palace, lying around endlessly. True, young men in a black ship were waiting for him, ready to kill him before he reached his own land. But she did not think this would come about. The earth would sooner cover any of the suitors using up his belongings. She touched him with her staff. The smooth skin shriveled on his sinuous limbs, his auburn hair ruined. Over all his limbs she laid the skin of an old man. She clouded over his brilliant eyes. Around his rags she threw a ghastly cloak and tunic disheveled, soiled, blackened with grimy smoke, and over that a large deer hide-worn bear. She gave him a staff and a nasty old torn rucksack with a twisted strap. After they had conspired a bit more, they parted ways. The goddess went to brilliant Lake Damon to bring back his son. He left the harbor and climbed the rocky path through the woods to the high ground where Athena had promised he would find the pig keeper, the slave who cared most for his estate. There the man sat beside his courtyard, built high in an open space, large and round and beautiful. The pig keeper had built it alone, without the queen or old Laertes knowing, using huge stones hauled in by hand and bordered with a prickly hedge. All around, at regular intervals, he had pounded in stakes split down to their black oak core. Inside the courtyard stood 12 closed-in sties. 50 breeding sows wallowed in each, pressing together. The boars lay outside, far fewer of them. The impertinent suitors had feasted on the boars, reducing their numbers because the pig keeper constantly sent them the best and heaviest hogs, 360 of them. Nearby lay 4 dog-like wild animals, raised by the pig keeper. He was cutting a tanned ox hide, fitting sandals to his feet. He had sent 3 other men off with bunches of hogs and a 4th to drive a hog to town for the overbearing suitors, so they could slaughter it and slake their souls with meat. The dogs spotted Odysseus. They barked, howled, and charged. He sat down quickly, his staff falling from his hand. He would have suffered terrible harm inside his own stalls, but the pig keeper followed fast through the gate, the ox hide dropping from his hand. He yelled, drove the dogs off with a torrent of rocks, and called out to the old man those dogs would have torn him apart in no time, and he would have laid the blame on the keeper. The gods had given the keeper other sorrows, mourning and grieving for a good master, while raising fat hogs for others to eat, as that master went hungry, wandering lands of strange-tongued people if the man was even still alive, and saw the sunlight. But come, they would go to the hut so the old man could ease his mind with food and wine, and tell where he had come from, and what sorrows he had endured. He led Odysseus to the hut, brought him inside, scattered twigs, and spread out a large, thick-wooled wild goat, hide his own bedroll. Odysseus was overjoyed at the welcome, and spoke warmly, "May Zeus and the other gods grant the keeper whatever he most desired for such kindness." The pig keeper answered, "It was not right to demean a stranger, even one worse off, because all strangers and beggars came from Zeus. A small gift was still kind. This was the way of slaves, always dreading domineering masters like those young men, since the gods had prevented the return of the master, who would have cared for him, given him a house, land, a desirable wife, all the things a thoughtful master gave a slave who worked so hard that the gods made his work flourish. That master would have helped him grow to old age here, but he had died. He wished the ranks of Helen had all been slaughtered, as she had weakened the knees of so many men. That master, too, had gone off to horse-rich Troy to fight for Agamemnon's honor. He drew his belt tight about his tunic and went out to the sties. He chose 2 pigs, brought them inside, slaughtered both, singed off their bristles, cut them apart, and pierced them with spits. He roasted everything and placed it, still hot on the spits, in front of Odysseus, sprinkling it with white barley. In an ivy-wood bowl he mixed honey-sweet wine, then sat across from the other man. He urged him to eat what there was to share among slaves. Piglet, since only the suitors could feast on fattened hogs without any thought of compassion or revenge. The peaceable gods did not like cold-blooded acts. They honored what was right and decent. Even hardened, lawless men who invaded other lands, when Zeus granted them a haul and they loaded their ships for home, felt the fear of divine revenge on their hearts. But these suitors, they must have seen something or heard some god's voice about his awful death, because they refused to court fairly or return to their own people. Carelessly, ruthlessly, they used up everything, every night and day. They killed not just 1 victim or even 2, and they wasted wine down to the last drop. Their means to live. None of those heroic men had ever had so much, not on the black mainland, not here in Ithaca. Not 20 men altogether. 12 herds of cattle, just as many flocks of sheep, as many ruts of pigs and free-ranging goats as any herdsman might pasture. Even here the goats grazed freely in the remotest part of the island, with trusty men watching over them. Every day, each man led the fattest goats to the suitors. But he kept these pigs, guarded them, and carefully chose the best to send off. The other man chewed assiduously, drank ravenously in silence, plotting violence against the suitors. When he had fortified his soul with food, the pig-keeper filled his own cup and gave it to him full of wine. The man took it, his heart full of happiness, and his words flew like wings. He asked who had purchased the keeper with his wealth, that rich, powerful man who had died for Agamemnon's honor.
Tell him, in case he might somehow know the man and offer news, since he had wandered far.
The pig-keeper answered no wanderer, bringing rumors of that man could ever persuade his wife and dear son. Besides, these wandering men in need of help were liars. They did not even want to tell the truth. Every wanderer who reached Ithaca went straight to his mistress and told her a pack of lies. She received him kindly, asked about everything, and in her sorrow the tears ran down from her eyelids. That was a woman's way when her husband was killed far away, and the old man too would at once string together some yarn if someone gave him a wrap, a tunic, some clothes. But as for that man, by now the dogs and birds had stripped the flesh from his bones, or the fish had eaten him, and his bones lay buried deep in sand. He had perished somewhere. The future held only sorrow for his loved ones, especially for the keeper, who would never find another master so kind-hearted. No matter how far he went, even to his own father and mother back where he was born, who had raised him themselves. It was not for them he was grieving, much as he would love to see them and be on his home ground. No, it was his longing for the faraway Odysseus that gripped him. He hesitated to say the name, because the man was not here, although he had loved and cared for him deep in his heart. He only called out, "Ah, dear sir." He was so far away. Odysseus answered, since the keeper was in such total denial, and said the man would never return, and his heart simply could not believe it. He would lay it out, not straight out but as a vow. Odysseus would return. And when that man got back and reached home, give him something for bringing this good news. Wrap him in a shawl, a tunic, good clothes. But before he came, although he was very much in need, he would take nothing, since any man who gave in to hardship by telling such lies was odious as the gates of Hades to him. With Zeus as witness to the hospitality he had come to at faultless Odysseus's table and hearth, all of these things would take place just as he was saying. This very year, between the waning of this moon and the waxing of the next, Odysseus would return home, and he would take revenge on anyone who had dishonored his wife and beaming son. The pig-keeper answered, he would not pay anything for this news, and Odysseus would never return home. Drink on at his leisure, and let them turn their minds elsewhere. Just do not remind him of all this, because his heart ached when anyone reminded him of his good master. As for the vow they would see, he hoped Odysseus came. How he wanted him to, as did Penelope and old Laertes and Telemachus, for now it was the son Odysseus fathered. He sorrowed for endlessly Telemachus. When the gods made him sprout up like a little shoot, he had thought the boy would be no weaker than his dead father, splendid in looks and figure. But one of the gods had wounded his mind. Or maybe it was just a man. He had gone off to Pylos to find out about his father. Now those noble suitors were waiting in ambush for him, so that the line of formidable Archesios could be wiped out nameless from Ithaca. But let him go either. He would be taken, or the son of Cronos would reach out his hand, and he would escape. Now, the old man should tell him all his troubles, straight, so he could understand clearly. Who was he? Where was his city and parents? What ship brought him to Ithaca? Who did they say they were? He hardly thought he had traveled here on foot. Odysseus answered he would say all this bluntly. If only the two of them could go on eating this food and sweet wine quietly for a while, inside the hut, and let the others do the work even in a whole year, he could not finish telling all his troubles, all he had endured through the will of the gods. Let him just say, he came from spacious Crete, the son of a rich man. Many other sons were born and raised in his halls, legitimate sons of faithful wives. But the mother who gave birth to him was bought and paid for, a kept woman. Yet Castor Hilacades, whose son he claimed to be, treated him like an equal to his legitimate sons. He was esteemed as a god for his fine estate, riches, and upright sons. But death's messengers took him to Hades, and his hot-headed sons divided his property among themselves, casting lots. They doled out a small piece of land and a house for him. Through his own backbone, he gained a wife from a prominent family, since he was no fool, and was not afraid of a fight. Now all that was gone. Look at the reed, and know the seed. So much trouble had had him in its grip, but Ares and Athena had given him the courage and strength to break through ranks of men, and whenever he planned hard times for enemies, choosing the best men for an ambush, his bold heart never worried about death. He was always first to leap out and jab with his spear, whichever enemy had fallen back in front of him. That was the way he was during fighting. Work was not to his liking, nor taking care of a home, raising nice children. He liked the ships, the oars, the fighting too polished spears and arrows, awful things that to others were horrible. But he liked them. Some god must have put that inside his heart, since different men relished different kinds of work. Before the Achaean sons went off to Troy, he had already led his men in sleek sailing ships 9 times against foreigners. He picked up a great deal, and was happy to take it all away. Later, he got much more by lot. His household prospered, and he became feared and esteemed among the Cretans. But Zeus plotted out that dreadful road that weakened the knees of so many men. They asked him, and famous Idomeneus, to lead ships to Ilios. There was no way to refuse. The voice of the people held them tightly in its grip. For 9 years, they sons of the Achaeans waged that war, and in the 10th, they burned Priam's city down and headed for home in their ships. But some god scattered all the Achaeans. For him, miserable wretch, Zeus brought about hard times. Only a month he stayed, enjoying his children, wife, and possessions. Then his heart drove him to load his ships and sail for Egypt with his blameless shipmates. He loaded 9 ships. The people gathered quickly. He offered many animals to sacrifice to the gods and make a feast for them. For 6 days his crew feasted. On the 7th, they boarded and set sail from Crete, with a hard, steady north wind pushing them as easily as a downstream current. The ships suffered no damage. The wind and helmsman held a straight course. On the 5th day, they reached the strong currents of the river Egypt and moored there. He ordered his trusty mates to stay and guard the ships, then sent out patrols as lookouts. But the men gave in to their own bluster and taste for fighting. They raided the Egyptians' lovely fields, carrying off women and children and killing the rest. The screaming reached the city quickly. At dawn, the people came out, the whole plain filled with foot soldiers, chariots, gleaming bronze. Zeus hurled a horrible panic among his fellow soldiers. Many fell to sharp bronze blades. The rest were led away to the city alive to work against their will. Zeus put an idea in his heart, and he wished he had died there in Egypt, since sorrow had yet to truly welcome him. He took off his finely sculpted helmet, dropped his shield from his shoulders, let his spear fall from his hand. He went forward, faced the king's horses, took the king's knees and kissed them. The king took pity, drew him up onto the chariot, and brought him home in tears. Many soldiers lunged with wooden spears, eager to kill him, so utterly enraged, but the king held them off, dreading the rage of Zeus, the stranger's god, who detests malicious actions above all. He stayed 7 years in Egypt, gathering considerable wealth as the people gave him gifts. In the 8th year, a cunning, devious Phoenician arrived, a man who had worked his wickedness for a long time. He took Odysseus into his confidence and led him away to Phoenicia, where the man had his house and possessions. He remained there a full year. As the seasons turned, the man put him on a seagoing ship to Libya with the false story that he was to transport cargo. Though he fully suspected he would be sold at some unspeakable price, he boarded against his will. The ship sailed before a hard, fair north wind. Midway above Crete, Zeus set his plan in motion to destroy all of them. As they left Crete with no land in sight, only sky and sea, the son of Cronos sent a black cloud above the hollow ship. The sea grew dark beneath. Zeus thundered and launched his thunderbolt. Struck by lightning, the whole boat shuddered, suffused with a sulphurous stench. Everyone fell off the ship, carried away on the waves like crows around the black ship. Zeus took away their return home. Except for him, anguish filled his heart, But Zeus placed the huge lurching mast of the dark-hulled ship in his hands so he might escape harm. He held on, cast about by deadly winds. For 9 days he floated. On the 10th black night, an enormous curling wave carried him to the land of the Thesprotians. King Phidon took him in after his own beloved son found him beaten down by cold and exhaustion, led him to his father's home, and put a tunic and cloak around him. There he heard about Odysseus. The king stated that he had welcomed Odysseus as a guest on his way back to his homeland. He showed him all the treasures Odysseus had collected: bronze, gold, skillfully wrought iron, so much wealth stored in those halls that it could feed everyone to the 10th generation. The man, the king said, had gone off to Dodona to hear the will of Zeus in the high leaves of that oak tree, to learn how he might return, openly or in secret, to fertile Ithaca. The king swore to him while pouring a drink that the ship had been launched, and the crew stood ready to carry Odysseus back to his beloved homeland. But he sent Odysseus away first, since a Thesprotian ship happened to be setting out to wheat-rich Dulichios. He told them to take him straight to King Acastos, but they conspired to bring him to utter ruin. When the ship sailed away from land, they tore off his clothes, cloak, and tunic, and threw around him these awful tattered rags before the eyes of his listener. In the evening, they reached the fields of Ithaca, visible from so far away. They tied him tightly with braided rope to the ship's solid deck, then disembarked to eat their supper on the shore. The gods themselves loosened his bonds without effort. He cloaked his rags about his head, went down the smooth plank, eased his body into the sea, dog-paddled with both hands, swam, and soon found himself out of the water and away from them. He went up to a thicket full of leaves, crouched, and stayed there. They rushed about, moaned and groaned, but when searching proved useless, they went back aboard their hollow ship. The gods hid him without trouble, guided him, and brought him to the lodging of a judicious man, for now it seemed it was his lot to go on living. The pig-keeper answered. The stranger had deeply stirred his heart with all that suffering and wandering, but he thought it had been told somewhat out of order, and it would not change his mind about Odysseus. Why would anyone in so much trouble lie so thoughtlessly? He knew all too well about his master's return. He was so utterly hated by all the gods that they did not bother to bring him down back when he was among the Trojans or in the arms of his loved ones after the war ended. If they had, the Achaeans would have built him a tomb, and he would have won great honor for his son and for all time. As it was, the storm winds had swept him away without a name, and the keeper himself had retired here among the pigs, and did not go into the city unless thoughtful Penelope sent for him whenever there were rumors. Then everyone sat around and questioned whoever came, both those who mourned the master and those who cheerfully consumed all his worldly goods without compensation. But he did not have the heart to ask questions or grill anyone, not since an Aetolian had duped him with a story. That man had killed someone and was wandering the world. When he came here, the keeper welcomed him openly. He said he had seen Odysseus in Crete, staying with Idomeneus, patching up ships battered by squalls. He said Odysseus would come here during the summer, or by harvest time, with a huge cache and his blameless mates. So the old man, whatever he had endured, as some god must have brought him here, do not suck up or charm with lies. He would not be respected or shown kindness for that, but only out of compassion, in fear of Zeus, the god of strangers. Odysseus answered, "What a suspicious heart beat inside that chest! He could not lead him on or convince him, even with a sworn vow. So let them make this bargain with the gods as witnesses. When the time came, if his master returned to this house, give him some clothes, a tunic, and a cloak, and send him to Dulichios, where he truly longed to be. And if his master did not come as he had said, set the slaves on him and throw him down from the highest rocks, so other beggars would shun duplicity." The pig-keeper answered, "No doubt. That would bring both present and future honor and prosperity among men for him, the one who had led a stranger into his hut, shown him hospitality, and then killed him and taken his precious life away. How thoughtfully he would pray to Zeus after that. But for now, it was time for supper. His mates would be here soon, and they would cook up a tasty meal. They talked on like this, until the other herdsmen drew near with their pigs. They pressed them into their usual sties, and an unspeakable pandemonium arose as the pigs were penned in. The pig-keeper called out to his partners, "Bring in the best of the boars." He would kill it for their guest, who had come from far away. They would enjoy it themselves. Those of them who had gone through so much work and trouble for the sake of all these white-tusked pigs, while others ate the fruit of their labor with impunity. He began to split wood with merciless bronze. They brought in a large 5-year-old boar and held it close to the fire. The pig-keeper did not forget the immortals. He was endowed with a good heart. To begin the sacrifice, he picked bristles from the boar's head and threw them into the fire. He prayed to all the gods for sensible Odysseus to return home. Then he stood up, smacked the boar with a slab of leftover wood, and its breath passed away. The others slit its throat, singed its skin, and cut it apart. The pig-keeper placed bits of raw flesh from the boar's legs to soak in the fat, sprinkled them with barley corn, and threw them all into the fire. They cut up the rest, pierced it with spits, roasted it, drew it off carefully, and threw it in heaps on the cutting board. The pig-keeper stood to dole it out, knowing in his heart what was fair. He carved it all up and served it in 7 shares. 1 he set aside for the nymphs and Hermes, son of Maia. The rest he divided among the other men. But he honored Odysseus with the long strips off the boar's back, which thrilled his master's heart. Odysseus spoke for all of this. "Eumaeus, may he come to be as dear to Father Zeus as he was to him, for offering such choice pieces to someone like him." The pig-keeper answered, "Eat, stranger touched by Zeus. Enjoy what was there before them. Only Zeus gave or took away as he chose in his heart, since he could do anything." He offered the first share to the gods who live forever, poured shimmering wine, and placed a cup in the hands of Odysseus, the scourge of cities. Bread was passed around to all of them by Mesalios, whom the pig-keeper had acquired for himself while his master was away, unknown to his mistress, or old Laertes, getting him from the Taphians in return for his own goods. All their hands reached out for the helpings before them. When they had put away their craving for food and drink, Mesalios removed the leftovers, and they all hurried to bed, stuffed with bread and meat. Night came on, dark, foul, moonless. Zeus rained down all night, and the moisture-bringing west wind blew hard. Odysseus spoke, testing the pig-keeper to see if he would shrug off his cloak and give it to him in sympathy, or tell one of his companions to do it. He announced he would tell a tall tale on himself, because the wine was leading him on. It was strange how it inspired even someone really serious to sing and snicker softly, or stand up and dance, and even spit out things better left unspoken. But since he had already started squawking, he would not suppress this. If only he was still as young and strong and sure on his feet as he was back when they set up their ambush under Troy's walls. Odysseus and Menelaus led them, and he was third in command. They had said so. When they reached the city and its steep walls, they lay in the thick brush among the reeds and marshes around the town, crouching under their arms. Night came on awful when the north wind dropped, freezing. Snow came down from above like frost, ice-cold crystal setting solid all around their shields. All the others had tunics and cloaks, their shields sheltering their shoulders. They all slept peacefully, but he himself had stupidly ditched his cloak when he left behind the other soldiers. He had not thought it would be so cold, and had come out with only his shield and shiny belt. When the third night watch came around and the stars had run their course across the sky, he spoke to Odysseus beside him, jabbing him with an elbow. At once Odysseus listened. He said he was son of Laertes, progeny of Zeus, always planning he would soon not be among the living. The cold was killing him. He had no cloak. Some god had tricked him into wearing just his tunic, and now there was no way out. As he spoke, Odysseus worked out a strategy in his heart. That was how he was, both in scheming and in scrapping and muttering in a low voice, told him to be quiet so none of the other Achaeans would hear. Odysseus propped his head on an elbow and spoke to the group. "Listen, friends." In his sleep, a dream had come to him from the gods. They had come out too far from the ships. If only there was someone here to take a message to Agamemnon, shepherd of the people, to send more men up from the ships. Thoas, Andramon's son, jumped up, threw his purple cloak aside and set off for the ships. Gratefully, the storyteller lay back in that clothing until dawn appeared on her golden throne. He wished he was still young, and strong and steady on his feet. Then one of these herdsmen might offer him a cloak out of kindness or respect. Instead, he was scoffed at for these awful clothes he had. The pig-keeper answered. The old man told a great story, not a word mean or out of place. So he would not go without clothing or anything else. A beggar in deep trouble had a right to ask for, at least for now. In the morning, he would have to wrestle himself back into those rags. Around here, there were not many cloaks or changes of tunics. Each man had only one. But when Odysseus' son returned, he would give him a cloak and tunic and clothes, and then send him anywhere his heart desired. He stood up, sat out bedding next to the fire, and flung sheep and goat skins on top. Odysseus lay down. The pig-keeper threw a large, thick cloak next to him and kept it there close by in case a bad storm arose. Odysseus drifted off to sleep. The younger men slept beside him. But the pig-keeper did not want to bed down there or lie down anywhere away from the hogs, so he prepared to go outside. Odysseus was pleased that the man had taken such good care of things while he himself was away. The pig-keeper slung his sharp sword across his broad shoulders, tossed a thick cloak around them to keep off the cold, grabbed a heavy goatskin and a spear to hold off dogs or men, and went outside to sleep up close to where the boars lay, under a hollow rock sheltered from the north wind. Pallas Athena went to spacious Lake Damon to arouse Odysseus's brilliant son and urge him to return. She found Telemachus lying in Menelaus's portico with Nestor's splendid son. Nestor's son had been overcome with gentle sleep, but sweet sleep did not enfold Telemachus. All through the everlasting night, he lay awake in anguish over his father. Athena stepped close and spoke. It was no good for him to be drifting so far from home any longer. He had left his fortune behind among unruly men living in his home who could divide up and consume all his possessions, and then he would have made a futile journey. Go quickly, and urge Menelaus, so good at shouting orders, to send him on so he could find his faultless mother. Her father and brothers were pressing her to marry Eurymachus, who had outdone the other suitors with ingratiating gifts, and was now increasing them. Do not let her take anything valuable from his home against his will. He knew what kind of spirit lay inside a woman's breast. She wanted only to enlarge the household of any man who married her, and then would forget her own husband once he was dead, and ask no longer about her own children. So go himself, and entrust everything to whichever servant seemed best, until the gods showed him the one he would honor as his wife. And another thing. The best of the suitors, a gang of them, were waiting to ambush him in the strait between Ithaca and rugged Samos, intent on killing him before he reached his native land. But she did not think this would happen. The earth would sooner cover many of those courteous men who were using up what belonged to him. So keep his sturdy ship well away from the islands, sail both night and day, and one of the immortals who guarded him would send a favorable wind. When he reached Ithaca's nearest shore, send his ship and mates on to the city. He himself should go first to the man who kept his pigs, the one who thought well of him. Pass the night there. Then send that man to town to bring Penelope, who thought things over deeply, the news that he had come safely back from Pylos. She left for towering Olympos. Telemachus woke Nestor's son from sweet sleep, nudging him with his heel. Wake up, bring his clopping horses, yoke them to the chariot so they could get on their way. Pisistratos answered. There was no way they could make it through this darkness, no matter how much they wanted to hit the road. Soon, it would be dawn. Let them wait until Menelaus, that heroic lancer, brought them gifts, placed them in the chariot, and sent them away with kind words. A guest would always remember a kindly host. Dawn arrived on her golden throne. Menelaus, known for his fine battle cry, came by after getting up from his bed beside lovely-haired Helen. Odysseus's beloved son noticed him, hurriedly drew his shimmering tunic over his skin, threw his cloak across his broad shoulders, and went outside. He told Menelaus Atreides,
nurtured by Zeus, shepherd of the people, to send him back now to his own country. His heart was anxious to return home.
Menelaus answered in his great loud voice. He would by no means hold him here long when he was so eager to return. He would reproach any host who loved too much or hated too much, always prefer what was proper. It was equally wrong to speed a guest not ready to go and to impede a guest raring to go. Best to welcome the willing and hasten the hasty. But wait until he brought some lovely gifts and place them in the chariot, so he could see them with his own eyes. He would tell the women to prepare a meal from the ample stores, 2 for 1, honor and opulence and relief to eat one's fill before heading into the vast world. And if he wanted to travel through Hellas and into Argos, he would go with him, hook up some horses, lead him to the cities of men. No one would send them away with empty hands. They would give something: a bronze tripod or cauldron, a couple of mules, a gold cup. Telemachus answered with a deep breath. Because he had left behind no one to watch over his possessions, he would prefer to go home at once, before he became lost himself, or some prized treasure vanished from his home. Menelaus heard this, called out in his usual loud voice to his wife and her slaves to prepare a meal from the ample stores. Eteoneus, Muthos's son, who had only now climbed out of bed, approached. Menelaus ordered him to light a fire and roast some meat. The man listened and obeyed. Menelaus went down into his scented chamber, not alone but with Helen and Megapenthes. When they reached the place where his treasures were stored, Atreides picked up a 2-handled cup and encouraged his son to take a silver mixing bowl. Helen stepped over to the chest where her embroidered robes lay, the ones she had worked so hard to make. She lifted out the most beautifully embroidered and largest of them all, which had been lying under the others. It shimmered like a star. They went back up through the house to Telemachus. Blond Menelaus, spoke May Zeus, Hera's thundering, blustery husband, bring about his return just as he longed for. He wanted to give him the most beautiful and precious of all the prized gifts in his house, this elegantly crafted cup, solid silver, rims lined with gold, the work of Hephaestos. Phidemos, the heroic king of the Sidonians, had given it to him when he offered safe haven as he returned homeward. Now he wanted to pass it on. He placed the double-handled cup in Telemachus's hands. Megapenthes carried over the silver mixing bowl and set it down before him. Lovely-cheeked Helen moved close with the robe in her hands. She called him dear child and offered the gift as a fond remembrance from her arms for his bride to wear on his wedding day. Until then, leave it in his dear mother's care within his house. She hoped he reached his home in the land of his parents. She placed it in his hands. He received it joyfully. Pisistratos received the gifts, placed them in a chest, and gazed at them with wonder in his heart. Auburn-haired Menelaus led them back to the house. They sat in comfortable chairs with armrests. A slave brought an elegant golden pitcher full of water and poured it over a silver basin to wash their hands. She drew a polished table close. The esteemed housekeeper brought bread and lots of meat, set it before them, and generously shared everything there was. Boetus' son carved the meat and measured out the helpings. The son of great Menelaus poured the wine. They reached out their hands to the delights in front of them. When they had put aside their desire for food and drink, Telemachus and Nestor's son yoked the horses and climbed onto their sleek chariot. They drove out through the gate, away from the echoing portico. Auburn-haired Menelaus went with them, holding a golden cup full of honey-tinged wine in his right hand so they could pour libations before setting out. He stood in front of the horses and called out goodbye to the young men. Greetings to Nestor, shepherd of the people, who had been like a father to him when the Achaean sons fought the war at Troy. Telemachus answered with a deep breath. They would tell him for sure when they got there. And if he found Odysseus when he reached Ithaca, he would tell him how much kindness he had received, and how he had brought away such beautiful gifts when he left. As Telemachus spoke, an eagle flew by on the right, clutching a huge, pure white goose in its talons, a tame barnyard bird. Men and women ran behind, shouting. The eagle darted right in front of the horses. Everyone delighted at the sight. Their hearts leaped. Pisistratos asked Menelaus if the god had shown this sign for them, or for him. Menelaus thought hard, trying to understand, But long-robed Helen cut in first. She would tell them what she thought would happen, as the immortals had thrust it deep into her heart. Just as the eagle had come down from the mountains to snatch this tame homebred goose, so Odysseus, after wandering far and wide, would come home and exact his revenge. Or perhaps he was already home, sowing trouble for all the courtiers. Telemachus answered with a deep breath, "May Zeus, Hera's loud thundering husband, make it so." Then and there, he would pray to her as a goddess. He cracked the whip. The horses raced away, charging through the city toward the plain. All day they shook the yoke about their necks until the sun set and the roads grew dark. They reached Phere and the house of Diocles, who welcomed them as guests. They passed the night. At dawn's rosy fingers they yoked the horses, climbed into the sleek chariot, and drove through the gate. The whip cracked. The horses leaped forward. Soon they reached the towering fortifications of Pylos. Telemachus spoke to Nestor's son, make him a promise, and carry it out. They had been friends for a long time because of their father's friendship, and they were just about the same age. This journey would make them even more like-minded. Do not take him past his ship. Leave him there. Otherwise, his old father would hold him against his will, so eager to show kindness. But he had to reach home as quickly as possible. Nestor's son weighed in his heart. How best to make this promise? He turned the horses toward the quick ship on the shore, took out the beautiful gifts, clothes, and gold from Menelaus, set them in the stern, and sent Telemachus on with winged words, hurry aboard and tell his mates to do the same, before he reached home with the news. He knew how fierce his father's heart was. He would not allow Telemachus to go. He would come and call him back, and he did not think he would go back without him. He would be extremely angry. He drove off his horses with their beautiful flowing manes back to Pylos, quickly reaching the palace. Telemachus ordered his mates to get their gear together on the black ship and board quickly so they could be on their way. They obeyed at once, going aboard and sitting at their benches. While he busied himself offering a sacrifice to Athena in the stern, a stranger approached a sage fleeing Argos after killing a man. He was descended from Melampus, who had once lived in Pylos as a rich man with a big house, but later fled Neleus, the bold, who had forcibly taken most of his wealth. After suffering and escaping, he had taken revenge, brought a woman home for his brother, and gone to live in horse-grazing Argos, where he ruled, married, built a house, and fathered 2 strong sons. The line continued through Antiphates, Oikles, Amphiaraus, whom Zeus loved, and who died in Thebes because of a woman's gifts, and through Mantios, who fathered Polyphetes and Cleitos. Cleitos was snatched away by dawn. Apollo made Polyphetes a sage, best of all men, after Amphiaraus died. The man who approached was Polyphetes' son, Theoclymenos by name. He stood next to Telemachus as he poured libations and prayed in the black ship. His words beat like wings. He had found him burning an offering, and he prayed by that offering, by whatever god he prayed to, by his own life, and his shipmates answered truthfully. Who was he? Where among men was he from? Where was his city and his parents? Telemachus answered openly. He was born in Ithaca. His father was Odysseus if he ever existed. By now he must have died some miserable death. He had taken his companions on this black ship to seek news of his father, who had been away so long. Theoclymenos answered like a god. He too was far from his own country after killing a man, one of his own people. Many of that man's family and friends ruled over the Achaeans in horse-loving Argos. He was fleeing to escape death and a black end. It seemed his destiny was to wander among human beings. Take him onto the ship as a fugitive, so they would not cut him down. He thought they were about to close in. Telemachus answered as he wished. He would not throw him off the sleek ship. He would be welcome to anything they had at hand. He took the man's bronze spear and laid it flat on the curved ship's deck. The man boarded. Telemachus sat down and had Theoclymenos sit beside him. They released the stern lines. He called to his mates to man the rigging, and they sprang to it, raised the pine mast, stood it in the hollow mast block, held it fast with forestays. hoisted the white sail with tightly twisted ox-hide thongs. Athena sent a favorable wind rushing forcefully through the sky, so the ship might run its swiftest course through the salty sea. They passed Crone and Chalcis, with its beautiful streams. The sun set. All the ways grew dark. They sailed close beside Phae, with a Zeus-stirred wind, past brilliant Elis, where the Epeans rule.
He made his way through all the islands, swiftly slipping by, wondering if he would escape death or be captured.
Back in the hut, Odysseus and the brilliant pig-keeper ate with the other men. When they had set aside their desire for food and drink, Odysseus spoke, testing the pig-keeper again. Would he go on offering hospitality and encourage him to remain at the farm, or send him off to the city? Tomorrow morning, he was thinking of heading to the city to beg, so he would not use up everything the keeper and his men had. Give him some good advice and a guide to lead him there. Once in town, he would wander on his own until someone offered a cup of water or a loaf of bread. He might go straight to Odysseus's godlike house and take news to thoughtful Penelope. He might even intermingle with those arrogant suitors to see if they would give him dinner. He would serve them well, whatever they wished for. By the grace of Hermes, no other living man could match him at splitting dry wood, building a fire, carving and roasting meat, pouring wine, all the things lesser men did for higher-ups. The pig-keeper answered, deeply upset. Why had such a thought entered his mind? He must totally want to die there, if he hoped to move into that pack of suitors. Their bluster and brutality reached the iron sky. Their servers were not like him, young men in fine cloaks and tunics, fresh faces and oiled hair, tables loaded with bread and meat and wine. No, stay here. No one was bothered by his presence, not the keeper, not the others. When Odysseus's beloved son arrived, he would give him clothes, a tunic and a cloak, and send him wherever his heart desired. Odysseus answered, May he be as dear to Father Zeus as he was to him. He had brought his wandering and awful suffering to a close. Nothing was more terrible for living men than being driven about. Yet they kept going through misery and trouble for the sake of their damned bellies. But since the keeper was keeping him here and urging him to wait for that young man, tell him about Odysseus's goddess-like mother and his father, left behind on the threshold of old age. Were they still alive below the sun's rays, or had they died and gone to Hades's house? The pig-keeper answered plainly. Laertes was still alive, but inside his house, he endlessly prayed to Zeus for his life to pass from his limbs. He grieved terribly for his son who went away, and for his wise wife. Her dying had wounded him so much, it dropped old age onto his shoulders. She had passed away aching for her famous son, such a miserable death, as he would wish no one to die who lived as a friend and offered goodwill. As long as she was alive, however much in sorrow, it was always a pleasure to ask and inquire after her. She herself had raised him along with Clytemnestra, her youngest child, her lovely long-robed daughter. He was brought up with her. The mother regarded him as hardly less than one of her own, but when they reached the blushing prime of their youth, they sent Clytemnestra away to Samos for an enormous bride price. That woman dressed him in a very nice tunic and cloak, and sent him out to the fields, but in her heart she loved him all the more. Now, he did not even have this. The exalted gods had made the work he managed very successful, so he had eaten and drunk and given things to those who deserved it. But from the lady of the house, he had heard nothing to his liking, neither words nor action, because a malevolence had fallen on the house, those arrogant suitors. Still, slaves longed deeply to speak with their lady face to face, to hear about everything, to eat and drink, and later to carry something away into the fields, things that always warmed a slave's heart. Odysseus answered, How young he must have been when he was taken so far from his own country and parents. But tell him this openly. Was it a crowded city with wide streets that burned down where his father and mother lived? Or was he alone with sheep or cattle when violent men grabbed him and took him away on their ships to sell him to this man's house for a good price? The pig-keeper answered frankly, since he was asking and probing about all this. Listen now in silence, and take his pleasure. Drink his wine as he sat there. The night was more immense than even a god could say. There was a time for sleeping, and a time for listening and enjoying. No need to lie down before his time, too much sleep was exhausting too. As for the others, if their hearts tugged, go on out and sleep. When dawn came, eat and head out with the master's pigs. But the two of them would drink and eat here inside the hut, since they enjoyed recalling each other's miserable misfortunes. A man found joy, even in hardships, after having wandered about, suffering so much. The pig keeper began the story of his origins. There was an island called Syria, above Ortygia where the sun turns. Not populous, but good land, fine herds and flocks, full of wine and wheat. Hunger never came there, nor dreadful disease. When people grew old, Apollo arrived with a silver bow and Artemis, attacking with painless arrows. 2 cities divided everything. His father, Ctesios or Menides, a man like the immortals, ruled over both. To that place came the Phoenicians, known for their ships and for being slippery scoundrels, bringing countless trinkets on their black ship. In his father's house, there was a Phoenician woman, lovely, tall, skilled in brilliant craftsmanship. The sly Phoenician seduced her. While she washed clothes near the mooring stones beside their empty ship, one of them talked her into making love. This loosened a woman's mind, even when she had good intentions. He asked who she was and where she came from, and she showed him the high roofs of his father's house. She explained she was from bronze-rich Sidon, daughter of flood-wealthy Erebus, but Taphian thieves had taken her as she came in from the fields, brought her here, and sold her to that man for a high price. The man asked why not go back home with him, to see her father and mother's high-roofed house, and them too. He heard they were still alive and rich. She said it was possible if the sailors would pledge an oath to take her home safe and sound. They promised what she asked, swearing their solemn vow. Then she told them to be silent from now on. None should say a word to her if they ran into her on the street, or by the well, or someone might go to the palace and tell the old man, who would lock her in awful chains and plan to kill them. Hurry their trade in goods, and when the ship was full of cargo, have a messenger come quickly to the palace. She would grab whatever gold she could carry under her arm and give them something extra for her passage, the child of this great man. She took care of him in the palace. He ran around with her outside. Such a clever child. She could lead him to the ship. He would bring a huge price wherever they went to sell him among strange-tongued men. She went to the lovely palace. They stayed trading for a whole year, bringing a huge cargo onto their hollow ship. When the ship was full enough to sail home, they sent a messenger to pass the news to her. A very shrewd man came to his father's house, bringing a golden necklace strung with amber beads. His dear mother and all her servants felt it in their hands, inspecting it with their eyes, about to make an offer. The man nodded to the woman in silence, then went back to the ship. She took the boy by the hand and led him out of the house. On the palace porch, she found the cups and tables left by his father's attendants, who had just eaten and moved on to council and public debate. She quickly hid 3 chalices deep inside the folds covering her breasts and carried them away. Without thinking, he followed her. The sun set. All the roads grew dark. They hurried down to that marvelous harbor where the Phoenician swift ship waited. The men embarked, brought the 2 of them on board, and sailed out on the waters. Zeus sent a favorable wind. They sailed 6 days and nights. On the 7th day, Artemis the archer struck the woman. She fell down with a thud into the hold, plunging like a seagull. They threw her body overboard to become prey for seals and fish. He was left alone, his heart in anguish. The wind and waters brought them to Ithaca, where Laertes bought him with his riches, and so it was that his eyes came to see this land. Odysseus answered the pig-keeper, had deeply stirred his heart, telling him all the agonies he had suffered. But clearly Zeus had given him the good along with the bad after all these hardships. He had come to the house of this kind man who generously gave him food and drink, and his life was good, while he himself had come here after wandering through so many cities. They talked on, then lay down to sleep. Not long, just a short time, for dawn on her shining throne came soon. Drawing close to shore, Telemachus's crew released the sail, lowered the mast quickly, and rowed to anchorage with their oars. They threw out mooring stones, tied down stern cables, jumped onto the shore, prepared their meal, and mixed sparkling wine. When they had put aside desire for food and drink, Telemachus spoke first row their black ship to the city. He would make his way to the fields and herdsmen. Tonight, he would come to the city after looking the land over. In the morning, to pay them off, he would give them a feast with sweet wine. Theoclymenos asked where he should go, to whose house among the lords of rocky Ithaca, or straight to his mother's house? Telemachus answered, if things were different, he would tell him to go to their place, no lack of hospitality there, but that would be worse for him since he would be away. His mother would not see him. She did not often appear among the suitors inside the house, but always wove at her loom in an upper room away from them. He would tell him someone else, Eurymachus, son of Polybos, a shrewd man, whom Ithacans now viewed as a god. Eurymachus was the best by far and most desired to marry his mother and hold Odysseus's authority. But only Olympian Zeus knew if he himself, before the wedding, would bring about a terrible day. A hawk flew by on the right, Apollo's quick messenger, holding a dove in its talons, plucking feathers and shedding them on the ground between Telemachus and the ship. Theoclymenos pulled him aside, gripped his hand, and called him by name. He was sure this bird had flown by at the will of some god. He knew when he saw it, it was an omen. No other lineage here in Ithaca was more regal than his. His power was for all time. Telemachus answered, if only what he was saying might come to be. He would know his friendship and generosity, so anyone who met him would call him a happy man. He turned to his trusted companion, Pyrrhus Clytides, the most loyal of the men who had gone with him to Pylos. Take this stranger to his house, and show him hospitality and respect until he came. Pyrrhus, the famous spearsman, answered however long he stayed here, he would make him welcome, and he would lack for nothing any guest should have. He climbed onto the ship and called out to his mates to come aboard and release the stern cables. They quickly boarded and sat at their benches. Telemachus put his lightweight sandals on his feet, grabbed his thick spear with its sharp bronze point out of the ship. The men released the stern cables, pushed off, and sailed toward the city as ordered. His feet carried him quickly, walking on and on, until he came to the farmhouse, where all the innumerable hogs and pigs slept together with his trusted pig-keeper, so loyal to his masters. Inside the hut, Odysseus and the pig-keeper had kindled a fire and were preparing their meal at dawn. The herdsmen had been sent out with all the packs of pigs. As Telemachus came near, the usually snarling dogs wagged their tails about him. Odysseus noticed the lively dogs and the tread of approaching footsteps. His words rushed to Eumaeus on the wing. It must be a friend of his coming, or someone he knew. At least the dogs weren't barking. They were wagging their tails, and he heard the sound of footsteps. The words were not yet fully spoken when his own precious son stood in the doorway. The pig-keeper jumped up in surprise. The bowls he had been tinkering with, as he mixed shimmering wine, fell from his hands. He went straight to meet his master, kissed his head, both his beautiful eyes, both his hands. A large tear welled up and fell, like a father who lovingly regards and greets his son returning from a distant land after 10 years, his dearly loved only son, for whom he had suffered so much sorrow. The radiant pig-keeper threw his arms around godlike Telemachus and kissed him again and again like someone who had just escaped death. Through his sobs, his words quivered like wings. He had come, sweetest light of his eyes. He thought he'd never see him after he went away in his ship to Pylos. Come in, dear child, so he could take his heart's delight in seeing him here after just returning from faraway lands. It wasn't often he came to visit the farm and field hands. He stayed in town instead, so he supposed his heart had been delighted to see that plagued pack of courteous men. Telemachus answered with a deep breath, so it would be, Papa. It was for him he came here, to see him with his own eyes and hear what he had to say. Did his mother remain in the house, or had some other man married her? Or was Odysseus's bed, with no one sleeping on it, just lying there full of nasty spiders' webs? The pig-keeper answered directly, yes, for sure. She was still right there in his palace, with her stubborn heart always deep in sorrow. The nights and days fell away as her tears kept falling. He took the bronze spear. Telemachus stepped over the stone threshold and went in. Odysseus rose from his stool and stepped back. Telemachus held him back from where he was standing. "Sit, stranger. They would find a place to sit elsewhere in this hut. This man here would set one up for them." Odysseus went back and sat down. The pig keeper spread out fresh twigs, lay a goatskin over it, and Odysseus's own son sat down. The pig keeper placed before them dishes full of roasted meat left over from the day before, quickly put out heaps of bread in baskets, and mixed honey-sweet wine in a wooden bowl. Then he sat down across from godlike Odysseus. All of them reached their hands out toward the good things in front of them. When they had put aside desire for food and drink, Telemachus spoke to the radiant pig keeper Papa. "Where did this stranger come from? How did the seamen bring him here to Ithaca? Who did they claim to be? He hardly thought he had traveled here on foot." The pig keeper answered, "Child." He would tell him the whole truth. He claimed he was born in Crete, and said he had wandered to many cities people lived in. Some god had spun this web for him, but now he had slipped away from a Thesprotian ship and had come here to the farmhouse. He put him in his hands. Do as he wished. He came to him as someone in need. Telemachus gathered his thoughts and answered back. The swineherd's warning lands hard inside Telemachus. He admits he cannot trust his own young strength to fend off an angry man, and his mother's indecision only deepens the knot in his chest. She wavers between staying to preserve the household or leaving with whichever suitor offers the best gifts. For the stranger, though, Telemachus will provide fine clothes, a sword, and sandals, then send him wherever he wishes. Or, if Eumaeus prefers, the stranger can stay at the farm. Telemachus will send supplies so he does not burden the herd. But he refuses to let the man go among the suitors. Their reckless cruelty would invite mockery, and Telemachus would be powerless. A single man, no matter how brave, cannot overcome so many stronger foes. Odysseus, worn from years of suffering, feels his heart tear at what he hears. He asks whether Telemachus submits willingly to this shame, or whether the people despise him, or if a god has turned against him, or if brothers have failed him. He wishes aloud that he were as young as he feels inside, or that he were Odysseus himself, or Odysseus's son. Then he would rather lose his head than fail to punish every invader in Odysseus's house. Even if they overwhelmed him alone, he would prefer to die inside those halls than witness such endless, pointless waste. Telemachus answers frankly. No one in the land hates him, and he cannot blame missing brothers. Cronos' son made his family a line of only sons. Arcadius had one, Laertes had one, Odysseus had one, and that one was left alone while his father never returned. Now countless enemies fill the house, the best men from the islands, all courting his mother and devouring his wealth until nothing remains. The outcome rests with the gods. Then he orders Eumaeus to go quickly and tell Penelope he has returned safely from Pylos. Only her, no other Achaeans, or they will plot against him. Eumaeus understands perfectly. He asks whether he should also carry the news to Laertes, who once kept to his fields and ate with the servants despite his grief. But since Telemachus sailed for Pylos, the old man no longer eats or works. He sits moaning, flesh shriveling from his bones. Telemachus finds the image painful, but decides to leave Laertes alone. If living men could wish for anything, he would wish first for his father's return. So Eumaeus must deliver the message only to Penelope, return at once, and not wander looking for the old man. The housekeeper can carry the news to Laertes in secret. He hurries the swineherd on his way. Eumaeus straps on his sandals and leaves for town, but Athena notices his departure. She approaches the hut in the form of a tall, beautiful woman skilled in crafts. Telemachus does not see her. Gods do not show themselves to everyone, but Odysseus sees her, and the dogs see her too. They whimper and cower to the far side of the hut without barking. She signals with her eyebrows. Odysseus steps outside past the courtyard wall and stands before her. She tells him to stop hiding, to go and tell his son everything. After they plan the suitor's destruction, she will not stay away long. She is eager for the fight. She touches him with her golden wand. A fresh cloak and tunic appear around his chest. His youth returns, skin darkens, cheeks firm, beard turns iron dark along his jaw. Then she leaves. Odysseus walks back inside. Telemachus stares in wonder, trembling, turning his eyes away, afraid this might be a god. He speaks with a trembling voice, saying the stranger looks much younger, his clothes and skin completely changed. He begs for mercy, offering golden gifts. Odysseus answers that he is no god. He is the father Telemachus has sighed for and suffered over while facing men's violence. He kisses his son, and tears fall before he can hold them back. Telemachus still does not believe. He accuses the stranger of being a god, trying to trick him into deeper grief. No mere man could change like this old and ragged one moment, then like a god of the vast sky the next. Odysseus explains that this is Athena's work. No other Odysseus will ever come. After 20 years of wandering and suffering, he stands here. The goddess makes him appear however she wishes, beggar or young man in fine clothes. The gods can lift a man to glory or drive him to ruin. He sits. Telemachus throws his arms around his father and sobs. The urge to cry pours from both hearts. They wail like birds whose chicks have been taken. Their tears fall openly, and the sun would have set on their weeping. But Telemachus suddenly asks what kind of ship brought his father to Ithaca. Odysseus explains that the Phaeacians, famous for their ships, brought him while he slept, set him down on Ithaca, and gave him gifts of bronze, gold, and cloth stored in caves by the gods' will. Athena advised him to come here and plan the enemy's end. Now he asks Telemachus to count the suitors so he can decide whether the two of them can fight alone or need allies. Telemachus is amazed. 2 men cannot fight so many. He names the numbers from Dulichios, 52 select young men with 6 attendants from Samos, 24 from Zakynthos, 20 from Ithaca itself, 12 elite men, plus Medon the messenger, a singer, and 2 skilled attendants. Facing all of them inside would be bitter and horrific. He asks whether Odysseus can think of any determined supporter. Odysseus asks whether Athena and Father Zeus will be enough, or whether he should find someone else. Telemachus acknowledges that those 2 are reliable, but they sit high in the clouds, ruling everyone. Odysseus says, the 2 will not hold back long once Ares settles the matter. When dawn comes, Telemachus must go home and join the suitors. The pig keeper will lead Odysseus to the city, looking like a repulsive old beggar. If they demean and abuse him, Telemachus must let his heart keep beating, watching, even as they drag him by the feet or throw things. He may try to stop them with soothing words, but they will not listen. Their ruin is here. When Athena nods to Odysseus, he will nod to Telemachus. Then Telemachus must take all the weapons from the halls and hide them in the innermost upper room. If the suitors ask, he must soothe them with gentle words. The weapons are no longer like those Odysseus left for Troy, tarnished by fire fumes, and fear planted by Cronos' son that they might fight drunk and disgrace the feast. Iron draws men to conflict. Only for the 2 of them, Telemachus must leave 2 swords, 2 spears, and 2 ox-hide shields, so they can rush and seize them, while Athena and Zeus distract the others. And no one must know Odysseus has returned. Not Laertes, not the swineherd, not any servant, not even Penelope. They will learn the women's leanings and test the serving men on their own. Telemachus answers that he is not mindless, but the plan to test every man on the farms would take too long, while the suitors casually waste the household's fortune. He strongly urges that they find out only which women are innocent and which disrespect them. The men on the farms can be tested later, if Zeus gives a sign. The 2 kept speaking as Telemachus' ship from Pylos entered the harbor. Crewmen dragged the black ship ashore, unloaded the gear, and carried the beautiful gifts to Chrysios' house. A messenger was sent to Penelope to tell her Telemachus had returned and ordered the ship onward so she would not weep. That messenger and Eumaeus reached the palace together. Before the slave women, the messenger announced the prince's return. Eumaeus then relayed everything Telemachus had commanded him to say, and afterward left for his pigs. The suitors, disturbed, walked outside the courtyard wall and sat before the gates. Eurymachus spoke first, acknowledging that Telemachus had accomplished something they thought impossible. He proposed launching their best black ship with rowers to recall their allies from ambush. Before he finished, Amphinomos spotted a ship in the harbor, sails furled, oars in hand. He laughed and announced there was no need to send a message. Either a god had revealed the news, or the ambushers had spotted Telemachus's vessel, but failed to catch it. They went down to the sea, dragged the black ship ashore, and carried in their equipment. Then they walked to the assembly place, banning anyone else young or old from sitting with them. Antinous spoke first, marveling that the gods had delivered Telemachus from death despite their lookouts on the windy headlands and their night-long ambush. Some god must have brought him back. He argued for a horrible death for Telemachus, who was too clever and was losing them public favor. Before the young man could call an assembly and expose their conspiracy, they should seize him in the countryside or on the road, divide his property among themselves, and leave only the house to Penelope, and whichever man married her. If they preferred to let him live, they should stop consuming his wealth, and instead court her from their own homes with gifts. Silence followed, until Amphinomos, whom Penelope liked for his courteous speech, declared he would rather not kill royal blood. He suggested they first seek the will of the gods. If Zeus allowed it, he would kill Telemachus himself and urge the others to follow. If the gods turned them away, they should desist. The suitors agreed, stood, and entered Odysseus's house, sitting on polished chairs. Penelope, having learned from Medon about their threats to kill her son, decided to show herself despite their arrogance. She walked to the great hall with her serving women, stood beside the doorpost, held a shimmering veil before her face, and rebuked Antinous by name. She called him a lunatic plotting death, without remembering how Odysseus had saved Antinous' own father from an angry mob that wanted to rip out his heart. Now Antinous was consuming Odysseus' household, courting his wife, and seeking to kill his son. She demanded he stop and urged the others to stop. Eurymachus answered, telling her to cheer up. No living man would lay hands on Telemachus while he lived. He swore the attacker's blood would run down his spear. He reminded her that Odysseus had once held him on his knees, fed him roast meat, and given him red wine. Telemachus was dearest to him. He urged her not to fear death for her son. He said all this to cheer her while still plotting the boy's murder. She went to her bright upper room and wept for Odysseus until Athena shed sweet sleep over her eyelids. That evening, Eumaeus returned to Odysseus and Telemachus as they prepared a slaughtered 1-year-old boar. Athena approached Odysseus, touched him with her wand, and turned him back into an old man in nasty clothing, so the swineherd would not recognize him and tell Penelope. Telemachus asked Eumaeus for news. Had the suitors come back from ambush, or were they still hunting him? Eumaeus admitted he had not gone around inquiring his heart, told him to return after delivering the message. But a prompt messenger from Telemachus' own crew had spoken to Penelope, and he had seen with his own eyes a ship full of armed men putting into port above the city, which he thought might be the suitors. Telemachus smiled deeply, glancing at his father while avoiding the swineherd's view. They finished preparing and ate. When hunger and thirst were gone, they rested and received the gift of sleep. At dawn, Telemachus bound on his sandals, clutched his thick spear, and told Eumaeus he was going to town so his mother could see him. He asked the swineherd to take the pitiful stranger to the city to beg for meals. He admitted he could not worry about every person, he had his own troubles. If the stranger got angry, so be it. Odysseus answered that a beggar was better off begging in town than on a farm. He was no longer young enough to take orders from a foreman. He would follow as soon as he warmed himself by the fire, since his wretched clothes could not bear the morning frost. Telemachus walked out through the yard, plotting against the suitors. He reached his home, leaned his spear against a tall pillar, and crossed the threshold. Eurycleia saw him first, burst into tears and walked straight to him. The other slave women gathered, kissing his head and shoulders. Penelope came out of her room like Artemis or golden Aphrodite, threw her arms around him, kissed his head, and both his beautiful eyes, weeping, that she thought she would never see him again after he sailed secretly to Pylos. She asked whether he had caught sight of his father. Telemachus answered with a deep breath, asking her not to make him cry over his own escape from death. He told her to bathe, put on clean clothes, go upstairs with her servants, and vow a sacrifice of 100 oxen so Zeus might bring justice. He would go to the assembly to invite a stranger who had come back with him from Pylos. He had sent the man ahead with Peiros for hospitality until he could retrieve him. Penelope's words did not take wing. She bathed, dressed, and made the vow. Telemachus left with spear and 2 dogs. Athena shed grace upon him. All the people watched in awe as he walked. The reckless suitors gathered around with respectful chatter but malicious hearts. He eluded them and sat with Mentor, and Caiphas and Halitherses' family friends. Peiros approached, leading the stranger through the city to the assembly. Telemachus stood to face him. Peiros spoke first, offering to send the gifts Menelaus had given, and asking Telemachus to send women to his house to collect them. Telemachus admits he does not know how things will turn out. If the suitors kill him and divide his father's possessions, he would rather Peiros keep the gifts than let any of them have them. But if he manages to sow the seeds of their slaughter, then Peiros should bring everything to the house joyfully. He then leads the stranger Odysseus home. They lay aside their cloaks, enter the polished baths, and slaves bathe them, anoint them with oil, and dress them in soft tunics and cloaks. They sit. A slave pours water from an elegant golden pitcher over a silver basin. The housekeeper sets out bread and food. Penelope sits across from him by the doorpost, spinning fine wool. They eat. When they finish, Penelope announces she is going upstairs to her weeping bed damp with tears, since Odysseus left for Ilios. She asks Telemachus to tell her openly if he has heard anything about his father's return. Telemachus tells the whole truth. Nestor received him generously, but had heard nothing of Odysseus alive or dead. Nestor sent him on to Menelaus. There he saw Helen. Menelaus asked why he had come. Telemachus explained everything. Menelaus answered with shame, comparing the suitors to fawns in a lion's den. Odysseus will unleash a pitiless end on them. He wished aloud that Odysseus would rise up as he did in Lesbos when he threw Philomelides, so the suitors would face a bitter, quick death. Then Menelaus reported what the old man of the sea had told him. Odysseus is on an island, suffering in Calypso's house, held there without ships or oars or mates to carry him home. Telemachus concludes that the immortals gave him a favorable wind home. His words stir Penelope's heart. Theoclymenos then speaks, swearing by Zeus, the table, and the hearth that Odysseus is already in his own country, lurking and planting seeds of trouble for the suitors. He saw a bird of omen on the ship and told Telemachus. Penelope answers that if that comes true, he will see her generosity with many gifts. The suitors, meanwhile, throw discus and spears recklessly in a cleared area. When the flocks return and mealtime arrives, Medon, the messenger they like best, tells them to come to the palace and prepare a feast. They obey. Inside they throw down their cloaks and kill large sheep, goats, fattened sows, and a cow. They begin preparing the meal. Odysseus and Eumaeus urge each other to hurry to the city. Eumaeus says the stranger is anxious to go as Telemachus ordered, though he would rather leave him to guard the farm. But he respects and fears his master's scolding. He agrees to go, noting the day is almost gone, and it will get colder. Odysseus asks for a staff to lean on since the road is slippery. He throws his ragged hole-filled leather pouch over his shoulder. Eumaeus gives him a staff. They set off. The herdsmen and dogs stay behind. Eumaeus leads his master looking like a miserable old beggar in awful clothes. They follow the rutted road to a well-constructed fountain with a grove of poplars and an altar to the nymphs. Melanthios, Dolios' son, drives the best goats to the suitors' feast and sees them. He calls out rude, terrible words that stir Odysseus's heart. He calls the pig-keeper filth, leading filth, asks where he is taking this begging vermin to spoil the feast, and mocks the beggar for scratching at doorposts instead of earning swords or cauldrons. He says, if the beggar worked on his farm he might thicken his thighs, but instead he pokes around the country pleading for food. He warns that if the beggar reaches Odysseus's house, footstools from real men will polish his cheeks. As he passes, he foolishly kicks Odysseus in the hip, but does not knock him off the road. Odysseus stands steady, pondering whether to kill him with his staff or smash his head against the ground. He endures it, holding his heart back. Eumaeus rebukes Melanthios and prays aloud to the nymphs, if Odysseus ever burned lamb and kid thighs for them, fulfill this wish. Let his master come and shatter this pompous show. Melanthios answers with contempt, calling the pig-keeper a dog-chewing hate. He threatens to take the beggar far from Ithaca on a black ship to bring him a fortune. He wishes aloud that Apollo would strike down Telemachus at home today, or that the suitors would bring him down as surely as Odysseus's day of return is lost far away. He leaves them walking slowly, goes ahead into the palace, and sits facing Eurymachus, whom he likes best. Slaves set meat and bread before him. Odysseus and Eumaeus approach, as the sound of the hollow lyre rises around them, Phemio strumming. Odysseus grabs Eumaeus's hand and notes that this must be Odysseus's beautiful house, recognizable even among many the walled courtyard with cornices, the double gates. Many men feast inside, the aroma pours out, and the lyre rings. Eumaeus agrees the stranger is sharp. He asks how to proceed. Either the beggar enters first and goes among the suitors while he stays back, or the other way around. He warns not to linger long or someone might throw something. Odysseus says he understands. Eumaeus should go in first. He is not unacquainted with being hit or having things thrown at him. He has a steady heart from war and waves, let this be one more thing. But no one can hide a raging belly, that damn thing that launches ships upon the restless sea to bring hard times to enemies. As they speak, a dog lying there lifts its head and pricks its ears. Argos, Odysseus's own dog, bred and raised before its master went to Ilios. Young men once took him to hunt wild goats, deer, rabbits. Now he lies abandoned in heaps of mule and cow muck in front of the doors, crawling with ticks. As he notices Odysseus close by, he wags his tail and lets his ears drop, but he cannot move closer. Odysseus looks away and rubs away a tear, hiding it from Eumaeus. He asks why this dog lies in the muck, whether he is as fast as he looks, or just a house dog kept for show. Eumaeus answers that this is the dog of a man who died far away. If he had the same speed and drive as when Odysseus left for Troy, no wild animal in the forest could escape him. Now he is at his worst. His master died far from home, and hard-hearted women do not care. When masters stop giving orders, slaves no longer want to do what they should. Zeus takes away half a man's goodwill on the day of slavery. He speaks and enters the stately house, going straight to the great hall among the suitors. The finality of Black Death takes hold of Argos as soon as he has seen Odysseus after 20 years. Eumaeus enters the hall. Telemachus sees him first, nods quickly, and calls him close. The old swineherd looks around, grabs a nearby stool that the server usually uses, and places it across from Telemachus. He sits. A server sets meat and bread before him. Odysseus follows, still looking like a miserable old beggar in appalling clothes, leaning on his staff. He sits on the ash threshold, leaning against the cypress doorpost. Telemachus takes a whole loaf, and as much meat as his hands can hold, tells Eumaeus to give it to the stranger, and urges the beggar to go around to the courteous gentleman and beg. Shame is no good for a man in need. Eumaeus delivers the message. Odysseus blesses Telemachus aloud, hoping Zeus gives him everything his heart desires. He takes the food, lays it on his grimy pouch, and eats while the singer performs. Athena approaches Odysseus and urges him to go around gathering bread, to learn which suitors are proper and which are mean, though she has no intention of sparing any of the worst. Starting on the right, he begs from each man, reaching out his hand like a lifelong beggar. They pity him, give him something, and wonder who he is. Melanthios claims he has seen the stranger before the pig-keeper brought him, but does not know where he was born. Antinous chides Eumaeus for bringing another drifter to spoil their meals. Eumaeus answers that no one invites a beggar willingly, only craftsmen like prophets, healers, woodworkers, or singers get called. Antinous is always harsh to Odysseus's servants, especially him, but he does not care as long as Penelope and Telemachus live in the house. Telemachus tells Eumaeus to be silent. He then tells Antinous that if he truly cared like a father, he would not advise driving the stranger away. He asks Antinous to give something he will not hold it against him, but that is not the notion in Antinous' chest. He would rather stuff himself than give. Antinous calls Telemachus a patronizing windbag. If all the suitors gave as much as he is about to, the beggar would stay away for 3 months. He picks up the footstool from under the table where he rests his well-oiled feet and shows it to everyone. The others give food, filling Odysseus's pouch. Odysseus is about to return to the threshold but stops beside Antinous. He points out that Antinous looks like a king, the best of the Achaeans, so he should give a better piece of bread. He once lived well himself, with slaves and wealth, and often gave to wanderers. But Zeus sent him on a disastrous voyage to Egypt with pirate nomads. After anchoring on the river Aegyptos, he ordered his mates to guard the ships while he sent scouts ahead. The scouts grew overconfident, ravaged Egyptian fields, killed the men, and led away women and children. The city heard the outcry, and at daybreak the whole plain filled with soldiers and chariots. Zeus cast panic over his mates. Many were killed, survivors were led away as slaves, and he was given to Demetrius on Cyprus. From there he came here after much trouble. Antinous asks which god brought this pest to spoil the feast. He tells the beggar to stand away from his table or come to an equally odious Egypt and Cyprus. He calls him a rash, shameless beggar who goes from man to man while they give away someone else's property without regret. Odysseus steps back and remarks that Antinous does not have the wits to match his looks. He will not give even a touch of salt from someone else's table, cannot spare a single piece of bread. Antinous glares and says the beggar will not get out of the hall safely after such a rant. He throws the stool. It strikes Odysseus on the back near the right shoulder blade. Odysseus stands unshaken like a rock, does not flinch, shakes his head in silence, thinking dark thoughts. He walks back to the threshold, sits, lays his full pouch aside, and tells the suitors that there is no heartache when a man is hit fighting for his own possessions, but Antinous struck him because of his damned belly. If there are gods of revenge for beggars, may Antinous die before he comes to marriage. Antinous tells him to sit and eat or go away, otherwise the young men will drag him out by hands or feet and skin him alive. The suitors grow angry. One suggests that Antinous was wrong to strike a miserable wanderer. He might be a god in disguise, keeping an eye on people's deference or disrespect. Telemachus feels bitterness deep in his heart when he sees his father struck. He does not let a tear drop, only shakes his head in silence, thinking dark thoughts. Penelope hears what happened and tells her slaves that she hopes Apollo strikes Antinous the same way. Eurynome wishes such an end would answer her prayers, so none of these men would reach the throne of Dawn. Penelope calls them all vile, but Antinous most of all. He threw a stool and hit a begging stranger in the back, while others gave generously. Odysseus eats as she speaks with her slaves. She calls Eumaeus and tells him to bring the stranger so she can ask whether he has heard of Odysseus or seen him. The man looks like he has wandered long and far. Eumaeus answers that if the suitors would keep quiet, the stranger would charm her heart. He kept the man for 3 nights and 3 days in his hut. The stranger never finished the worst of his story. He enthralled Eumaeus like a singer crooning songs learned from the gods. The stranger claims to be an old family friend of Odysseus from Crete, among Minos' descendants. He came here after suffering hard times, wandering in circles, and says he has heard that Odysseus is nearby in the land of the prophecies alive, and bringing home lots of riches. Penelope tells Eumaeus to call the stranger, so he can tell her face to face. The suitors can sit inside and play games, because their own food lies untouched in their houses. Every day they swarm into her house, kill cattle, sheep, and fat goats, stuff themselves, and drink her shimmering wine. If Odysseus ever returns, he and his son will make them pay. As she speaks, Telemachus sneezes forcefully, echoing throughout the room. Penelope laughs, and tells Eumaeus to call the stranger. Her son's sneeze confirms her words. Death will not go unconsummated for these suitors. None will escape. If she finds the stranger is telling the truth, she will give him a cloak and tunic. Eumaeus approaches Odysseus, and whispers that Penelope is calling for him. Her heart presses her to inquire about her husband. If she finds his story true, she will offer a cloak and tunic, and he will be able to beg for bread throughout the land. Odysseus tells Eumaeus he will tell Penelope the whole truth. He knows Odysseus well, because they have shared the same misfortunes. But he fears the hard-hearted suitors, whose cruelty reaches the iron sky. One of them just struck him as he went through the house doing no harm, and neither Telemachus nor anyone else could stop it. So Penelope must wait in her rooms until sunset, anxious as she is, and then she can ask him about her husband while he sits close to the fire. Eumaeus already knows how awful his clothes are. Eumaeus crosses the threshold. Penelope asks why he is not bringing the drifter. Is he too afraid of someone, or too wary? A bashful beggar is badly off. Eumaeus explains that the stranger's request is right for anyone trying to avoid the arrogance of overbearing men. He asks her to wait until sunset, and for her it is better to speak to him alone. Penelope agrees. The stranger is not witless. No one facing death plans malevolence with such blatant futility as these overbearing men. Eumaeus goes back into the crowd. He leans close to Telemachus, so others cannot hear, and says he is heading off to guard the pigs. Telemachus must keep safe, and alert many Achaeans are planning horrible things. May Zeus wipe them out before harm comes. Telemachus tells him to go after his evening meal. In the morning, bring more fine animals. Everything here is left to him and the gods. Eumaeus sits on a polished chair. When he has satisfied his hunger and thirst, he leaves for the pigs, abandoning the hall full of people still feeding, singing, and dancing as their day ends. A well-known beggar arrives Arnaios by his mother's name, but the young men call him Eros, because he runs messages. He is large and bulky but has no real strength. He comes to chase Odysseus from his own home, uttering abusive words. He orders the old man to get away from the door, or be dragged by the foot. Everyone is winking, goading him on. Odysseus looks up from under his eyebrows and calls him a madman. He has done no wrong. This doorway will hold them both. He warns Eros not to taunt him with fists, or he will get him angry though old. He will spatter his lips and chest with blood, and Eros will never return to the house of Laertiades. Eros is enraged, calls the beggar a bum who runs his mouth like an old kitchen maid. He promises to pound him, knock his teeth out like a pig rooting in crops. He mocks how someone like him could fight a younger man. They quarrel fiercely on the polished threshold. Antinous bursts into shrill laughter and tells the suitors that a god has brought rare amusement, the stranger and Eros fighting. They all jump up, laughing and circling the scruffy beggars. Antinous announces that the goat stomachs stuffed with fat and blood lie on the fire for supper. Whichever beggar wins and proves stronger can choose one. From then on he will always feast with them, and no other beggar will mingle or beg. They all agree. Odysseus speaks craftily. An old man beaten down by trouble cannot fight a younger man, but his belly drives him on. He makes them swear a firm promise that no one will help Eros, or strike him with blunt force to overpower him before the fight. They all swear. Telemachus then tells the stranger to have no fear if his heart and spirit oblige him to defend himself. Whoever strikes him will face much more. He, Telemachus, is his host, and the princes have endorsed the oath. Odysseus ties his rags around his waist, exposing fine, sturdy thighs, broad shoulders, chest, and strong arms. Athena draws near and fills out the shepherd's limbs. The suitors are maliciously amazed, muttering that Eros has brought trouble on himself. Look at the thighs the old man is showing. Eros' heart shakes. Attendants tie up his clothes and urge him on, but his flesh trembles. Antinous heckles him. It would have been better if he had never been born, trembling before this old man beaten down by troubles. If Eros loses, Antinous will throw him on a black ship to King Akitos, who will cut off his nose and ears with sharp bronze, tear out his genitals, and feed them raw to dogs. An even greater fit of trembling seizes Eros. They both step into the middle and raise their hands. Odysseus wonders whether to strike him dead on the spot or give a light blow to stretch him flat without alarming the suitors. He decides on the lighter hit. Eros throws a punch at Odysseus's right shoulder. Odysseus strikes him in the neck below the ear, jamming the bones underneath. Red blood streams from Eros's mouth. He falls in the dust with a moan, grinding his teeth and kicking at the ground. The suitors raise their hands and nearly die laughing. Odysseus seizes Eros by the foot, drags him through the doorway into the courtyard, and props him against the wall. He thrusts the man's staff into his hand and tells him to sit there, keep away dogs and pigs, and stop lording it over strangers or something even worse will happen. He tosses his grimy hole-filled pouch over his shoulder and returns to the threshold to sit. The suitors go inside, greeting him with high-pitched laughter. They say Zeus and the gods should give him whatever he wants most, since he stopped that gluttonous bum from begging. They will take Eros to King Akitos soon. Odysseus is delighted at their prophetic words. Antinous places a large goat gut stuffed with fat and blood before him. Amphinomos takes 2 loaves from the basket, sets them before him, and toasts him with a golden cup, wishing him good fortune even though he now has so many troubles. Odysseus answers that Amphinomos seems thoughtful, like his father Nicias of Dulichios, a good and prosperous man. Nothing the earth nurtures is more questionable than human beings. No one thinks hardship will come as long as the gods give health and limber knees. But when the gods bring misery, a man endures it half-heartedly, because human minds are like the days Zeus brings. He himself was once successful, and carried out thoughtless acts relying on power and cruelty. So no man should neglect what is right, but hold on in silence to whatever gifts the gods offer. He sees the suitors' thoughtless acts wasting goods and dishonoring the wife of a man who will not be away much longer. Odysseus is very close. Amphinomos should let some god lead him home so he does not meet that man face to face when he returns. Odysseus does not think that man and the suitors will separate without bloodshed once he is back in his own household. Odysseus pours out his offering and drinks the honey-sweet wine, then hands the cup back to Amphinomos. The young man walks away with a troubled heart, head down, anticipating something terrible, yet he cannot avoid his own death. Athena holds him back to be killed by Telemachus' spear. He sits down again on his chair. Athena then puts an idea into Penelope's heart to show herself to the suitors, and set their hearts fluttering, winning even greater honor from her son and husband. Penelope lets out a forced laugh, and tells Eurynome her heart longs to show herself to the hateful suitors. She also wants to warn Telemachus not to mingle so much with men who speak politely, but plan him harm. Eurynome agrees, and urges her to wash her face and anoint her cheeks before going. It is no good to cry forever, her son is now grown, with a beard. Penelope refuses to wash or anoint herself. The gods have ruined whatever beauty she had when Odysseus left. She asks Eurynome to send Autono and Hippodamia to stand with her in the hall. She will not go among the men alone. The old woman goes to call the slaves. Athena sheds sweet sleep over Penelope. She leans back on her couch, all her joints relaxing. The goddess cleanses her face with divine beauty, like Cytherea anointing herself for the dance, with the graces makes her taller, more elegant, whiter than freshly cut ivory. Then Athena leaves. The women approach, and sweet sleep releases Penelope. She rubs her cheeks and wishes aloud for blameless Artemis to give her a death as gentle as that sleep, so she would no longer waste her life mourning for her husband's talents, which far exceeded those of other Achaeans. She goes out of the bright upper room with 2 slaves. She stands beside the doorpost of the well-built hall, holding a shimmering veil before her face. The suitors' knees give way, their hearts enthrall with desire, but she speaks only to Telemachus. She tells him his heart and mind are no longer steady. As a child, he was more sensible. Now that he is tall and handsome, anyone would say he must be the son of a prosperous man, yet his mind is not in the right place. What is this spectacle, letting the stranger be so poorly treated? If he had been harmed, the shame would fall on Telemachus. Telemachus answers that he does not blame her for being angry. He knows the good and the bad. He was a child, but now he cannot think everything out reasonably because the suitors distract him, and there is no one to help. The scuffle with Eros did not turn out as the suitors planned. The stranger was stronger. He then wishes aloud to Zeus, Athena, and Apollo that the suitors would hang their heads, beaten down, with their limbs as limp as Eros's, sitting by the courtyard gate, unable to stand or go home. Eurymachus then tells Penelope that if every Achaean could see her, even more suitors would feast in her halls tomorrow. She surpasses all women in beauty, figure, and heart. Penelope answers that the immortals devastated whatever endowments she had when the Argives sailed for Ilios with Odysseus. If he returns and fulfills her life, her reputation will be greater. But now she mourns. When Odysseus left, he grasped her right hand and told her he did not think the Achaeans would return safely from Troy. The Trojans are men of war, lancers, archers, fast riders. He did not know if the gods would bring him home. She must care for his father and mother, but when she sees Telemachus growing a beard, she may marry anyone and leave the house. That is all coming to be. A night draws near when a bitter marriage will come to her, her happiness taken by Zeus. This is not how suitors should act. Those who court a valuable woman bring their own cattle and sheep and offer lovely gifts. They do not use up someone else's livelihood without compensation. Odysseus is radiant as she charms presents out of the suitors, luring their hearts with gentle words, while her mind is on other things. Antinous tells her to take any gifts the Achaeans offer. It is not good to refuse a gift, but they will not go back to their lands until she marries whoever is the best. His words please them all. Each sends a messenger for gifts. One brings Antinous a long, exquisitely embroidered robe with 12 golden brooches. Another brings Eurymachus an intricately crafted golden chain strung with amber, beaming like the sun. Eurymas's attendants bring a pair of earrings with 3 dark pearls. Peisander's attendant brings a beautiful necklace. Each brings one lovely thing after another. Penelope goes to her upper room. Her slaves carry the gifts. The suitors return to dancing and uproarious singing, waiting for evening. Dark evening arrives. They set 3 braziers with dried seasoned firewood and place torches between them. Odysseus's slave women light the fires. Odysseus tells the servants to go to the queen's room, spin yarn beside her, and cheer her up or comb wool with their hands. He will keep the light going for these men. Even if they wait for dawn's throne, they will not outlast him. He can endure an awful lot. The women laugh. Melantho, pale-cheeked, scolds him insultingly. Raised by Penelope as her own child, she feels no empathy. She sleeps with Eurymachus and loves him. She calls the stranger stupid, out of his mind. He should go sleep at a blacksmith's floor or a local tavern instead of jabbering bluntly among real men. This wine has taken over his brains. Just because he stretched out that vagrant Eros does not mean someone stronger will not smack him about the head and chase him out smeared with blood. Odysseus looks at her from under his eyebrows and tells her he will go to Telemachus and report what she said. Telemachus will slash her limb from limb on the spot. The women scatter, their limbs sagging. They sense he is telling the truth. He stands by the burning braziers, tending the light, watching the others while his heart stirs with thoughts not to be left undone. Athena does not let the suitors hold back from harsh insults, so the pain sinks deeper into Odysseus's heart. Eurymachus, to make his friends laugh, jeers that this man has come to Odysseus's house, not without the will of the gods. Look how the radiance of fire emanates from his bald head. He asks if the stranger would work for pay, on an isolated farm, gathering thorn bushes or planting trees. The pay would be good bread for a whole year, clothes, sandals, but no, he has never learned to do anything. He would rather beg everywhere to feed his bottomless belly. Odysseus answers that if they had a contest in springtime, he with a curved scythe and Eurymachus with one, working in a wheat field without eating until dark. Or if they had the best oxen to drive a 4-acre field with malleable soil, then Eurymachus would see if he could cut a straight furrow to the end. Or if the son of Cronos brought a war today, and he had a shield, 2 spears and a bronze helmet, Eurymachus would see him in the mix with leading fighters, instead of hearing talk blaming him for hunger. He calls Eurymachus arrogant and cruel, thinking he is powerful simply because he dallies with weak men of no account. If Odysseus ever returned to his father's land, those wide doors would grow too narrow for all of them to flee through. Eurymachus, even more enraged, calls him an idiot who keeps chattering brashly with no fear among real men. The wine has seized his brains. Is his mind wandering because he's stretched out that tramp Eros? Eurymachus grabs a footstool. Odysseus sits down in alarm by Amphinomos' knees. Eurymachus strikes a wine steward's right hand instead. The pitcher falls with a loud ring, and the steward groans and falls backward into the dust. The suitors roar. One mutters that if the stranger had died somewhere before coming here, he wouldn't have brought this turmoil. Now they are quarreling over rabbits, and the feast will be no fun if lowlifes keep getting the better of them. Telemachus calls them madmen, driven by some god, raving and unable to hide their eating and drinking. He tells them to go back home and lie down whenever their hearts lead them. He will not send anyone away. They bite their lips and stare in wonder at his boldness. Amphinomos says no one should take offense at such fairly spoken words or argue back with harshness. They should not mistreat the stranger or any servant. Let the wine steward pour drops into their cups so they can make offerings and go home to bed. Leave the stranger for Telemachus to care for. They agree. Mulios, Amphinomos' attendant, mixes a bowl, serves each man, and after offerings to the carefree gods, they drink the honey-sweet wine to their heart's content. Then each goes home to rest. Left alone in the great hall, Odysseus plans the suitors' killing with Athena. He tells Telemachus to take away all the battle weapons. When the suitors miss them and ask, then Telemachus must soothe them with gentle words. He has put them away out of the smoke, because they are no longer like those Odysseus left for Troy, soiled by fire fumes, and some god has put the thought in his heart that they might get drunk, fight among themselves, and disgrace the feast, since iron draws men. Telemachus obeys. He calls Eurycleia, and tells her to draw the women into their rooms while he stores his father's fine weapons. The smoke has soiled them, neglected since he was a child. Eurycleia wishes he would think more often of caring for the house. She asks who will take a light and hold it for him, since he will not allow servants to go before him. Telemachus answers that this stranger will. He will not let any man who shares his food be idle, even if he came from far away. Eurycleia locks the doors of the magnificent hall. Odysseus and Telemachus carry in the helmets, studded shields, and sharp-pointed spears. Athena, holding a golden lamp, casts a dazzling light before them. Telemachus marvels the walls, niches, crossbeams, and pillars seem to glow from a blazing fire. Surely one of the gods of the vast heavens is here. Odysseus tells him to be silent and not ask questions. This is the way of the gods of Olympus. Telemachus must go lie down. Odysseus will stay behind to unsettle the servants and Penelope, so she will feel upset and question him. Telemachus goes through the glimmering hall to his room. Sweet sleep usually comes over him, but now he lies waiting for brilliant dawn. Odysseus, left with Athena, plans the slaughter. Penelope comes out of her chamber, looking like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. A chair is set for her by the fire, crafted by Icmalios with ivory and silver, with a footstool and a large fleece. She sits. The slave women take away the food, tables and cups, throw ashes from the lampstands onto the floor, and pile on new logs for light. Melantho scolds Odysseus again, asking if he will bother them all night, wandering and leering at the women. She tells him to get out and be glad for his supper, or he will be prodded out by a torch. Odysseus looks at her darkly, and asks why she lays into him with such angry hearts. He is dirty, in awful clothes, begging because need drives him. He once lived happily in a fine house, generous to wanderers, with many servants, and all the things that make men well-to-do. Zeus swept it all away, so she should take care that she does not one day lose her charm, or her mistress rages at her, or Odysseus returns. There is always hope. Even if he is lost, Telemachus is like his father, and no longer too young to overlook wrongdoing among the women. Penelope hears this. She rebukes Melantho as a brazen, shameless bitch. The slave knew full well that Penelope wanted to question the stranger about her husband. She tells Eurynome to bring a chair with a fleece, so the stranger may speak, and she may hear him out. Eurynome brings the chair. Odysseus sits. Penelope asks him first, "Who is he among men? Where are his city and his parents?" Odysseus answers that no mortal could find fault with her. Her fame reaches the vast heavens like that of a blameless king who rules righteously, under whom the earth bears wheat and barley, trees heavy with fruit, sheep give birth often, and the sea gives up fish, because of his benevolent leadership. So ask him anything else, but not about his people or native land, or she will fill his heart with even more pain. He is full of sorrow. It is no good moaning in someone else's house. Penelope answers that the gods destroyed whatever distinction she had in beauty or figure the day the Argives embarked for Ilios with Odysseus. If that man returned, her fame would be greater and lovelier. But now the lords of the islands court her against her will and ruin her home. She pays no attention to strangers or beggars or messengers. In longing for Odysseus, she wastes her heart away. They hurry her to marry. She entwines them in deceit. Some god breathed into her heart the idea to set up a large loom and weave a fine shroud. She told the suitors to wait until she finished. She would not want her spinning to come to nothing. The shroud was for Laertes, so he would not lie without one when death struck him. Their swaggering hearts were persuaded. Day after day she wove, and at night by torchlight she unraveled. For 3 years she made them believe it. When the 4th year came, her own careless servants caught her and shouted, so by force, against her will, she finished. Now she cannot avoid marriage or find another deception. Her parents push her to marry. The suitors eat up her provisions, and Telemachus is beside himself. He is a man now, able to manage a household. She asks again about the stranger's background, since he has hardly sprung from an oak or a rock. Odysseus asks if she will ever stop questioning him. He will tell her, though it will bring more anguish. There is a land called Crete in the middle of a wine-dark sea, beautiful, lush, with water all around, many men beyond number, 90 cities with a jumble of languages, Achaeans, passionate Cretans, Kidonians, elegant Dorians, aristocratic Pelasgians. The great city is Knossos, where Minos reigned, the man close to mighty Zeus, father of his father, Deucalion. Deucalion fathered him, and Lord Idomeneus, who went to Ilios with the sons of Atreus. His name is Aethon. He was the younger Idomeneus, was his elder and better. He saw Odysseus there, and offered him accommodation when wind drove him to Crete on the way to Troy, forcing him to set in at Amissos next to the cave of Alythos. Odysseus went up to the city and asked for Idomeneus, claiming to be a close, respected friend, but Idomeneus had already left for Ilios 10 or 11 days earlier. So Aethon welcomed Odysseus and his crew, offering everything in his house. For 12 days a strong north wind forced them to stay ashore. Some hard-nosed god had roused it. On the 13th day the wind dropped, and they set off. He makes all these lies seem real. As Penelope listens, her tears flow, and her face melts away like snow on towering mountains, streams and rivers filling as it melts. Her lovely cheeks melt as she weeps for her man. Odysseus is sorry for his sobbing wife, but his eyes hold steady under his eyelids, hard as horn, or iron. He hides his tears shrewdly. When she has had enough of weeping, she tells him she must test whether he actually entertained her husband. So tell her what kind of clothes did Odysseus wear, and what was he like himself, and his crew? Odysseus answers that it is hard after 20 years to recall everything, but he will tell her how it looks in his heart. Odysseus wore a brilliant purple wool cloak, doubled over, with a gold clasp of 2 eyelets. On the front, a molded gold dog gripped a spotted fawn in its front paws, gazing at it as it struggled. Everyone marveled at how the gold dog gazed at the fawn it was strangling, and how the fawn struggled desperately with its feet to get away. The tunic about his body shined like the skin of a dried onion, soft and brilliant as the sun itself. Many women admired it. He does not know whether Odysseus wore such things at home, or if a friend or stranger gave them to him when he boarded his ship, because Odysseus was a friend to many, as few Achaeans were his equal. The stranger's words painted a memory. Penelope knew too well the bronze sword, the shimmering cloak, the fringed tunic. She herself had given those gifts. And the aide he described round-shouldered, dark, curly-haired Eurybates, the one who thought as Odysseus did. She recognized him too. A fresh wave of grief surged through her as he spoke, and she wept until she had no tears left. Then she answered him. She admitted she had pitied him before, but now he would be welcome in her halls because she had given her husband those very clothes, just as the stranger said, folding them herself and adding the bright clasp. Yet Odysseus would never come back, she lamented. He would never see his homeland again. It was a terrible misfortune that he had sailed away in that empty ship to face unspeakable evils. Odysseus, still thinking ahead, replied gently. He told her not to mar her lovely face, or waste her heart weeping. Any woman would mourn a lost husband, he allowed, even one far less godlike than Odysseus. Then he urged her to listen. He had recent news. Odysseus was alive, close at hand in the Sprotia, gathering rich gifts from place to place. His crew had been lost when they angered Zeus and Helios on Thrinacia, all of them drowned in the wine-dark sea. Odysseus himself, clinging to his ship's keel, had washed ashore among the Phaeacians, who honored him like a god and sent him on his way unharmed. He would have returned long ago, the stranger continued, but he chose instead to roam and gather wealth because no mortal knew a good thing better than Odysseus. King Phidon of the Thesprotians had sworn to it over wine. The ship was ready. The crew assembled to take Odysseus home. But first, the king had sent the stranger ahead on a grain ship bound for Dolichios. The treasures Odysseus had collected, piled in the king's halls, could feed 10 generations of descendants. Odysseus himself had gone to Dodona to hear Zeus's will from the sacred oak, whether to return openly or in secret after so long away. He was safe, the stranger swore. He would come soon, very close, within this very month, between the waning and the waxing of the moon. He swore it before Zeus, and before the hearth of blameless Odysseus himself. Penelope, deep in thought, answered with a wish, if only it would happen. She would give him gifts, and everyone would call him happy. But her heart told her otherwise. Odysseus was never coming back. There was no one left in her house to arrange transport or welcome strangers with respect. She ordered her servants to draw the man a bath and prepare a proper bed with blankets and colorful throws, so he would be warm until dawn. In the morning they would bathe and anoint him, and he could share a meal with Telemachus. Anyone who tormented him would suffer for it. She added that she could not judge his character. If he sat at her table in disheveled clothes, a hard man would be mocked in life and death, but a faultless one would have his name carried far and wide. Odysseus, still thinking ahead, answered that blankets and throws had been a burden to him ever since he left the snowy peaks of Crete. He would lie down, as he had through many sleepless nights, waiting for dawn. Washing his feet did not ease his heart. No woman should touch his feet, unless it was an old woman with a caring heart, one who had suffered as much as he had. Penelope, deep in thought, replied that no stranger had ever been so thoughtful. She had an old nurse, she explained, who had raised and treasured that unfortunate man from the moment of his birth, gathering him into her arms after his mother bore him. Weak as she was, Euryclea would wash his feet. She told Euryclea to come and wash someone who was her master's equal because, she observed, the feet and hands of Odysseus looked just like this stranger's. Misfortune, she noted, ages mortals quickly. The old woman hid her face and wept warm tears. She lamented that Zeus must hate Odysseus more than any man, despite all the sacrifices he had offered the thighs of meat burned in appeal for an easy old age and a splendid son. Now, the god had taken away his day of return. Surely women mocked him in some distant hall, just as the bitches here mocked the stranger. That was why he would not let them wash his feet. But Penelope had asked her, and she was willing. Her heart stirred with sorrows, she admitted. Many worn-out strangers had come, but she had seen no one so like Odysseus in build, voice, or feet. Odysseus, thinking ahead, answered simply that everyone who had seen them both said they looked alike, just as she herself had recognized. He sat by the fireplace and turned toward the darkness as the old woman brought a gleaming basin, pouring cold water and then adding hot. A sudden premonition seized him. When she touched him, she might recognize his scar, and everything would be exposed. She began to wash his feet, and then she felt it. The scar where a wild boar's white tusk had gored him long ago, when he had gone to Parnassus to visit his mother's father, Autolycus. That man, peerless in cheating and swearing, had been gifted by Hermes himself, because Autolycus had burned the god the thighs of lambs and kids. When Autolycus had come to Ithaca and found his daughter with a newborn, Euryclea had laid the child on his knees after his meal and asked him to name the boy. Autolycus answered that since he had come as one utterly odious to many men and women across the teeming earth, the child should be called Odysseus, and when the boy came of age and traveled to Parnassus, Autolycus would give him a share of his possessions and send him off with a great heart. That was why Odysseus had gone. Autolycus and his sons welcomed him with handshakes and kind words. Amphithea, his grandmother, kissed his head and both his beautiful eyes. Autolycus called for a meal, and his sons brought in a 5-year-old bull, flayed and dressed it, sliced the limbs, roasted them expertly, and they feasted all day until sunset. When darkness fell, they slept. At dawn, they climbed the forested slopes of Parnassus with their dogs, Odysseus among them, until they reached a clearing. The dogs tracked ahead. Odysseus, spear in hand, moved brilliantly forward. A wild boar lay in a dense thicket where no wind, sun, or rain could penetrate. As the crunching feet of men and dogs approached, the boar burst out, back bristling, eyes flashing fire. Odysseus rushed in first, lifting his long spear, eager to thrust. The boar was quicker, dodging and charging from the side. Its tusk tore a deep gash in his flesh, but did not reach the bone. Odysseus struck true, driving his spear through the boar's right shoulder. The animal fell with a yowl, its life flying away. Autolycus's sons bound Odysseus's wound expertly, chanted to stop the black blood, and carried him home. After healing him and giving him glorious gifts, they sent him back to Ithaca. His parents rejoiced when he returned and asked how he had suffered the wound. He told them everything, how the boar had struck him with its white tusk. Now, as Euryclea held his foot in the flat of her hands, she recognized what she felt. She dropped the foot. The leg fell into the basin. The bronze rang out as the basin tipped, spilling water across the floor. Joy and sorrow clutched her heart together. Her eyes filled with tears, her voice thick and heavy, as she touched his chin and declared that he was Odysseus himself, her dear child, and she had not known until she grasped her master in the flesh. Her eyes glanced toward Penelope. Wanting to reveal her beloved husband was there, but she could not meet Penelope's look or make her understand. Athena had turned her thoughts away. Odysseus felt for Euryclea's throat, holding it in his right hand while drawing her close with the other. He asked why she wanted to destroy him. She had nursed him at her own breast, and now after 20 years of sorrow he had come home. But since some god had revealed him to her, she must be silent or someone might hear. And he swore to her, if the gods let him overcome the noble suitors, he would not spare her even though she was his nurse, when he killed the other servants. Euryclea, thinking deeply, asked what kind of words had escaped his teeth. She declared her spirit was steady and loyal, as stubborn as rock or iron, and she promised another thing: if Zeus allowed him to overcome the suitors, she would tell him which of the women had dishonored him, and which were innocent. Odysseus, always thinking ahead, answered her in return. Odysseus told his mother to stay silent. He would handle the reckoning himself, getting to know each of the women. "Leave it to the gods," he said, and sent her away. The old nurse fetched fresh water and finished washing his feet, then anointed him with oil. Odysseus pulled his chair closer to the fire, covering his scar with his rags as he warmed himself. Penelope, deep in thought, spoke first. She admitted. She wanted to ask him one small thing. Soon it would be time for sleep for someone who could still find it despite trouble. But the gods had given her endless sorrow. By day she wept through her tasks, and at night, when sleep took everyone else, sharp worries swarmed her heart. She compared herself to the nightingale, who sang beautifully for Ityllos, the child she had killed by mistake. Her own heart was goaded back and forth. She wondered whether to stay beside her son, keeping her household and honoring her bed and the people's voice, or to leave with the best of the Achaeans who courted her with gifts. While Telemachus was a child, he had not let her go. But now that he had grown, he prayed she would withdraw because the suitors were eating up his property. Then she asked him to interpret a dream. She described 20 geese that came from the water to eat wheat in her house, filling her with joy as she watched. Then, a huge eagle with a crooked beak descended from the mountain, broke all their necks, killed them, and left them strewn in heaps before soaring into the sky. She wept in her dream, even knowing it was a dream, as her servants gathered around. Then the eagle returned, perched on a roof beam, and spoke in a human voice. "Take heart, daughter of Icarios. This is no dream but a good vision. The geese are your suitors, and I, the eagle, am your husband returning to inflict a horrible death upon them." Then sweet sleep released her, and looking around the hall she saw the geese pecking at the wheat as before. Odysseus, always thinking, answered that there was no other way to interpret the dream. Odysseus himself had revealed it. The destruction of the suitors was obvious. Not one would escape his destiny. Penelope, deep in thought, replied that dreams were indecipherable and rambling, not always coming true. They passed through 2 gates, one of ivory, for deceptive unfulfilled messages, and one of horn for real things. Her dream had not come from the horn gate, however much she and her son would have welcomed that. Then she revealed what would happen very soon. She would set up a contest with 12 axes, the kind Odysseus used to line up like a keel hold, standing far back to shoot an arrow through them. Whoever could string the bow, stretch it easily, and shoot through all 12. She would go with him, leaving behind this beautiful full house that she knew she would remember even in her dreams. Odysseus, always thinking ahead, told her to hold off on the contest. Odysseus was sharp and would return before any of those men could string his polished bow and shoot through the iron. Penelope answered that if he wanted to linger and give her joy, sleep would never touch her eyes, but humans could not go without rest for long. The immortals had set a share for everyone on this grain-giving earth, so she would go up to her upper room and lie on her bed of mourning, damp with tears since Odysseus left for unspeakable Ivalios. He could spread something on the floor or have the servant set up a cot. She went upstairs with her women, wept for her husband, and Athena cast sweet sleep over her eyes. Odysseus lay down in the front hall on a rough ox hide, covered with fleeces from slaughtered sheep. Eurynome threw a cloak over him. He lay awake, thinking dark thoughts about the suitors. The women who slept with them came out, sharing joy and laughter. His heart grew agitated, and he mulled whether to rush and kill them all or let them intermingle one last time with the arrogant courtiers. Inside, his heart snarled like a hound over her pups, enraged at their disgraceful actions. He beat his own chest and rebuked his heart, telling it to hold on. It had endured worse when the Cyclops ate his companions, and he had held on until his cunning let him out. His heart obeyed, and kept beating stubbornly, but he tossed back and forth like a man turning a sausage full of fat and blood over a flickering fire, anxious to roast it quickly, wondering how one man against so many could get his hands on the suitors. Athena descended, standing over his head in a woman's form. She asked why he was still awake. Was he unluckier than any other? This was his own house, with his wife and a son anyone would wish for. Odysseus answered that what she said was true, but his heart kept murmuring how to lay his hands on the suitors by himself. And even if he killed them, by her grace and Zeus's will, where could he run? Athena called him stubborn. Many put their faith in worse than a goddess ordinary men who knew fewer means than she did. She would protect him through all his troubles. Even if 50 mortal troops surrounded them, he would take their cattle and sheep. So let sleep come over him. Nothing but exhaustion came from staying awake all night, and soon his life would not be so odious. She spread sleep over his eyelids, and returned to Olympos. As sleep slackened his limbs, and released the cares in his heart, his wife woke weeping in her soft bed. When she was tired of crying, she prayed to Artemis to send an arrow into her breast and take her life, or let a storm carry her away like the winds had taken Pandareus's daughters, those orphans whom Aphrodite fed. Hera graced, Artemis made tall, and Athena taught fine crafts, until the Harpies snatched them for the Furies. She wished the Olympians would obliterate her, or Artemis strike her down, so she could go below the bitter earth to be with Odysseus, and never please a lesser man. It was tolerable to weep all day, but some god sent her terrible dreams tonight. Someone just like him had lain beside her, just as he was when he left with the army, and her heart was happy, thinking it was real. As she spoke, Dawn appeared on her golden throne. Odysseus heard her weeping, and deep in his heart he wondered if she had recognized him. He gathered the cloak and fleeces, placed them on a chair, carried the ox hide outside, and prayed to Zeus. If it was Zeus's will to have led him here, let someone inside say something momentous and show him a sign outside. Zeus the deliberator heard him and thundered from gleaming Olympos. Odysseus took heart. Inside a nearby house where the millstones stood, 12 women ground barley and wheat. The others slept, having finished, but one, the weakest, still worked. She stopped the mill and spoke the sign for her master. She addressed Zeus, noting how loudly he had thundered in a cloudless sky. May the suitors gulp down their last feast in Odysseus's halls. They had spread her knees with hard labor as she ground their barley. Now let them eat their last. Odysseus brightened at her words and at the thunder, thinking about revenge on the wrongdoers. The other women slaves gathered, adding kindling to the restless fire. Telemachus, looking like a god, rose from bed, slung his sharpened sword over his shoulder, tied his sandals, grabbed his thick spear, and stood on the threshold. He asked Eurycleia whether she had shown the stranger respect with a bed and food, or left him uncared for. His mother was like that, honoring a lesser man by chance and sending a better one away without respect. Eurycleia answered that he should not blame someone not to blame. The man had sat and drunk wine as long as he wanted. She had asked about food, but he said he was not hungry. When he thought about rest and sleep, she told the slaves to spread bedding, but he, like someone utterly miserable, did not want a bed under blankets. Instead, he slept in the front hall on an untanned ox hide and sheep fleeces, and they threw a cloak over him. Telemachus went out through the hall with his spear, 2 dogs following, heading to the agora to sit among the well-dressed Achaeans. Eurycleia called out to all the women. She ordered them to sweep and sprinkle the house, toss purple throws over the crafted chairs, wipe down the tables with sponges, clean the mixing bowls and two-handled cups, and send others to the spring for water. The courtiers would not be away long. They would be back soon, since it was a feast day for everyone. The women obeyed. 20 went to the dark water spring while the others busied themselves inside. The male slaves arrived and split wood with skill. The women returned from the spring, and then the swineherd came, driving 3 prize boars. He let them feed in the courtyard, and asked Odysseus whether the Achaeans were treating him any better or still disrespecting him. Odysseus answered that he wished the gods would avenge the arrogant, shameful disgrace these men were inflicting in someone else's house. The goatherd Melanthios arrived next, leading the best goats for the suitors' feast, 2 other goatherds following. He tied them under the echoing portico, and mocked Odysseus, asking if he would keep begging and bothering them. He told him to go outside or just leave. They would not part before tasting each other's fists. Odysseus gave no answer, shaking his head in silence, thinking hard thoughts. A third man arrived, Phloisos, a leader of men, driving a barren cow and fat goats brought over by ferrymen. He tied them up, stood near the swineherd, and asked about the stranger whose people, what family, what father's fields. Unlucky as he was, his build was like a king's. The gods plunged even kings into misery when they spun their tough thread. He drew close to Odysseus, offered his right hand, and wished him good luck despite hard times. He cursed Zeus for having no feeling for those he brought to life, screwing them with bleakest troubles. The sight of the stranger made him sweat and fill with tears. Thinking of Odysseus, perhaps he too wandered in such rags if still alive, unless he was dead in Hades' dominion. Odysseus had put him over the cattle when he was a boy, and now they had grown beyond count, yielding better than any other herd. But the suitors had ordered him to drive them in to be eaten. They did not care about the son of the house or fear the gods' anger, determined to divide the spoils of their long-absent master. His heart kept turning. It was bad to go off to another land with the cattle while the son still lived, but worse to stay and watch them handed over to others. He would have left long ago for some other king, but he kept hoping the unfortunate man might return and scatter these courteous men. Odysseus answered that the herdsman was neither evil nor dull, clearly thoughtful. He announced a great promise by Zeus, this generous table, and faultless Odysseus's hearth while he was here. Odysseus would return home, and he would see with his own eyes the killing of the suitors who presumed to run this place. The herdsman prayed that the son of Cronos would bring exactly that. Then he would know his own strength. Eumaeus likewise prayed to all the gods for Odysseus's return. While they talked, the suitors plotted Telemachus's death. But an eagle flew from right to left, high above, clutching a frightened dove. Amphinomos told the others he did not think the plan to murder Telemachus would go well. Let them think about the feast instead. The suitors liked what he said. They entered the house, laid their cloaks on chairs, and the male slaves slaughtered large sheep, fat goats, stuffed pigs, and cattle. They roasted the organs and stirred wine in bowls. The swineherd handed out cups. Phloisos passed bread in beautiful baskets, and Melanthios poured the wine. They stretched out their hands to the fare before them. Telemachus, thinking shrewdly, had Odysseus sit close to the stone threshold inside the elegant hall. He placed a broken-down stool and a small table, laid out a share of the roasted organs, and poured wine into a golden cup. He told him to sit among these men and drink. He himself would hold off the suitors' insults and prodding. This was not a public space, but Odysseus's house, acquired for him. He warned the courtiers to hold their hearts back from laying blame and prodding so no conflict would stir. They all bit their lips, wondering at Telemachus speaking so bluntly. Antinous said that hard as it was, they would go along with what Telemachus said. Much as he blustered at them, Zeus would not have allowed it, or they would have shut him up already. Telemachus paid him no attention. The heralds led 100 sacrificial cattle through the city for the gods, and the long-haired Achaeans gathered in Apollo's sacred grove. They roasted the outer flesh, pulled it off, divided the portions, and feasted magnificently. The servers placed beside Odysseus the same portion the suitors received, as Telemachus had ordered. But Athena did not let the rash suitors hold back from their cutting insults, so the hurt would sink deeper into Odysseus's heart. Ctesippus, a disorderly man from Samos, trusted in his great wealth as he courted the long-absent Odysseus's wife. He told the overbearing suitors that the stranger had received an equal portion, as was fitting. It was not right to deprive Telemachus's guests of their fair share, but he would also give him what a stranger deserved, so he could give it to a washing woman or another servant. He grabbed an ox hoof from the basket and threw it with all his force. Odysseus dodged with a quick shift of his head, smiling with bitter scorn in his heart as the hoof hit the solid wall. Telemachus rebuked Ctesippus. It was better for him that it turned out this way. He had not struck the stranger, who dodged. Otherwise Telemachus would have driven his spear into his gut, and instead of a wedding, his father would have busied himself with a funeral. He told them to show no rudeness in his house. Though he was just a child before now, he was watching and understood everything they did, the good and the ugly. He would keep watching for now, since it was hard for one man to hold back so many, but they should not do these awful things simply out of spite. If they really wanted to kill him with bronze, he would prefer that. Far better to die than to observe these impertinent acts, knocking about strangers and dragging servant girls through the house without shame. They were speechless, awed to silence. Agelaus spoke at last, saying no one should answer heated words with fairness. Do not mistreat the stranger or any slaves any longer. He offered calm words to Telemachus and his mother. For as long as their hearts hoped clever Odysseus would return, they were not at fault for waiting and fending off the suitors. But it was now clear there was no return, so Telemachus should sit beside his mother and lay it out for her. She must marry the best man, the one who brought the most, so he could enjoy his legacy while she took another man's house. Telemachus answered that by Zeus, and by the sufferings of his father dead, or still wandering, he was not delaying his mother's wedding in any way. He called on her to marry, whom she would, and he would offer countless gifts. But he was reluctant to send her away from her home against her will with forceful words. May no god ever make this happen. Pallas Athena aroused the suitors to helpless laughter and turned their minds elsewhere. They laughed, as if their jaws were not their own. The meat they chewed was flecked with blood, their eyes filled with tears, and even within their minds, they seemed to be weeping. Theoclymenos spoke like a god, calling them fools. What madness was this? Their heads and faces were covered below their knees, cheeks burning with tears and sobbing, walls and lovely niches splattered with blood, the front hall and courtyard filled with shadows flitting down to Erebos. Into darkness the sun blotted out entirely, clouded in an awful mist. They all laughed loudly at him. Eurymachus said the stranger was insane, just arrived from far away. Young men should send him outside to the assembly, since he thought it was like night here inside. Theoclymenos answered that he did not need guides. He had eyes, ears, 2 feet, and a mind not so badly made. He would make his way outside, since he saw a hard time coming. None of the suitors would escape or dodge it, not one of those contriving cruelties and overstepping themselves in the house of godlike Odysseus. He went out of the elegant halls to the house of Pyrrhaios, welcomed him graciously. The suitors glanced at each other, mocking and goading Telemachus, laughing at his guests. One arrogant young man said Telemachus had the worst guests, letting in a dirty drifter always begging for bread and wine, with no skills for work or war, no more than a burden to the earth. Then another had stood up to spout prophecy. It would be better to toss these strangers onto a galley with many benches and send them off to the Sicilians. That would bring a seemly sum. The suitors kept talking. Telemachus did not care. He looked at his father in silence, anticipating the moment to lay his hands on the mindless suitors. Penelope placed her beautiful chair opposite them, listening to what each man said. The suitors laughed and prepared their sweet dinner from the many slaughtered animals, but no dinner was less appealing than what a goddess and a forceful man were soon to set before them, since they had been the first to put their malicious actions into play. Athena placed the idea in Penelope's heart to set up the bow and the gray iron axes as a contest the commencement of death for the suitors. Penelope climbed the high stairway to her rooms, gripping a coiled bronze key with an ivory handle. She and her women went to an isolated storeroom where her husband's treasures lay: bronze, gold, and intricately wrought iron. There rested the backward bent bow and the quiver filled with arrows, the source of groaning. Those were gifts from Iphicus Eurytides, a godlike man whom Odysseus had met in Mycenae. Odysseus had gone there as a youth to collect a debt the men of Messenia had stolen 300 sheep and their shepherds from Ithaca. Iphitos had come searching for 12 lost mares and work mules. He would later meet his death at the hands of Heracles, who killed him in his own house without regard for the gods or the guest table. Iphitos gave Odysseus the bow that great Eurytos had once carried. Odysseus gave him a sharpened sword and a hefty spear in warm friendship, but they never shared a meal. Heracles killed Iphitos first. Odysseus left the bow at home when he went to war, keeping it in memory of a close friend. The radiant woman reached the oak threshold, released the thong and put in the key. The bolts shot back. The beautiful doors moaned like a bull grazing in a meadow, then flew open. She went to the raised platform where scented clothing lay in chests, reached up, and took the bow from its peg. She sat down, laid it across her knees, and sobbed out loud as she unwrapped it. When she had her fill of tears, she carried the backward bent bow and the arrow-filled quiver back to the great hall. Her slaves followed with a chest of iron and bronze, her husband's trophies. She stood by the doorpost, holding a glistening veil before her face, a loyal slave on each side. She told the self-assured courtiers that they had commandeered the house to eat and drink continually during the master's long absence, with no justification except their desire to marry her. Here was their test. Whoever could string Odysseus's great bow most easily and shoot an arrow through all 12 axes would win her, and she would renounce this beautiful, wealthy house she would always remember even in her dreams. She asked Eumaeus to set the bow and gray iron before the courtiers. In tears, the swineherd accepted them and laid them down. The cattle herder also wept at the sight. Anchineus rebuked them both as stupid field hands who thought only of today. He told them to sit and eat in silence, or go weep outside, leaving the bow inside. He claimed it would not be easy to string, since no one there was like Odysseus. He remembered Odysseus himself, though he had been just a child. Anchineus's heart hoped he himself would string the bow and shoot through the iron, but he would be the first to taste an arrow from faultless Odysseus, whom he was dishonoring in his own household. Telemachus then spoke. Calling himself thoughtless, his mother was about to leave her marriage house, and yet he laughed, and felt cheerful in his mindlessness. He told the courtiers that the woman before them had no equal in the land of the Achaeans, not in Pylos, Argos, Mycenae, Ithaca itself, or the dark mainland. He would try the bow himself. If he strung it and shot through the iron, it would not trouble him if his mother left with someone else. He would be left behind as a man able to take up his father's weapons. He stood up, shrugged off his red cloak, and took the sharp sword from his shoulder. He dug a trench, set up the axes true to the line, and stamped the earth around them. Amazement seized everyone. He had set them in perfect order without ever having seen them before. He stood by the threshold and tried the bow. He made it quiver 3 times, but 3 times his strength gave out. Drawing it tight for the 4th time, he would have strung it by using all his force, but Odysseus shook his chin to hold him back. Telemachus then declared himself worthless and weak, or else just too young to trust his hands against any man who got angry over nothing. The others were better and stronger. Let them try the bow and run the contest through to the end. He put the bow down, leaning it against the polished door, and sat back in his chair. Anchineus told the companions to get up in proper order, starting from where the wine was poured and moving right. Leiodes, the sage who sat deep in a corner near the gleaming mixing bowl, repulsed by the suitor's recklessness, was the first to try. He could not string it. His soft, tender hands tired as he pulled. He told the others that the bow would rob many of the best of their hearts and souls. Better to die than to live after failing at what they had gathered for all these days. After they tried it for themselves, they should go court other Achaean women in fine robes. Penelope should take the lucky one who brought her the most. Antinous rebuked him. What words escaped his teeth? It was despicable to claim the bow would rob them simply because Leiodes himself could not string it. His honorable mother had not given birth to a man who could draw a bow and shoot arrows. Others would string it. He called to Melanthios to light a fire and bring a large chair with sheepskins and a wheel of hardened fat. The young men could warm the bow, rub it down with grease, and try again. Melanthios rekindled the fire, set the chair, and brought the fat. The young men warmed the bow and tried, but they lacked the strength. Antinous and Eurymachus, the leaders and most skilled among the suitors, kept at it. The cattleman and the swineherd went outside, and Odysseus followed. Once outside the courtyard gates, he asked them gently if Odysseus came back suddenly. Would they defend the suitors, or Odysseus? The cattle herder prayed to Zeus to bring that man or let a god bring him. Then Odysseus would know his strength and how his hands followed through. Eumaeus prayed the same. Knowing now without doubt how they both thought, Odysseus revealed himself. After so many troubles, he had come in the 20th year to his own land. Of all his slaves, they were the only ones who wished for his arrival. No one else had prayed for him to return. He swore that if a god brought down the grand suitors for him, he would give each of them wives, property, and a house near his. They would be like the friends and brothers of Telemachus. He showed them a clear sign, the scar a boar had given him with its white tusk on Parnassus. He pulled back his rags. They looked it over, threw their arms around him, and wept, kissing his head and shoulders. He kissed their heads and hands. The sun would have set on this sorrowful scene if Odysseus had not stopped them. He told them to stop crying, or someone might come out and tell those inside. They should go inside one after the other, first him, then them. He gave instructions. Eumaeus, as he carried the bow through the hall, should place it in Odysseus's hands and then tell the women to bar the close-set doors. If any of them heard the groans and uproar of men, they must not go outside. Keep them quietly at their work. Philoetius was to lock the courtyard gate with its bolt and bind a strap around it. Odysseus went into the crowded house and sat in the same chair. His two slaves followed. Eurymachus held the bow, warming it here and there in the firelight, but even he could not string it. In his heart, eager for glory, he groaned. Overcome with anger, he called out to the others. Eurymachus admitted he was upset not just for the marriage, since many other Achaean women remained, but because being weaker than Odysseus was a disgrace that would be heard by generations to come. Antinous answered that it was a god's sacred feast that day. Who would draw a bow? Let them set it aside, leave the axes standing where they were, and pour offerings. In the morning, Melanthios would bring the best goats to Apollo, and they would try the bow again. The attendants poured water, the young men filled the bowls, and everyone drank. Then Odysseus, always thinking ahead, spoke craftily. He asked Eurymachus and Antinous to hold off from trying the bow and leave it to the gods. In the morning, the gods would give power to whomever they wished. But for now, give him the polished bow. Let him test his hands and strength among them, to see if wandering and hunger had taken away what his agile limbs once had. They all became incensed, fearing he might actually string it. Antinous called him a miserable stranger with no sense. Wasn't he content to feast and listen to their words? No other beggar heard what they said. The sweet wine was impairing him. He warned it had made an ass of the famous centaur Eurytion, who did horrible things in Peripheu's hall when drunk. The brave men had cut off his ears and nostrils and dragged him out. The quarrel between centaurs and men had come from that. And so Antinous let him know if he strung the bow, he'd find no mercy. They'd send him straight to King Aeacus, the scourge of all who die. So be quiet, drink, and don't compete with younger men. Penelope answered that it was neither good nor just to deny Telemachus's guests. Did Antinous expect that if this stranger strung the bow, he would lead her to his home and make her his wife? There was no way he hoped for that. None of them should feast here, aching in their hearts over it. That would be tasteless. Eurymachus answered that none of them thought he would lead her off unthinkable, but they would feel ashamed of what men and women might say, that these weaker men courting the wife of a blameless man could not string his bow, while some wandering beggar had easily done it. That talk would become their disgrace. Penelope answered that there was no high regard in this country for men who misused and consumed the best man's household. So why take this as an insult? The stranger was tall and well-built, claimed to be a good father's son. Give him the bow. If Apollo gave him glory and he strung it, she would fit him with a cloak, tunic, fine clothes, a sharp javelin, a double-edged sword, and sandals for his feet, and send him wherever his heart called. Telemachus told her that no one had a better right than he did to grant or refuse the bow, not those lording over Ithaca, nor those from Elis. Even if he wanted to give the bow to the guest to take away once and for all, no one would hold him back. He told her to go up to her chamber and keep busy with her loom and spindle, and tell her servants to work. The bow was for men, for everyone, but most of all for him. The power in this house was his. Struck with wonder, she went back up, aroused by her son's inspired words. She wept for Odysseus until Athena shed sweet sleep over her eyelids. The pig-keeper grabbed the curved bow. The suitors shouted, one of them warning that the dogs he had raised would eat him alone if Apollo and the gods were willing. The pig-keeper set the bow down where he was, afraid of the shouting. Telemachus called out a threat. "Take the bow away, Papa!" Soon he would not listen to them, afraid that Telemachus, though younger, would drive him out into the country throwing rocks because he was stronger. If only he was stronger than all the suitors, he would send one or two of them out bitterly. The suitors laughed gleefully and abandoned their harsh anger. The pig-keeper carried the bow through the room, stood by Odysseus fuming, and placed it in his hands. He beckoned to Euryclea, telling her that Telemachus asked her to bar the firmly set doors. If anyone heard groans and uproar inside, do not let them go outside. Keep them quietly at their work. Not a word took wing from her. She barred the doors. Philœtius rushed out, barred the courtyard gates with a papyrus rope from a rounded ship, and went back to his chair. He watched Odysseus, who was already holding the bow, turning it over and testing it here and there, checking if worms had eaten the horn while its master was away. One suitor glanced at another and said he must be a fanatic, or a dealer in bows. Either he already had one like it at home, or he was stirred to design one himself, a drifter knowledgeable in evil. Another said he was as likely to turn a profit from those odds as he would ever string this bow. Odysseus raised the huge bow and looked it over. Like a man knowledgeable in lyre and song, stretching a string about a new peg and tightening the twisted sheep gut at both ends, he strung the enormous bow without effort. He grasped it in his right hand and tried the string. It sang like the voice of a swallow under his touch. Great uneasiness came over the suitors. Their skin turned pale. Zeus thundered loudly as a sign. Odysseus was heartened that the son of crooked Cronos had sent him an omen. He picked up a sleek arrow lying exposed on the table, the other still stored inside the hollow quiver, about to be tried out on the Achaeans. He laid it at the bow's center, drew back the string with a notch, and while still sitting on his stool and aiming straight ahead, he let the arrow go. It did not miss any of the axe's holes. From first to last, the sleek arrow weighted with bronze passed all the way through and out the other side. He called to Telemachus. The stranger sitting in his great hall had brought him no shame. He had not missed his target, nor taken too long stringing the bow. His strength was still unshaken, though the suitors had insulted and ridiculed him. The hour had now arrived to set the Achaeans' table while it was still light, and then on to another song and dance to accompany such a feast. He knotted his brow. Telemachus threw his sword belt over his shoulders, grabbed his own spear with both hands, and stood beside the stool, next to the man, armed with gleaming bronze. Stripping off his rags, Odysseus vaulted onto the great threshold, bow and quiver in hand. He dumped the arrows at his feet, and announced to the suitors that this long game had finally ended. Now they would try a new target. No one had yet hit, assuming Apollo answered his prayer and let him succeed. Drawing a sharp arrow, he aimed at Antinous, who was lifting a beautiful two-handled gold cup for a sip of wine, utterly unaware of death. No man feasting among others would ever believe a single opponent could bring such sudden horror and ruin. The shot caught Antinous in the throat, the point punching clean through his soft flesh. He slumped sideways. The cup dropped. Thick blood jetted from his nostrils. With a kick, he shoved the table away, sending bread and roasted meat spilling across the floor. The other suitors erupted, leaping from their chairs, eyes darting around the hall's strong walls, but no shields or spears lay within reach. Angry voices lashed at the stranger. They called him outrageous for aiming at men, swore he would never compete in another contest, promised his total destruction for killing the best young man in Ithaca. Each man spoke thinking the death had been accidental, none seeing the noose already tightening around them. Gazing at them from under his brows, always thinking ahead, Odysseus called them dogs. They had believed he would never return from Troy, so they ravaged his home, forced his servant women, courted his wife while he still lived, fearing neither the gods nor future human outrage. Now, he said, the noose of their annihilation had been tied. Pale fear gripped every suitor. Eyes scanned desperately for escape. Only Eurymachus answered. He admitted that if this truly was Odysseus returned, then every accusation was fair. Many wrongs had been done, but Antinous, lying dead, had been the real instigator, not from need or marriage desire, but from ambition to murder Telemachus and seize the kingship. Zeus had not allowed that. Now, Antinous had his just death. Eurymachus begged Odysseus to spare his own people, promising that everyone would repay the value of 20 oxen, each in bronze and gold, making amends for everything consumed inside these halls, until Odysseus's heart was pacified. No one could blame him for his anger after that. Peering from under his brows, always thinking ahead, Odysseus refused. Not even if Eurymachus gave his entire inheritance, and more would he hold back from killing until every offense was paid. What lay before them now was fight face to face or flee, but he didn't think any would escape utter annihilation. Their knees buckled where they stood. Hearts pounded faster. Eurymachus rallied them. This man would not restrain his stubborn hands, already armed with bow and quiver, ready to shoot from the threshold until all were dead. He shouted for them to draw swords, hold tables as shields, rush him together, drive him from the doorway, then raise the alarm through the city. This would be the man's last bow shot. He drew his double-edged bronze sword and leaped at Odysseus, yelling horribly. Brilliant Odysseus shot. The arrow drove into Eurymachus's chest beside the nipple, the shaft sticking fast in his liver. His sword clattered to the floor. Doubled over across the table, he fell. Food in the two-handled cup spilled. In agony, he beat his forehead against the earth, kicked out with both feet, shook the chair, and a dark mist passed over his eyes. Antinous rushed at Odysseus next, sword drawn, hoping to push him from the doorway. But Telemachus was quicker. From behind, he threw his bronze-tipped spear, striking between the man's shoulders and driving through his chest. Antinous smacked the ground face first. Telemachus jumped back, leaving the long-shadowed spear inside the body, afraid another attacker might stab him as he leaned over. He ran quickly to his dear father. Standing beside him, Telemachus announced he would bring a shield, 2 spears, and a bronze helmet fitted to Odysseus's temples. Once back, he would also arm himself and the pig-keeper and cattle-herder. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus told him to run for the weapons while arrows still remained for defense. Otherwise, they might drive him from the door, alone as he was. Telemachus obeyed, heading to the storeroom where the legendary old arms were kept. He took 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze helmets with thick horsehair plumes, then hurried back. First he strapped the bronze onto his own body. The 2 slaves did the same, putting on the beautiful armor and standing beside Odysseus, fire in his heart. As long as arrows lasted, he kept aiming and shooting suitors one by one. They fell in tangled heaps across the hall. When the arrows finally ran out, Odysseus leaned the bow against the bright entrance wall, set a four-fold shield over his shoulders, placed the well-crafted plumed helmet on his head, its crest waving chillingly above him, and grabbed two thick bronze-tipped spears. A hidden doorway existed within the wall's solid construction, a passageway with tightly fitted frames near the top of the threshold. Odysseus ordered the brilliant pig-keeper to stand close and watch it. Only one man could rush through at a time. Achilles noticed and told the suitors someone should climb up, raise the alarm, and call the people. Melanthios, the goat-keeper, answered no. The courtyard door was too close and the passage too narrow. One brave man could hold them all, but he offered to bring weapons from the storeroom, since Odysseus and his pale son had stored them nowhere else. He climbed the steps, grabbed 12 shields, 12 spears, and 12 bronze helmets with thick horsehair plumes, then returned quickly, handing them to the suitors. Odysseus's knees gave way. His heart beat faster, seeing them throw on armor and brandish long spears. The challenge loomed enormous. He called to Telemachus that one of the women must be raising this hard battle, or else Melanthios. Gathering his thoughts, Telemachus admitted his own mistake. He had left the storeroom door ajar, and their lookout had been better. He ordered Eumaeus to close it and see whether a woman or Melanthios was responsible. He bet it was the goat-keeper. Melanthios headed to the storeroom again for more armor, but the pig-keeper noticed and called to Odysseus, asking whether to kill the destructive man if he proved better, or drag him back to repay his many wrongs. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus ordered Telemachus and the swineherd to bend the man's feet and arms behind his back, throw him into the storeroom, tie boards behind him, wrap a twisted rope around him, hoist him up on the high pillar post near the roof beams, so he would live a long time suffering harsh pains. They listened, went to the storeroom unseen, and waited on either side of the doorpost. Melanthios came out across the threshold holding a beautiful helmet and a wide old shield, spotted with rust. Laertes' shield from his youth, long laid aside, its straps now loose. The two jumped him, dragged him inside by the hair, threw him down in anguish, bound his feet and hands painfully behind his back, exactly as Odysseus had ordered. They wrapped the twisted rope, hoisted him up the pillar, and pulled him near the roof beams. Then Eumaeus mocked him for sure. He would keep close watch all night on a nice soft bed, as was only right, and he would not miss Dawn rising early on her golden throne the very time he usually herded his goats for the suitors' feast. They left him wrapped in awful bindings, put on their own armor, shut the bright door, and returned to shrewd Odysseus, fire in his heart. 4 of them now stood breathing fiercely on the threshold against many skilled fighters inside. Athena, Zeus's daughter, approached in the body and voice of Mentor. Odysseus saw her and was glad, asking Mentor to watch over him, remember their friendship and his good deeds. They were age mates. He said this thinking it was Athena, inspirer of people, but the suitors shouted out, and Agelaus Demosteretes rebuked Mentor. Do not let Odysseus persuade him to fight the suitors. Agelaus said their plan would be carried out after killing father and son. They would kill Mentor too, take his power with their bronze, throw all his possessions in with Odysseus's, and neither let his sons live in his halls, nor let his daughters, or dear little wife go unconfined through Ithaca. Athena grew more furious. She reproached Odysseus, asking where his steady nerve had gone. The courage he showed white-armed Helen, fighting Trojans for 9 years, killing so many in deadly combat, taking Priam's wide-streeted city by his counsel. Why now, return to his own home, did he only whimper about showing his strength to these suitors? She told him to stand next to her, watch what she could do, and see what kind of man Mentor Alcibiades was paying him back for all the good he had done, face to face with threatening men. Athena, however, held back from giving him a decisive victory, still testing the strength and courage of both Odysseus and his splendid son. She flew up to the hall's roof beam and perched there, looking like a swallow. Agelaus Demosteretes rallied the best of the surviving suitors, Euronymos, Amphimedon, Dimoptolemos, Pisander Polyctorides, and fire-hearted Polybos. These were the finest left alive after the bow and arrow cascade had brought down the rest. Agelaus shouted that the man's stubborn hands were already holding back Mentor, had fled, after empty boasts, leaving the pair alone at the outer doors.
He ordered 6 men to throw their long spears together, hoping Zeus would let them strike Odysseus down and win their glory. Once he fell, the rest would be easy.
They threw eagerly, but Athena made every shot miss. One struck the doorpost, another hit the fitted doors, a third stuck in the wall. After the suitors' spears were dodged, brilliant, enduring Odysseus told his comrades to hurl their weapons together into this crowd eager to kill them on top of all prior wrongs. They aimed and threw straight. Odysseus hit Demoptolemus. Telemachus struck Euryades. The pig-keeper got Elatos. The cattle-herder killed Pisander. All of them bit the boundless earth. The remaining suitors drew back to the hall's furthest recesses, then leaped forward to pull spears from the dead bodies. Again, the suitors hurled eagerly, and again, Athena made most miss. One hit the doorpost, another the fitted doors, another stuck in the wall. Amphimedon's blow glanced across Telemachus's wrist above the hand, the bronze tip only breaking skin. Chrysippus's long spear grazed Eumaeus's shoulder above the shield, then flew over his head and dropped. Once more Odysseus, crafty with fire in his heart, and his men threw into the suitor crowd. Odysseus' scourge of cities struck Eurydamas. Telemachus hit Amphimedon. The pig-keeper struck Polybos. Finally, the cattle-herder hit Chrysippus in the chest, and boasted over him, taunting the son of Polytherses that he would never again talk big in his foolishness, leaving the last word to the far more powerful gods. This was a present from his host in return for that hoof Chrysippus once gave to a begging Odysseus in his own home. As the cattle-herder spoke, Odysseus stabbed Damastorides in close fight with his long spear. Telemachus drove his spear deep into Leiocritos Euenorides' gut, the bronze punching through, and the man crashed forehead first. Athena held up her deadly shield from high near the ceiling. The suitors lost their nerve and fled through the great hall like a cattle herd driven mad by darting flies in springtime. Like vultures with crooked talons and curved beaks diving from mountains onto little birds over the plains, springing and killing with no defense, no escape, while men enjoy the chase, so the 4 fell upon the suitors, cutting them down one after another throughout the hall. Awful groaning rose as heads were cut. The floor swam with blood. Leiodes grabbed Odysseus's knees, begging. He claimed he had never wronged any woman in the halls, either in word or action, had tried to stop the other suitors, but they wouldn't listen, and through their own malice, met their awful doom. He asked whether he, their oracle who did no wrong, would be killed with no thanks for good done. Looking from under his brows, always thinking ahead, Odysseus answered that if Leiodes was their oracle, he must have often prayed that the moment of sweet return would be kept away, that his dear wife would go with him and bear his children. For that, he would not escape terrible death. Odysseus picked up Agelaus's fallen sword and struck Leiodes in the neck, even as he spoke, his head mingled with dust. Phemios, Terpiades, the singer forced to perform for the suitors against his will, stood by the hidden door with his inimitable lyre, torn between slipping out to sit at the altar of mighty Zeus or throwing himself at Odysseus's knees. He decided on the knees, laid his hollow lyre between a mixing bowl and silver-studded chair, rushed forward, and grabbed hold. He begged for pity and mercy, warning that Odysseus would later regret killing a singer who plays for gods and men, self-taught, with so many melodies planted in his heart by a god, good enough to sing for him as for any god. He appealed to Telemachus, who would confirm that he came unwillingly to sing at the suitors' feasts, brought against his will by their greater strength. Telemachus's deep inner strength heard him. He quickly told his father to hold back, not to stab with bronze. The singer was not to blame. He also asked to spare Medon the attendant, who had cared for him as a child, unless Philophaeus or the pig-keeper had already killed him, or he had stormed against Odysseus. Medon, breathing heavily, lay cowering under a chair wrapped in a freshly flayed oxhide to escape black doom. He rose, threw the hide aside, and grabbed Telemachus's knees, asking him to restrain his father from hurting him with sharp bronze in a flood of rage against the suitors who used up possessions and foolishly disrespected Telemachus. Odysseus smiled and told him to cheer up. Telemachus had pulled him out and saved him, so he would know in his heart and tell others that doing good was far better than doing wrong. He ordered them both outside the hall to sit in the courtyard away from the slaughter until he finished everything in the house. The two left and sat by the almighty Zeus's altar, constantly looking around, anticipating death. Odysseus looked throughout the house for any man still alive hiding from black doom. He found all of them fallen amidst blood and dust, so many like fish pulled up in a net's mesh on an inlet beach, poured onto sands gasping for sea waves while the blazing sun takes their life. That is how the suitors lay heaped upon each other. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus told Telemachus to go call the nurse Euryclea. He had a thought to tell her. Telemachus shook at her door and told the old woman who watched over the women servants to come. His father was calling. Her words lacked wings. She opened the stately hall doors and followed Telemachus. She found Odysseus among the dead, soiled with blood, gore, and filth like a lion that has fed on an ox in a farmyard, chest and cheeks covered with blood, awful to view. That is how Odysseus was soiled from feet and hands upward. She was about to cry out at the monumental sight, but Odysseus restrained her, calming her eagerness. He told her to take heart but hold back. It was not right to boast over the freshly killed. The measure of the gods and the suitors' own reckless acts had brought them down because they respected no human being who came among them, neither bad nor good. By their own wrongdoing, they brought disgraceful death. Now, he ordered her to tell him about the women in the halls, those who dishonored him and those innocent. Euryclea answered that she would tell the whole truth. 50 women servants worked inside, taught to comb wool and bear drudgery. 12 had pursued insolence, showing respect neither to her nor to Penelope. Telemachus had newly grown to maturity, and his mother would not let him manage them. She offered to go to the bright upper room and wake Penelope. Some god had sent her sleep. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus told her not to wake his wife yet. Instead, send the insolent women to him. The old woman went throughout the hall, told the women what had happened, and sent them down. Odysseus called over Telemachus, the pig-keeper, and the cow-herder, his words beating like wings. He ordered them to start carrying out all the bodies and have the women help, clean the lovely chairs and tables with sponges and water. When the house was in order, led the women servants out between the roundhouse and the enclosed courtyard wall, and strike them down with sharp swords until each last breath was gone, and they forgot what they had procured from Aphrodite and the suitors by screwing each other behind the scenes. The women arrived in a weeping cluster, hot tears streaming. First they carried the dead bodies out and shoved them up against each other under the portico of the walled courtyard, Odysseus directing and urging them on against their will. Then they cleaned the chairs and tables with sponges and water. Telemachus, the cowherder, and the pig-keeper scraped down every surface of the well-built house with shovels. The women slaves picked up the scrapings and threw them outside. When the whole house was set in order, the women were led out between the roundhouse and secure courtyard walls, pushed into a cramped space with no escape. Gathering his thoughts, Telemachus spoke first. He would not grant a clean death to women who had poured abuse on his head and his mother's while sleeping with suitors. He tied a dark proud ship's rope to a huge pillar and threw it about the roundhouse, stretching it up high so none could touch the ground with their feet. Like doves or long-winged thrushes rushing into a thicket trap, the welcoming bed bitter. The women held their heads together in a row, nooses around their necks for the most miserable death. Their feet fidgeted briefly, but not for long. They led Melanthius out to the courtyard, cut off his ears and nose with pitiless bronze, tore out his genitals for raw dogs, and cut off his hands and feet, their hearts enraged. After that, they washed their own hands and feet, and went into Odysseus's home. The work done, Odysseus told his beloved nurse Euryclea to bring sulfur against the filth, bring fire to fumigate the hall, urge Penelope to come down with her servants, and tell all the house servants to come. His dear nurse answered. Euryclea offered to bring him a cloak and tunic, so he wouldn't stand with his broad shoulders wrapped in rags that would be disgraceful. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus answered that first she should build him a fire in these halls. She did not disobey. She brought fire and sulfur, and Odysseus thoroughly fumigated the hall, the house, and the courtyard. Then the old woman went through the beautiful house to inform the women and tell them to come. They came out through the hall with torches, gathered around Odysseus, and embraced him. They lovingly touched and kissed his head, shoulders, and hands. A sweet urge arose in him to break down and cry, because deep within his heart he recognized them all. The old woman went up to the upper rooms, laughing aloud, her knees pained and feet stumbling in haste, to tell her mistress her husband was home. She stood above Penelope's head and told her to wake up and see with her own eyes. What she had longed for all this time, Odysseus had come home, late as his coming was, and had killed those high and mighty suitors who troubled the house, consumed his livelihood, and pushed around his son. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that the gods had driven the nurse to raving. They could drive a thoughtful person to mindlessness, or set the mindless on the road to reason. Now they had driven the nurse off track, though she had been sensible. She asked why the nurse was mocking her sorrowful heart with this drivel, arousing her from such a sweet sleep that held and covered her eyelids, deeper than any sleep since Odysseus left to see unspeakable evil Eos. She ordered the nurse to go back down to the great hall. If any other woman had come and told her this, she would have sent her back in the most spiteful manner, but old age would be to the nurse's advantage. The dear old nurse answered that she was not mocking, it was true. Odysseus had come home. He was the stranger they all kept demeaning. Telemachus had known long ago, but with good sense hid his father's plans until revenge could be taken against those overbearing men. Penelope took heart, jumped from her bed, and threw her arms around the old woman. Tears streaming, she begged the nurse to tell her the truth. If Odysseus had really come home, how did he lay his hands on those shameless suitors, alone as he was, when they were always together? The nurse answered that she didn't see or ask, only heard the groans of the dying. The women sat terrified in the innermost corner of their secure rooms until Telemachus called for her. She found Odysseus standing among the bodies of the killed, lying upon each other all around him, both feet firmly on the floor. Covered in blood and gore like a lion, seeing him would have warmed Penelope's heart. Now all the bodies were piled at the courtyard gates, and he was burning a large fire to fumigate the beautiful house. He sent her to call Penelope so both their loving hearts could enter ecstasy after suffering so many wrongs. At last, her heart's desire had reached its destination. He had come home alive, found both her and Telemachus in these halls, and paid back every suitor here in his own house. Deep in thought, Penelope answered again, telling the nurse not to boast so much yet. She knew how welcome the sight of him would be, most of all to her and her son, but this could not be true as told. It must be one of those who never have to die, a god indignant at the suitors' disturbing excesses who killed them. Odysseus far away had lost his return to Achaia. He himself was lost. The nurse answered that a terrible word had escaped her teeth to say her husband, already at his own fireplace, would never return home. Her heart was always so skeptical. She offered another clear sign, the scar where a wild boar's white tusk had caught him long ago. She noticed it while washing him and wanted to tell Penelope, but he held his hand over her mouth, and in the shrewdness of his mind wouldn't let her. She put her own life on the line if she was deceiving, kill her, with the most awful death. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that it was difficult for the nurse to fathom the guidance of the eternal gods, clever as she was. Still, she agreed to go to her son, to see the dead suitors and the one who killed them. They descended from the upper room. Her heart brooded whether to hold back and question her beloved husband, or go to him and take hold of his head and hands and kiss them. She entered, passed over the stone threshold, and sat down by the opposite wall in the firelight, facing Odysseus. He sat by a tall pillar, looking downward, waiting to see if his courageous wife would speak when she saw him with her own eyes. She sat for a long time in silence, wonder coming over her heart. With her own eyes she could look at him face to face, but she could not recognize him in his soiled clothes. Telemachus reproached her, calling her cruel and stubborn. He asked why she held back from her father this way instead of sitting beside him, questioning and prodding. No other woman would stand so much in her heart and yet hold back from her man who, after 20 years of hardship, had come back to his native land. Her heart was always harder than stone. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that her heart was filled with wonder. She couldn't speak or ask him a word or look at him face to face. If he was truly Odysseus and had come home, surely they would know each other better than before they had signs hidden from others that only the two of them recognized. Radiant, long-enduring Odysseus smiled and told Telemachus to let his mother test him here and now inside these halls. Soon she would see more clearly, but because he was dirty in these awful clothes, she despised him and wouldn't admit who he was. He then turned to the larger problem in this land. Whoever killed even one man, even with few left to seek revenge, runs away, leaving behind kin and country. But they had killed the elite of the city, the most aristocratic young men in Ithaca. He urged Telemachus to think this over. Gathering his thoughts, Telemachus answered that his father should see to those things himself. His shrewdness about people was unsurpassed. No other mortal could match him. They would gladly follow him, and wouldn't be inadequate in his defense, as long as they had their strength. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus laid out his plan. First, they would wash and throw on tunics, and tell the servants to choose clothing well. Then the wonderful singer with his clear-voiced lyre would lead them in playful singing and dancing, so that anyone passing by or living nearby who heard them would think it was a wedding. The rumor of the killing wouldn't spread through the city before they could go into the countryside among the trees. There, they could figure out what advantage the Olympian might place in their hands. They listened and obeyed. They washed and put on tunics. The women dressed. The wonderful singer picked up his hollow lyre and aroused their desire for sweet song and innocent dance. The great hall echoed with dancing footsteps. Anyone hearing outside would have said someone married the queen cruel, that she didn't bother to hold on to the great house until he came. They would say such things but not know what was really happening. Eurynome, the housekeeper, bathed great-hearted Odysseus in his own house, anointed him with oil, and threw a beautiful cloak and tunic around him. Over his head, Athena shed generous radiance, making him look taller and stronger, his hair flowing down in curls like hyacinths, as a skilled artisan inspired by Hephaestus and Pallas Athena overlays silver with gold, his work full of grace, so Athena shed grace over his head and shoulders. He stepped out of the bath looking like one of the immortals, sat down again on the chair facing his wife, and told her that the gods had touched her in her all-nurturing women. The Olympians had placed a heart that could not be moved. No other woman would harden her heart and stand back from her man who, after so many hardships, had come back to his own land and to her. He ordered the nurse to spread a bed for him so he could lie down alone, since the heart inside her breast was made of iron. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that he himself was touched by the gods. She was neither setting herself apart nor spurning him, nor much in awe. She knew very well how he looked when he left Ithaca on his long-oared ship, but she ordered Euryclea to lay out that sturdy bed frame for him outside the superbly made bedroom that he himself constructed. Just bring that sturdy bed out there and throw on sheepskins, cloaks, and bright blankets. She spoke to test her husband. Odysseus lost his temper and raised his voice at his cautious-minded wife. He said her words were utterly heartbreaking. Who put his bed somewhere else? It would be hard for anyone who knew what he was doing, unless a god had come and easily set it down elsewhere. But among men no one alive, no matter how young, could pry it out of place without difficulty. There was a great feature built into its construction, and he built it, and no one else. An olive bush with long leaves had grown there in the courtyard, strong and hardy and thick as a pillar post. He built the bedroom around it, finished it with closely set stones, roofed it well, and put in close-fitting doors with joints. Then he cut away the foliage, trimmed the trunk, smoothed it skillfully with bronze, set it true to the line, built up the bedposts, and bored holes all over with a hand drill. From there he sanded down the bed frame, engraving it artfully in gold, silver, and ivory, and stretched bright purple ox-hide straps all over it. He had spoken openly about this piece, but he didn't know whether the bed was still in place or if someone had moved it by chopping through the olive trunk. As he spoke, her knees relaxed, and her heart fluttered, recognizing the features still in place that Odysseus had disclosed. She burst into tears, ran straight to him, threw her arms around his neck, kissed his face, and begged him not to be angry. He had always been the most understanding of men. The gods had brought them sorrow and objected to their staying together to enjoy their youth and reach old age together. She explained that her heart had always shuddered. Some man might come and charm her with words. So many offer bad advice for profit. Even Argive Helen, daughter of Zeus, wouldn't have fallen in love and gone to bed with a stranger if she had known the Achaean sons would bring her back home. Yet a goddess aroused her to that despicable act. Only later did she realize how awful the suffering would be, reaching even to them. But now, he had clearly laid out the bed's features, which no other person had ever seen but them. And one servant, the daughter of Actor, whom her father gave her before she came here, who guarded the doors of their secure bedroom. He had utterly won over her heart now, no matter how callous it had become. Her words aroused in him an even greater desire to cry. He wept, holding his wife, and felt her heart close to his own. The sight of land is welcome to swimmers, whose well-built ship Poseidon has smashed on the sea. Driven by wind and heavy waves, only a few escape the gray water by swimming ashore, their bodies thickly crusted with salt. And when they escape that horrible agony and make it to shore, they are full of joy. That was how welcome her husband was as Penelope looked at him. She never loosened her white arms around his neck. Dawn with her rosy fingers would have risen on their tears, but gleaming-eyed Athena thought otherwise. She held back the long night on the horizon, drew back golden-throned dawn at Okeanos, and would not let her yoke those fast horses, Lampos and Phthathos, the colts who bring light to human beings. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus told his wife they had by no means reached the end of their trials. More trouble lay ahead, long and hard and unfathomable, which he would have to follow through to the end, just as Tiresias' spirit foretold when he went down to the house of Hades to ask about his shipmate's return and his own. He suggested they go to bed now, loll about in sweet sleep, and rest. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that his bed would be there whenever his heart desired, since the gods had made it possible for him to return to the house he built so well and to his native land. But since he had thought of this trial, or some god had thrust it into his heart, she asked him to tell her about it. She was bound to learn, and it was no worse to find out right away. Always thinking ahead, Odysseus answered that she was touched by the gods. He asked why she was so stirred up, demanding he tell her. Fine, he would describe it, and hide nothing. Her heart would not enjoy it, since he himself could find no joy in it. Tiresias had urged him to go to many cities with a fine oar in his hands until he found people who knew nothing of the sea, who ate their food unmixed with salt, who knew nothing of ships with purple sides or well-crafted oars like a ship's wings. He described the clear sign he would not keep from her when some other drifter asked why he had a winnowing shovel on his shoulder. He was to drive the oar into the earth, offer lavish sacrifices to Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a boar used to mate with sows, then head home and offer 100 cattle to each of the gods who occupy the vast heavens and never die. His own death would come to him out of the sea, taking him very gently, overcome with comfortable old age, while all the people around him thrived. All of this, he said, he must follow through to the very end. Deep in thought, Penelope answered that if the gods would at last bring him to a happier old age, there was hope he could escape from hardship. While they talked, Eurynoe and the nurse prepared their bed with silky throws by the light of blazing torches, After spreading the sturdy bed, the old woman lay down. Eurynomé led them by torchlight to their room, then withdrew. They entered, full of joy, into the refuge of their old bed. Telemachus, the cattle herder, and the pig keeper stopped their dancing, made the women stop, and lay down to sleep in the shadowy halls. After the two fulfilled their joy in lovemaking, they reveled in each other's stories. The radiant woman described everything she had endured inside their halls, watching that obnoxious crowd of suitors who, all because of her, killed so many cattle and plump sheep, drawing enormous amounts of wine from the earthen jars. Zeus descended. Odysseus laid out all the trouble he had brought on other men, and all the sufferings he himself had gone through. She took pleasure in hearing it, and sleep did not fall over her eyelids before he had told it all. He began with how he first overcame the Cyclones, and came to the fertile land of the Lotus Eaters. He told of what the Cyclops had done, and how it was made to pay for devouring his courageous companions without mercy. He described coming to Aulos, who received him generously and sent him away. But it was not yet his destiny to reach his native land, because a squall snatched him up again and carried him across the fish-infested sea, groaning deeply. He told of coming to Teleplaulus, among the Laestrygonians, who destroyed his ships and all his well-equipped men. Only Odysseus alone escaped in his own black ship. Then he described Kirk's tricks and intricate deceit, how he traveled in a many-benched ship to the house of Hades in need of Tiresias, the Theban, and saw all his companions, and the mother, who bore and nursed him as a child. He told of hearing the incessant voices of the sirens, coming to the rocks of Plecus, and to ghastly Charybdis and Scylla, from whom no man had ever escaped unscathed before. He described how his shipmates killed Helios's cattle, how thunderous Zeus hurled a lightning flash at his swift ship, and all his good mates perished, only he escaped that terrible end. He told of coming to the island of Ogygia, and the nymph Calypso, who longed for him as her husband, held him in her hollow caves, cared for him, and offered to make him immortal and ageless for all his days. Yet she never convinced the heart inside his chest. Finally, after many troubles, he came to the Phaeacians, who honored him lavishly like a god, and sent him by ship to his own native land, giving him plenty of bronze, gold, and clothing. That was, at last, the end of the story he told when sweet limb-loosening sleep swept over him and released the cares from his heart. Gleaming-eyed Athena had another thought. As soon as she felt that Odysseus had thoroughly enjoyed his wife and his sleep to his heart's content, she stirred dawn to rise early from Okeanos on her golden throne and bring light to human beings. Odysseus rose from the soft bed and urged his wife forward. He told her they had both had more than enough of trials, she weeping here for his return, full of sorrow, while Zeus and the other gods had held him back, eager as he was, far from his native land. But now that they had both come to the bed of their deepest desire, she must take care of the wealth in these halls. As for the herds those arrogant suitors devastated, he would steal many back himself, and the Achaeans would give back more until all his pens were filled. He announced he would head out to the tree-surrounded farm to see his good father, who was suffering deeply on his account. The rest he left to her, since she was so understanding. As soon as the sun came up, word would get around about those courteous men he had killed in these halls. He ordered her to go back up to the upper room with her servant women, sit there, and neither look out at anyone nor ask them any questions. He wrapped his beautiful armor around his shoulders, roused Telemachus, the cattle herder, and the pig keeper, and urged them to take up their battle weapons. They did not disobey. They armed themselves with bronze, opened the doors, and went out. Odysseus led the way. Light was already falling on the earth, but Athena covered them over with darkness, and quickly led them out of the city. The souls trailed Hermes, their cries shrill as bats in a deep cave when one drops from the rock cluster. The deliverer led them along damp paths, past Okeanos' currents, Lucus Rock, the sun's gates, and the land of dreams. They descended into the asphodel meadow where finished spirits dwell. There, they found the soul of Achilles, son of Peleus, alongside Patroclus, Antilochus, and Ajax, whose form rivaled any Danaan save Achilles himself. The shadow of Agamemnon approached them, grief-stricken, and others who had died with him in Aegisthus's house gathered close. Achilles spoke first. He admitted they had once believed Agamemnon was beloved of Zeus above all heroes, ruling so many at Troy where the Achaeans suffered endlessly. Yet that inescapable death came to him first. Achilles lamented that it would have been far better if Agamemnon had fallen at Troy. The whole Achaean army would have built him a tomb, granting immense glory to him and his son. Instead, he had been cut down by a contemptible death. Agamemnon's soul answered, calling Achilles fortunate, so like the gods, dying at Troy far from Argos. He recalled how the finest Trojans and Achaeans fought all day over Achilles' body in a whirlwind of dust, until Zeus stopped them with a furious storm. They carried him back to the ships, washed his beautiful skin, and the Danaans wept and cut their hair. When Thetis emerged from the sea with the immortal nymphs, an awe-inspiring outcry seized every Achaean with trembling. They would have fled to their ships had Nestor not restrained them, wisely explaining that his mother had come to see her dead child's face. The nymphs clothed Achilles in divine attire, and the 9 muses sang a dirge that moved every Argive to tears. For 17 days and nights, gods and men wept. On the 18th they burned him with sheep, cattle, oil, and honey. In the morning, they gathered his white bones, mixed them with wine and oil, and placed them in a golden urn Thetis had received from Dionysos, crafted by Hephaestus. His bones now lie with Patroclus's Antilochus's bones, rest separately. The Achaeans built a massive, flawless tomb on a jutting headland near the Hellespont, visible far across the sea. His mother had the gods place magnificent prizes in the contest grounds. If Agamemnon had seen those games, his heart would have marveled even more. So Achilles did not lose his name. His fame will always endure. But Agamemnon asked bitterly what good it was that he finished the war, when Zeus prepared a bitter death at the hands of Aegisthus and his abominable wife. As they spoke, Hermes led the suitors' souls toward them. Agamemnon recognized Amphimedon. He had been his guest in Ithaca. Agamemnon asked what brought all these elite young men to the dark earth. Did Poseidon sink them? Or did violent men kill them over cattle, flocks, or a city's defense? He reminded Amphimedon of his visit with Menelaus to recruit Odysseus for Troy, a whole month spent persuading the man. Amphimedon's soul answered, recalling everything. He told of their horrible end. They had courted Odysseus's wife, who would neither reject the marriage nor complete it. She connived their black fate. She set up a great loom and wove a fine shroud for Laertes, asking them to wait until she finished. They agreed, but each night she unraveled her day's work. For 3 years she deceived them. In the 4th year, a woman who knew the truth told them, and they caught her unraveling. Against her will she finished. Then some evil god brought Odysseus from somewhere near the coast to the swineherd's home. Telemachus had returned from sandy Pylos. Together, they prepared death. Telemachus led the way, and the swineherd brought Odysseus looking like a filthy old beggar. No one recognized him. They ridiculed and threw things at him. He bore it calmly until Zeus aroused him. Then he stored the beautiful weapons, locked them away, and cunningly told his wife to set out his bow and gray iron axes as a contest. None of the suitors could string it. When the bow reached Odysseus's hands, they all shouted not to give it to him, but Telemachus urged him on. Odysseus strung it easily, shot through the iron, stood at the threshold, and poured out arrows, first killing King Antinous, then aiming at the others. It became clear a god was helping him. They ran through the house, killing all the suitors one after another. Heads were struck down, the floor swam with blood. Their bodies still lie uncared for because their loved ones do not yet know to wash the wounds and lay them out for mourning. Agamemnon's soul answered that Odysseus was lucky. His wife Penelope had a faultless, excellent mind. Her renown and distinct virtue would never die. The immortals would produce a song praising her steady mind, unlike Tyndareus's daughter, who contrived awful actions and killed the husband she married. Her bitter song would bring a bad name to all women, even those who do good. They spoke this way in the depths of Hades. When the others had left the city, they reached Laertes' beautifully kept farm. The house stood with huts for bonded slaves. Inside lived the old Sicilian woman who cared for Laertes far from town. Odysseus told the slaves and his son to enter the well-built house and kill the best pig he would test, whether his father recognized him after so long away. He handed over his weapons. They went quickly. Odysseus approached the thriving vineyard alone. He did not find Dolios or his sons or slaves. They had gone to gather brush for a hedge, the old man leading the way. He found his father alone, digging around a tree in the orderly vineyard. Laertes wore a dirty patched tunic, stitched ox-hide leggings, gloves against thorns, and a goatskin hat, cultivating his sorrow. Under the tall pear tree, Odysseus watched his father worn down by age, hollow with grief. Tears ran down the hero's face. He weighed two choices: rush forward to kiss and embrace the old man, confessing everything, or first question him, test him. He decided on the test. He approached. Laertes kept his head down, digging. Odysseus called out, observing that the old man clearly knew how to tend orchards. Every plant, fig, vine, olive, pear, and garden bed was flawless. But something else: the man himself lacked care. He looked old, sad, withered, dressed in revolting clothes. It couldn't be laziness on the master's part. The stranger looked like a king, someone who once washed and fed could sleep easily. Then he asked directly, whose slave was he? Whose orchard? He pressed for the truth, wanting to know if this really was Ithaca. A man he'd met had been unhelpful. He explained that he once hosted a guest in his own homeland, the most welcome stranger ever to arrive. That man claimed to be from Ithaca, son of Laertes Arcesiades. Odysseus had given him 7 talents of gold, a silver mixing bowl with floral designs, 12 cloaks and throws, fine tunics, and 4 skilled, beautiful women the guest had chosen himself. Laertes answered through falling tears. The stranger had reached the land he sought, but arrogant, reckless men now held it. Those gifts had been given for nothing. If his son were alive, he would have returned the hospitality generously. That was only right. Then the old man asked, how many years ago had the stranger hosted that unfortunate man, his unlucky son, if he ever lived? Somewhere in the sea. Fish had eaten him, or birds and worms had picked him clean on the shore. His mother never wrapped him for burial, nor did his father, nor did Penelope close his eyes. Then Laertes demanded the stranger's identity, his city and parents, and where his swift ship had anchored, or whether he'd come as a passenger put ashore by others. Odysseus answered, spinning his lie openly. He claimed to be from Alybus, son of Aphitos, grandson of Polypemon, named Eperitos. A god had driven him here against his will. His ship stood off the open land. As for Odysseus, it had been 5 years since he'd left an unlucky man, but with good bird omens flying right. He had been heartened sending him off, and they had hoped to meet again as host and guest. A black cloud of grief swallowed Laertes. He grabbed grimy dust with both hands and poured it over his gray head, groaning. Odysseus's heart shook. A stinging pang rushed through his nostrils. He leaped forward, hugging and kissing his father, and confessed he was the man. He had come home after 20 years. He told Laertes to hold back his grief. There was urgency. He had killed the suitors in their halls, punishing their heartbreaking outrage. Laertes demanded a clear sign. Odysseus told him to examine the scar from the wild boar's tusk on Mount Parnassus, from when his parents had sent him to Autolycus for the promised gifts. Then he described the trees Laertes had given him in this garden when he was a child, following and begging. The old man had named each one 13 pears, 10 apples, 40 figs, and 50 rows of vines with grape clusters that would bear fruit in succession whenever Zeus's seasons made them heavy. Laertes' knees gave way. His heart melted at the unmistakable evidence. He threw his arms around his son, and Odysseus held him as he fainted. When his spirit returned, Laertes found his voice. Surely the gods still existed. On Olympus, if the suitors had paid for their arrogance. But now he grew terrified, all the men of Ithaca would come against them, sending messages to every Capellenian city. Odysseus told him to take heart, not to let those thoughts trouble him. He suggested they go back to the house near the orchard, where he had sent Telemachus, the cattle herder, and the swineherd to prepare the meal as quickly as possible. They walked toward the beautiful house, talking. They found the 3 men carving meat and mixing shimmering wine. The Sicilian slave washed Laertes, anointed him with oil, and threw a fine cloak around him. Athena stood beside him, thickening his legs, making him look taller and stronger. When he came out of the bath, Odysseus observed him. In wonder his father looked exactly like an immortal god.
He exclaimed that a god must have made him greater in appearance and height.
Laertes answered, calling on Zeus, Athena, and Apollo. He wished he were as strong as when he seized Nericos on the mainland coast, leading the Cephallenians. If he had stood beside Odysseus yesterday in his armor, he would have made many suitors' knees quiver. They talked on. When the meal was ready, they sat on stools and chairs and reached for the food. Old Dolios approached with his sons. Worn out from work, the Sicilian woman had called them in. When they saw Odysseus and recognized him in their hearts, they stood astonished. Odysseus warned them gently to sit and eat, casting aside surprise they had waited endlessly. Dolios ran to him with both arms stretched, grabbing Odysseus's hand and kissing it on the wrist, his voice quavering. He welcomed him back, saying they had longed for him, though they never thought the gods would bring him. Then he asked urgently whether Penelope knew he had returned should they send a messenger. Odysseus told him she already knew. No need to trouble himself. Dolios sat abruptly on a polished chair. His sons gathered around, welcoming Odysseus and shaking his hand, then sat down in order beside their father to work on the meal. Meanwhile, rumor moved swiftly through the whole city, telling of the suitors' bitter death. The people gathered with moaning and crying in front of Odysseus's home. They carried out their dead, buried them, and sent the bodies of those from other cities home on swift ships. Then the sick-at-heart crowd went to the agora. Eupeithes stood up, grief unbearable for his son, Antinous, the first Odysseus had killed. Tears streaming, he told the assembly that Odysseus had carried off their finest men in his hollow ships, lost those ships and men, then returned and killed even more of the best Cephallenians. He urged them to go now before Odysseus escaped to Pylos or gleaming Elis, or they would always be ashamed.
He could not bear to live. He would rather die quickly and dwell among the dead.
The Achaeans pitied him. Medon and the marvelous singer came out of Odysseus's halls. Sleep had finally released them. Standing in the midst of the crowd, Medon told them that none of this had happened without the will of the gods. He himself had seen a god, not a human, standing close to Odysseus, looking exactly like Mentor, encouraging him, storming through the hall, stirring up the suitors until they fell dead in heaps. Pale fear seized them all. Old Halitherses, son of Master, alone could grasp past and future. He told the Ithacans that these actions had happened because of their own cowardice. They would not listen to him, or to Mentor to make their sons stop their foolishness. The suitors had wasted wealth and dishonored a nobleman's wife through reckless malice. Now this was happening.
He warned them not to go, or they would face catastrophe they had brought upon themselves.
Some stayed, but more than half leaped up with a loud uproar, rejecting his words. They listened to Eupeithes, armed themselves in gleaming bronze, and gathered before the sprawling city. Eupeithes led them unwisely, thinking he would avenge his son, but he would not return. He would meet his end. Then Athena asks Zeus, son of Cronos, what he was hiding in his mind. Would he make more hateful fighting and awful battle noise, or impose goodwill between the two sides? Zeus, gathering dark clouds, answered her. Zeus answered his daughter, asking why she questioned him. Had she not devised this plan herself, that Odysseus should take revenge when he returned? He told her to do whatever she wanted. Then he laid out what made sense now that the suitors were dead. Let the people swear a solemn oath and make Odysseus king for life. Let them forget the killing of their sons and brothers. Let them be amicable as before, with plenty and peace and abundance.
Athena, already willing, flew down from Olympus.
When they had finished eating, Odysseus spoke first, telling someone to go see if the enemy was approaching. One of Dolios' sons went to the threshold, saw the crowd coming, and sent word back. They were close. Armed themselves. They stood, and put on their armor. Odysseus and 4 others, plus Dolios' 6 sons. Even Laertes and Dolios, gray-haired, pulled on their armor warriors by necessity. They covered themselves in gleaming bronze, opened the doors, and went out. Odysseus led. Athena, looking and sounding like Mentor, approached. Odysseus was glad to see her. He told Telemachus that now his son would learn, coming up against men, fighting to decide who was best, and to avoid disgrace for their father's lineage, men once exemplary in strength and courage throughout the world. Telemachus answered steadily if his father wished. He would see how this heart would not bring disgrace to that lineage. Laertes was elated, calling out to the gods what a day they had brought him, full of joy. His son and grandson arguing over who was best in facing a challenge. Athena, eyes gleaming, told Laertes, dearest of all her friends by far, to pray to the gray-eyed goddess and to her father Zeus, then quickly raise his long-shadowed spear, draw it back, and throw. She breathed enormous strength into him. Laertes prayed. He raised his spear, drew it back, and threw. The bronze struck Eupeithes through the cheek guards of his helmet. The spear passed all the way through. He fell with a thud, armor clattering around him. Odysseus and his splendid son fell upon the front fighters, striking with swords and double-sharpened spears. They would have killed them all, given no chance to fall back, but Athena shouted out in a piercing voice and held back the people, ordering them to stop the fighting, so they could think through the discord without more bloodshed. Pale fear seized them. Their weapons flew from their hands and fell to the ground. They turned back toward the city, anxious for their lives. But Odysseus cried out horribly, pulled himself together, and swooped down upon them like an eagle from high above. At that same moment, Zeus hurled a flash of lightning. It fell right in front of Athena's flashing eyes. She called out to Odysseus, telling him to stand back, stop the tedious brawling and fighting, or Zeus might become angry. Odysseus obeyed, his heart filled with joy. Looking and sounding like Mentor, Athena laid out a pact between both sides for the time to come. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Your patience and curiosity are what keep these ancient voices alive. Now let's look at the world around the Odyssey. Homer composed this epic not from a desk, but from memory. As a blind bard in an oral tradition, he wove together centuries of Greek myth, the historical Trojan War circa 1200 BCE, and deep philosophical questions about Nostos, the hero's homecoming. Scholars believe the poem was first written down around 700 BCE in Ionia, during a time when Greece was emerging from its dark age. The themes of loyalty, cunning, and justice were shaped by that era's social shifts. Writing challenges? Homer had none because he didn't write. The real struggle was memorization. Rhapsode spent years learning all 12,110 lines of dactylic hexameter. The poem survived through sheer human discipline. Homer also wrote the Iliad, a darker companion epic about rage and war. Now, the adaptation journey. The Odyssey has reached screens many times, most famously the 1997 TV miniseries starring Armand Assante, but the most anticipated version is yet to come. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, slated for release on July 17, 2026, is already shaping up to be one of the most ambitious adaptations ever attempted. Nolan, known for Inception, Interstellar, and Oppenheimer, is bringing his signature blend of practical effects, non-linear storytelling, and IMAX spectacle to Homer's epic. Here's what makes this adaptation fascinating. Nolan has reportedly shot on location in Sicily, Morocco, and Greece, including the actual Cave of the Cyclops on Mount Etna. How faithful will it be? Early reports suggest Nolan is keeping the original structure in medias res starting in the middle, but he may reinterpret the gods as psychological manifestations, a characteristically Nolan twist. Production challenges are immense. How do you film Poseidon's storms without looking like CGI? Nolan's solution: real water tanks, real ships, and minimal blue screen. Casting challenges? Matt Damon as Odysseus brings a weathered, grounded intensity. But the biggest question: how will Nolan handle Athena, Circe, and Calypso? Rumors suggest a single actress may play multiple goddess roles, tying into themes of fate and illusion. Behind-the-scenes fun fact: Nolan has banned any digital removal of the actor's eyelashes in the storm sequences because real exhaustion looks different than fake exhaustion. Other films by Nolan: Dunkirk, The Dark Knight, Tenet all play with time, memory, and obsession. The Odyssey, at its core, is about a man obsessed with returning. It could be his most personal film. The original poem still holds layers. No screen can capture Homeric similes that stretch for 20 lines, the raw ache of Odysseus weeping on Calypso's shore. If you've never read it, try Emily Wilson's translation. It breathes new fire into ancient Greek. If this retelling moved you, consider subscribing. It helps stories like this find more listeners, and share your thoughts below. What do you hope Nolan keeps from the original? What should he change? The Odyssey doesn't end when Odysseus reaches Ithaca. It ends every time someone sits down to listen, and every time a director like Nolan stares into the Aegean Sea and asks, what would this actually look like? Until the next story, walk peacefully.